Chapter 1 Do D Breaks the Sky, The Mysterious Passage of the New Continent. Gamma Empire, Ulthane City. Since the end of the war between the two emperors, Xiaoyan, Xun'er and Kalen held a grand wedding in Wutan City. Countless people in the entire Do Qi continent witnessed their love. The wedding was romantic and grand. After that, it was rumored that Xiaoyan accompanying the two daughters on the Do Qi continent. They seemed to have disappeared in the eyes of ordinary people, but only a few people knew that Xiaoyan was the only one who roamed the mainland, and the two daughters went to retreat to attack Do Di. Since then, in the Gamma Empire, Wutan City has jumped to become a first-tier city, and the small Xiao family has also developed in geometric multiples. Emperor Yin Xiaoyan. On the top of a familiar cliff, a frail man in black was lying on the grass, holding a piece of grass in his mouth, chewing slightly, letting the faint bitter taste fill his mouth. The starting point of everything seems to have changed since I met the teacher here. The man in black smiled and muttered to himself. Taking a closer look, this seemingly weak figure and terrain seemed to be somewhat familiar. Emperor Yin Xiaoyan. The mountain behind Wutan City. The seemingly emaciated young man in front of him is the supreme powerhouse of the Do Qi continent. The legendary figure who rescued Central Continent from Emperor Soul Heaven and even saved Do Qi continent from a catastrophe. Time flies, and before you know it, decades have passed since the legendary battle of the two emperors. After Xiaoyan defeated the Soul Heaven Emperor, the Do Qi continent also continued to celebrate for a long time. First, it was to celebrate that Do Qi continent was still the continent that produced many geniuses and continued to be wonderful. The second is to celebrate the emergence of Do Di powerhouses in Do Qi continent. This breath? It should be almost the same. Decades are really fleeting. Xiaoyan stood up from the grass and looked at the space in front of him that was shaking slightly. It was strange to say that the grass under Xiaoyan's feet not only did not tilt because of Xiaoyan's reclining, but was even more verdant than the surrounding grass. A figure gracefully walked out of the shattered space, looking at the man in black in front of him. He couldn't help smiling. Brother Xiaoyan. A crisp and sweet voice echoed in the back mountain. Successful. Xiaoyan turned around, looked at Xun'er's delicate and slightly blushed cheeks, and smiled slightly. Well, thanks to Brother Xiaoyan, you opened the mysterious plane channel to absorb the origin chi there. Otherwise, I am afraid that on the Do Qi continent, there is still no one who can break through to Do Di. Xun'er looked at Xiaoyan with eyes like the moon. Afterwards, Xun'er and Xiaoyan hugged tightly, and then Xiaoyan gently hugged Xun'er's waist and said with emotion, "When your father sent you to my Xiao family, now you want to come, but you have lost Mrs. back again. You have always been the hero in Xun'er's heart." Xun'er also looked at the back mountain of Wutan City in the Gamma Empire and couldn't help feeling a little bit. Yes, everything started from here. Here is her beautiful childhood. I met Brother Xiaoyan. He has always been a hero in his heart. Xiaoyan and Xun'er cuddled together, looking at each other. Xiaoyan also attacked his charming cherry lips when he saw this. Xun'er was startled at first, but he didn't dodge and let the man in front of him move. A sense of spring is slowly radiating from the back mountain of Wutan City. Cough, cough, cough. Did we come at the wrong time? Two middle-aged men came out of the void, looking at the two men and women cuddling below with a loving look on their faces. Although the two of them today seem to have not changed much from the past, their aura is far from what they used to be. That feeling is actually a Do Di. Father, Senior Zhu Kuan, Xiaoyan said to the two people in the sky, pulling Xun'er with a hint of crimson on her cheeks. Ha, it doesn't matter. Xun'er is already married to you, and it's one of my wishes. But you're really a kid. I think I just sent Xun'er to your Xiao family in an attempt to get the piece of soul jade from Emperor Toasha. I can't imagine that now I have really lost my wife and lost my army. However, thanks to your help, I finally broke through the barrier of Do Sheng, and it's considered cheap for you, kid. Gu Yuan couldn't help but be very satisfied when he saw Xiaoyan and his beloved daughter Xun'er, who was a father. Which father doesn't want his daughter to find the happiness of the one she loves? Ha! Xiaoyan also laughed in agreement with Gu Yuan, who looked at him with a look of relief. Kai Lin is also out. Xiaoyan had just finished talking to Gu Yuan's father when he saw that in the depths of the space, Suddenly, an overwhelming nine-colored luster spewed out, and finally the colored light condensed and turned into an enchanting shadow that appeared in front of Xiaoyan. After so many years of seclusion, it's finally a breakthrough. Kai Lin stretched out lazily. Her charming curves showed her lingering perfection, and then the queen, as usual, said coldly, "This is Emperor Do. The level of the strong is really different from that of Do Shang. Is Xiao Xiao all right?" Even with Queen Medusa's aura, she missed her daughter very much after years of seclusion and immediately said to Xiao Yan, "Xiao Xiao is okay. She has been following the teacher and guided by the teacher himself." Xiao Yan also looked at Medusa and said slowly, talking and laughing. The five of them walked from the back mountain to the main entrance of Zhao's house. "Don't worry, Xun'er. I'll take care of everything here for you. A good man is determined to go everywhere. Go with confidence. The new world is different from the Do-Chi continent. You have to be more careful about everything." His palm rested on Xiao Yan's shoulder. "Isn't the one who is talking about Xiao Zhan, the current patriarch of the Xiao family?" Since the war between the two emperors, Xiao Yan also handed over the position of the patriarch back to his father. Now the Xiao family is full of children and grandchildren. After Xiao Yan was promoted to Do Emperor, due to the activation of the power of blood, all people close to Xiao Yan have benefited from the power of blood, and their strength is like a boat. It was so easy to improve. In just a few short years, the Xiao family developed at an astonishing speed and became the leader of several major families. Of course, Xiao Yan, the Yan Emperor, was indispensable. Quietly bid farewell to the Xiao family, and the five of them also understood that the strong Do Di had to leave Do-Chi continent after all. Immediately, they appeared in Zhongzhou. The top of Zhongzhou, a mountain that broke out of the ground in the Battle of the Two Emperors, is called Shuangdi Mountain by the world. This mountain is unattainable, and there seems to be a special energy barrier on it. No matter who it is, there is no way to forcibly break in. The five fighting emperors. This Do Di powerhouse, who had been extinct on Do Di continent for 10,000 years, now appears on Shuangdi Mountain as five of them. At the peak of the mountain, the five people who were still in the Xiao family just a moment ago appeared in a manor. In the manor, a figure in black stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the endless void in front of him. There was no energy fluctuation on him. However, under that thin back, it seemed that even the heaven and the earth were only eclipsed. "You guys already have the strength to attack Do Di, but it's just because of the lack of origin chi that you can't go any further. As long as this problem is solved, you will be promoted to Do Di. It will be a matter of course," Xiao Yan said with a smile. "Hey, but even though you are promoted to Do Di, there seems to be a big gap between you and you. What level are you at now?" Zhu Kuan asked curiously. He found that even if he stepped into Do Di level, still cannot see Xiao Yan's strength after decades of practice. It seems that the latter has made progress. "It is true that after the years of your retreat, I vaguely feel that my strength has improved and I have improved, but there is no record of Do Di on the Do-Chi continent, and I don't know." Xiao Yan was also a little helpless. The Do Di strong is the strongest in this world. No one knows what goes up. However, he also understands that now he is indeed a lot more tyrannical than when he was just promoted to Emperor Do. Similar to the strength of the original Soul Emperor, I am afraid it will not hinder him in the slightest. In that plane, there may be an answer. At the time of your retreat, my feeling is getting stronger and stronger. The Do-Chi continent seems to be crowding me out. There is always a voice calling me from a distance. Xiao Yan raised his head, looked at the endless void, and muttered, "I'm curious about that voice you're talking about, or another unknown world." Zhu Kuan cracked his mouth, and his eyes were strangely hot. In this world, they were already supreme powerhouses. However, in that mysterious plane, perhaps this was just the beginning of the journey. "You're heartbroken?" Xiao Yan said with a smile. "Aren't you?" Zhu Kuan said with a smile. Xiao Yan nodded, took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked at the endless void. The smile on his face gradually became brighter. This kind of smile has not appeared for many years. Then Xiao Yan's figure slowly hovered above the Do-Chi road, squinting his eyes and looking at the endless void in the passage in front of him. His eyes that had been calm for many years suddenly became hot, and he murmured, "These decades of cultivation have almost made me forget the feeling of fighting." Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan hovered close to Xiaoyan, their eyes full of fiery eyes looking at the dark passage in front of them, and asked in a low voice, "Is this the passage leading to another road?" Xiaoyan frowned slightly, then nodded. "In that case, let's go." Xiaoyan's body slowly lifted into the sky, and as he rose into the sky, thick clouds suddenly poured out of the empty sky, and the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles turned dark in an instant. After coming down, countless powerhouses raised their heads in horror and looked at the Shuangdi Mountains, where they felt extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Under the gaze of countless eyes on the ground, the endless void of the Shuangdi Mountains began to twist violently. The thick cloud layer wriggled, and finally turned into a dark passage. Horrible smell. This is the way to another plane. Looking at the dark passage like a black hole, Xiaoyan flicked his fingers, and 4 rays of light shot into the hands of Xun'er. All exchange soul jade with each other and leave a soul imprint on it. In this case, if there is any accident, you will be able to know the life and death situation of each other, and you can take these medicine pills. The unknown world is terrifying, and in the face of the unknown, we can only deal with emergencies by making more preparations. Speaking of Xiaoyan's hands, there were 4 Nataka rings, and there were some 9th-grade golden pills in them. It was precisely what Xiaoyan refined when they were retreating and attacking Do Emperor. Xiaoyan's current medicine refining skills can be said to be 10. The product is not too much. These numerous healing medicines all came from Xiaoyan, the #1 pharmacist in the Do-Chi continent. This 9th-grade Jindan is unmatched on the Do-Chi road, because it is always refined by the Do-Di strong, and it is not comparable to ordinary Jindan. When Xiaoyan was talking, his face was quite solemn. Even he felt dangerous in that mysterious world. Looking at the passage, even with Xiaoyan's strength, there was not a trace of coercion. Spread out, therefore, have to be cautious. When you enter the passage, you follow me closely. Don't separate. When you encounter a crisis, the first thing you need is to protect yourself. Even if it is the worst plan, we are separated. As long as there is a soul jade, it is easier to find it. Xiaoyan tilted his head and said solemnly to Kalen and Xun'er, "No one knows what the mysterious plane world is about. Although they are unmatched on the Do-Chi continent, when they get there, it is no longer like this. If the time comes, he will never be worried that Xun'er and Kalen are alone in this unknown world." Well, Yu reading www.yukangshu.com. Kalen and Xun'er also knew the importance of what Xiaoyan said, so they both nodded calmly. "Let's go." After finishing all the instructions, Xiaoyan took a deep breath again and stopped talking nonsense. He grabbed Kalen and Xun'er with both hands, and when he moved, he turned into a black light, as fast as he could. He swept away at the dark black hole like lightning, and behind him, Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan met, gritted his teeth, and followed. Countless gazes, looking at the meteors streaking across the sky. Some people seem to know what Xiaoyan and others are planning, and there are countless figures kneeling down on that continent. Congratulations to the Emperor Yin. Congratulations to the leader. The mighty voices converged on the Do-Chi continent, and finally rushed to the sky, echoing between the heaven and the earth for a long time. Little guy, the world there will be 10,000 times more exciting than the Do-Chi continent. Hee, when I'll be promoted to the Do Emperor level, I'll go to that world to have a look. At that time, you'll have to lay down a place to let enjoy the blessings for your teacher. In the Tianfu Alliance, Yao Lao's eyes could not help but get wet when he saw Xiaoyan, who was gradually disappearing in front of him. "Father, Mother Xun'er, I will come to find you when I reach Do-Di." Even with the strength of Xiao Baxing Doshing, seeing the scene of family separation in front of him, tears in the corners of his eyes could not help falling. "Xiaoyan, you can't die. You still have to give me medicine to eat." Ziyin knew very well how much Xiaoyan helped him, if it wasn't for him. The end is also the beginning, a new world. Xiaoyan was looking forward to the new world in his heart, and the blood in his heart seemed to be burning again. "Let me, Xiaoyan, come to this unknown continent." Chapter 2: Mysterious Passage. In the dark passage, there are several seemingly insignificant figures moving forward like meteors. The passage is dark, and it seems to have been flying for a long time, but it is strange that there is no end. Damn, There isn't any trace of Do Qi in this passage, and there seems to be some substance in the darkness that is slowly swallowing our Do Qi. Xiaoyan carefully used his soul power to investigate and said solemnly, "You must know that the strong Do Emperor has already achieved a small world, and he can use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to supply himself. A space without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth undoubtedly makes Do Emperor feel uneasy." Damn, why is this passage so long? Gu Yuan couldn't help but said, when he was in the Do Qi continent, he could travel thousands of miles in a flash with his strength as a Do Di, but now he has been flying for a long time and has not come to an end. A touch of unease appeared in Gu Yuan's heart. And then he hurriedly looked at Xiaoyan. There seems to be light in front, and the exit should be in front, but everyone be careful. I always feel that something is not right here. Xiaoyan stared at this space, and the soul power of the Emperor's soul instantly shrouded out. The next moment, I quietly discovered that there were two strange light spots not far away, so I had to speak to Xun'er and the others to remind them to move forward slowly. Two small and strange light spots suddenly appeared in the distance from the exit, like a beast that had just opened its eyes after being asleep for a long time. "Wait, stop. What do you see? This passage is weird," Xiaoyan said solemnly, and then pointed his finger to two small light spots in the void next to the passage's exit. Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan, Kai Lin, and Xun'er looked towards the place pointed by Xiaoyan. The passage was originally dark, but the space in the distance did not match the darkness, and there was a little bit of inconspicuous light. It seems that something is wrong. This thought has not lasted for a minute in everyone's heart, and suddenly, a mutation happened. At first, I didn't know what it was, but when I got closer, I realized that it was a pair of eyes. Seeing it for a long time made everyone shudder. Ha ha! The Do Qi continent has never had a Do Di strongman for 10,000 years. I can't believe that it has finally reappeared today. Then, with the power of the five of you, I can finally be freed now. Inside the dark tunnel, as if a deep and powerful breath slowly awakened. A pair of eyes emits a strange light, and the huge figure around the eyes blends with the dark void, making people feel an evil and uncomfortable atmosphere. At first glance, only these huge pupils can be seen. If you are not careful, observation really can't find the hidden dark breath. Seeing the huge pupil in front of him, Xiaoyan was the first to feel that terrifying aura, even above himself. Immediately cast the heavenly fire 3 mysterious transformations. Demon fire transformation. Nothingness transformation. Emperor flame transformation. Then the Yihua Hungu ruler quickly condensed in his hand, because even if Xiaoyan's strength of Do Di and the soul of Emperor realm faced the pair in front of him, the gaze of his eyes made his scalp tingle, not to mention the other 4 Xun'er who stepped into Do Di after him. The strange thing is that when Zhu Kuan just faced the former pair of pupils, he actually felt like he was about to bow down and surrender, and even the blood in his body boiled very strangely, and the closer the distance, the stronger it was. What's going on? In order to prevent Xiaoyan from being distracted, Zhu Kuan didn't say anything to Xiaoyan, and then quietly looked at the giant eyes in front of him. "Who is your excellency?" Xiaoyan stared at the pair of huge pupils in front of him, tightly holding the flame ruler with one hand, and the other hand seemed to signal to the people behind him. With Xun'er and Kalen's understanding of Xiaoyan, how could they not know what this gesture means? Random glances at each other, ready to wait for an opportunity. Ha ha ha, Dai. It's been a long time since I cannibalized Do Di's power. With a few of you, I can completely devour this creature and get rid of this endless void. Voices came from all directions, but in the crowd in front of him, he only showed a pair of huge pupils, and his figure was integrated into the dark space. "We are the newly promoted Do Di of the Do Qi continent. This time, we traveled to the new continent by following the passageway. I don't know how to disturb the senior's rest, so let's say goodbye." As early as when those huge pupils spoke, Xiaoyan let go of the 2. The woman's hand, hidden in the darkness, contained a suffocating, terrifying force. Xun'er and Kalen saw Xiaoyan like this, adding in the gesture Xiaoyan made before. How could they not know what he was thinking? Just when they opened their mouths, they saw the determination in Xiaoyan's eyes. "Damn it! It's almost the exit. What should I do now?" Gu Yuan anxiously looked at the giant eyes in front of him and the light-filled exit. You guys go first. I'll hold him back. I'll find you through the soul jade afterwards. Xiao Yin said in a deep voice, and then without talking nonsense, he tried his best to speed up the brewing of the terrifying energy in his hands. We are waiting for you in the new world. Xun'er and Kalen also knew the seriousness of the matter. Facing the huge pupils in front of them, even now that they had been promoted to Do Emperor, they felt powerless, and staying here would only add to Xiao Yan's burden. Xiao Yan, remember, your life belongs to this king. Kai Lin and Xun'er quickly walked towards the exit after saying that. Seeing this, Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan looked at each other without ink. Go. Then they tried their best to stimulate their vindictiveness and flew towards the exit. At the level of a Do-D powerhouse, you can know what to do or not just from the perception of aura, which is why Xiao Yan wants Xun'er and the others to escape first. Want to leave? The huge pupils said, and after waiting for 10,000 years, delicious food finally appeared. How could I let it go? Boom, boom, boom. A seemingly inconspicuous light appeared from the huge pupil, chasing Xun'er several people, trying to destroy the exit. The strange thing is that there is a black and white light looming on the forehead in the middle of the pupil. It's going to destroy the exit. Let's go. Gu Yuan felt the wave of destruction from the light, and the speed of the four of them increased to the extreme. Seeing that the four fleeing towards the exit were about to be blocked, Xiao Yan immediately launched an offensive to buy time for them to escape. You bastard, if you want to destroy the exit, pass me first. Huang Quan refers to. Huang Quan Palm instantly stopped him. Huang Chuan's anger. Then, while the giant I didn't notice Xiao Yan, when the former wanted to destroy the exit, Xiao Yan struck his soul attack and hit the giant eye directly. Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. The unknown creature before Xiao Yan's meeting was attacked by his own soul, causing it to stagnate for a short second. On his hand, there was a Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus composed of 22 colors that exuded terrifying fluctuations. Born to be born. Go. Xiao Yan exerted all his soul power to control the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus to smash the pupil in front of him with all his might. Xiao Yan, we are waiting for you. If you die, I will not live. The four Xun'er escaped before the exit was destroyed, and then the whole space echoed with Xun'er's voice. The seemingly gentle Xun'er meeting saying these words is enough to see how important Xiao Yan is to him. All of this happened between lightning and flint. Xiao Yan looked at the four people who disappeared in front of him, and immediately felt relieved and muttered to himself, Xun'er Kalen, you must wait for me, and I will definitely look for you. Xiao Yan is not a long-winded person, and immediately controlled the Buddha's anger lotus seeds, which exuded a destructive force, to attack the huge pupil in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The Buddha's wrathful lotus full of destruction was in the middle of the unknown creature, and the terrifying destructive power spread out in circles. And when the aftermath of the battle dissipated, the true face of the unknown creature was about to surface. I want to see who you are. Xiao Yan's voice echoed in this mysterious passage. Chapter 3: The Abnormality of the Net Lotus Demon Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The Buddha's anger lotus seeds exploded when they reached the pupil. A huge shock wave hit the empty space, and the aftermath that was enough to destroy the peak of Do Sheng slowly shook, making this piece of book the unstable space is fragmented, and the void like a black hole is slowly born in this space. Ah, damn human beings. This emperor will definitely make you pay. Some bloodstains spread out from the huge pupils, and the tick-tick fell. In the quiet space, it was particularly harsh, and the angry voices from those pupils it was full of anger, and the food that finally reached the mouth just let the four people go. How could they not be angry? However, it obviously underestimated the destructive power possessed by the Buddha Furious Lotus. It had been hurriedly preventing the four from escaping the exit, underestimated Xiao Yan's attack, and suffered a lot of damage. The giant eyes seemed to be angry. Slowly I saw the entire body behind the pupil surfaced. Xiao Yan fixed his eyes and saw that this was an incomparably gigantic golden dragon. The body is hundreds of feet long, and the entangled tail is swaying, and the breath emanating from the invisible is only stronger than that of Xiao Yan, and the dragon horn on his forehead is broken. You must know that the dragon horn in the dragon family is an identity. the biggest symbol of strength. A broken dragon horn has no less impact on the dragon than a human being, and it is no wonder that it merges with the empty space, and people can only see a pair of huge pupils. It turned out to be this dragon. The color of the skin is the same as the dark surrounding environment. So Xiao Yan suddenly realized that he could only show a pair of pupils to everyone. Damn, damn, damn. How dare a little human dare to hurt me? The golden dragon in front of him roared, and it could be seen that Xiao Yan really angered it. Suffer to death. The golden dragon roared at Xiao Yan and breathed out a dragon's breath, then drove the dragon's claws on his entire body and flew towards Xiao Yan, attempting to destroy this little human being with the power of his most powerful claws. But how could Xiao Yan give the giant dragon in front of him a chance? 3,000 thunders moved away in an instant, and the strange fire ruler in his hand was slowly surrounded by the strange fire. Xiao Yan obviously wanted to fight against the giant dragon. One claw. Just when Xiao Yan was about to fight hard, Xiao Yi ran out babblingly, swallowed all the dragon's breath in one gulp, and then stood on Xiao Yan's shoulder and babbled towards the golden dragon in front of him. On Yi's forehead, a mysterious rune that was exactly the same as the golden dragon appeared looming. If you look closely, even the rune on Xiao Yi's forehead is brighter and more dazzling than the dragon's. The golden dragon was extremely angry and drove the dragon's claw to face Xiao Yan's claw, but when he saw the mysterious rune on Xiao Yi's forehead, it suddenly became quiet. After a few seconds, the dragon's forehead lit up with white, and then the giant dragon in front of him kept roaring at Xiao Yi, as if asking for help from Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi babbled to him. Although Xiao Yan didn't know what happened, Xiao Yi told herself that the golden dragon in front of her was talking to her in dragon language. Ah! The golden dragon suddenly screamed violently after Xiao Yi seemed to have talked for a while. On the forehead of the golden dragon, 2 rays of light, one black and one white, were continuously coiled, and then separated from the forehead respectively. Suddenly there are 2 figures, one black and one white. Xiao Yan felt that the white figure exuded a strong aura, which seemed to be somewhat similar to Zhu Kuan's, while the black figure exuded a cold, evil and uncomfortable aura, and the white figure looked at Xiao Yan with some pain. The black figure looked at Xiao Yan with resentment, wishing to kill Xiao Yan. Damn it! Impossible! How can you break free from my control? It looks like you will succeed. As long as I swallow a few do di, I can completely swallow your soul. The black figure said to the white figure in surprise. It should be a good thing you did, right? The black figure mocked Xiao Yan maliciously. But forget it. After so many years, you are still so obsessed with it. Wouldn't it be possible for us to enjoy inexhaustible glory and wealth if you surrender? Why do you have to fight against us? You should know that with your strength, we will not treat you badly if you surrender. The black figure said slowly. Inexhaustible glory and wealth. You think I'm rare? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. The white figure raised his head and laughed loudly. The Golden Dragon King really lives up to its reputation. I haven't assimilated you for so many years, but today is the time to solve it. Speaking of which, I really want to thank this human boy. If it wasn't for the trauma he caused you today, I would have to devour you. It's a small price to pay. Suffer to death. The black figure showed an evil smile. Although he didn't know why the Golden Dragon King broke free from his control today, but now that it was injured, it was the best time for him. With terrifying fluctuations, he launched an attack on the white figure. Jinglian Yaohua, help me. The white figure and the black figure were originally in a stalemate, but because the Golden Dragon King ate a Buddha's anger lotus from Xiao Yan, the injury was not light, and he could only face the small figure on Xiao Yan's shoulder. He asked for help, although Xiao Yan didn't know what was going on in front of him, but seeing Xiao Yi staring at the black figure with a heavy expression, out of trust in Xiao Yi, he let him go to the black figure. Xiao Yan's subordinates, it is also quietly brewing the different fire square that was obtained from the ancient emperor's inheritance in case of unexpected events. In this kind of battle at the level of the Do Di powerhouse, only the square of different fires obtained from Do Di's inheritance can come in handy. Old Zamao, since your master has been damaged, then you are not dead. The black figure slapped the Golden Dragon King, and the Golden Dragon King was caught off guard, and the Golden Dragon King retreated steadily. The black figure kept launching attacks. Just as the black figure was about to succeed in attacking the Golden Dragon King's vital points, a milky white flame burned towards the black figure, blocking the attack. You must know that when Xiao Yan faced the Heavenly Emperor of Battle Spirit on the Do-Chi continent before, he ordered all the different fires in the Do-Chi continent, all the source fires of the different fires to remain in Xiao Yi's body, and now it's fair to say that Xiao Yi possesses the fire spirit with the origin of 23 different fires cannot be underestimated. Damn it! The seal of reincarnation? How is that possible? The black figure looked at the mysterious rune on Xiao Yi's forehead that was getting more and more dazzling, and couldn't help losing his voice. From his mouth, Xiao Yan seemed to hear the emotion of fear, even fear. Even the offensive in his hand was stagnant. Yaha! The strange fire square in Xiao Yan's hand flew towards Xiao Yi in an uncontrollable moment, and Xiao Yi's body suddenly lit up with 22 different colors of strange fire. Plots generally fly straight to their respective stone pillars. The black figure felt a lot of power from the different fire square, and fear was born from the heart. Run! For some reason, a sudden thought suddenly appeared in the black figure's heart. Boom, boom, boom. The 22-color different fire plaza is like a huge formation, shrouding the black figure who just wanted to escape. When the Golden Dragon King saw this, the dragon breathed in his mouth and went all out, cooperating with Xiao Yi's attempt to seal the black figure. I didn't expect that I could still see the reincarnation seal in my lifetime. Golden Dragon King, since the matter has come to this point, I will give the Lord an account by destroying your body. Seeing that the black figure could not escape this damned square of different fire, he muttered to himself. A terrifying wave flew towards the dragon body of the Golden Dragon King. Obviously, this was the last blow of the black figure. Xiao Yi and the Golden Dragon King went all out to seal the black figure. Xiao Yingguang knew from the aftermath of the battle that this was no longer a battle that he could intervene in. Ha! Golden Dragon King, your physical body has been destroyed, your foundation has been shaken, and my mission has been completed. The next time the darkness will defeat the light. The black figure was swallowed up by the different fire plaza before he finished speaking, and his soul will follow. It was slowly refined over time. The inside of the passage was fragmented. The Golden Dragon King and Xiao Yi were both out of breath. Xiao Yan hurriedly flew over to check the situation. Thank you so much this time, Yaohua. The white figure called the Golden Dragon King smiled at Xiao Yi even though he only had a soul left. Xiao Yi didn't answer it. As if trying to remember something, Xiao Yan took it and said, its memory has not been fully recovered. What should we do now? The vortexes had already formed before they knew it, and they exuded greedy suction, as if they wanted to devour Xiao Yan and the others. Chapter 4 The Mysterious Cave Mansion. The ancient Emperor Toasha is here. Why are you here? Xiao Yi obviously remembered something, and turned to face the Golden Dragon King. It's too late to say, this space is about to collapse. Go out and talk to you in detail. Come with me, said the Golden Dragon King. After finishing his gestures, a miniature appeared in the broken void in front of him. Small channel. The Golden Dragon King just went through a big battle, and now he has broken through the void again, and his soul body is getting weaker and weaker. Let's go. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Yan's approval, his soul directly resided in the Na ring in Xiao Yan's hand. Boom, boom, boom. The space where Xiao Yan and the others were collapsed instantly, led by the Golden Dragon King. They poured into the new passage. In a few moments, a simple door appeared in front of the three of them. There is a familiar smell in the door, because the strange fire in the body is beating violently, as if seeing the most delicious food. This is... Xiao Yan looked at the Golden Dragon King in a state of soul and shock. It's been 10,000 years. I'm finally back. I don't know where you have gone, Toasha. Looking at the quaint gate, the Golden Dragon King couldn't help but murmured with some moist eyes. Xiao Yi looked at the door thoughtfully, and the mysterious rune on her forehead became brighter and brighter. Let's go? Xiao Yi, I still need your help to open the stone gate. The Golden Dragon King said and floated to the gate, muttering something near the gate, and the mysterious rune on Xiao Yi's forehead fell off his forehead and moved towards the gate. Fly over the stone gate. Don't worry, I know you have a lot of questions to ask, and there will be answers you want to know. The Golden Dragon King clearly saw that Xiao Yin was confused and said quickly. The stone gate in front of him slowly opened, and a terrifying aura like a sleeping giant emanated from the stone gate, which directly made Xiao Yin feel the pressure to kneel and worship, but there was also a strong cordiality that followed. Feel. What's going on? Xiao Yin felt 10,000 puzzled at this moment, but he had to suppress the puzzlement in his heart and followed Xiao Yi and the Golden Dragon King and walked in slowly. Xiao Yin looked inside the Sherman and found that there was something special inside. There are not too many expensive items in the quaint and simple stone gate. The most conspicuous thing is on the stone gate steps. An old man dressed in dark robes has nothing special about his face. If he ignores his colorful hair, if so, he is almost no different from those ordinary old men. At this moment, the old man is stable and peaceful, but the aura of destruction felt from the old man is sitting cross-legged among the buds, with his tightly closed eyes slowly opening on his old face. Xiao Yin had seen this figure several times, and his inheritance came from the person in front of him. At this moment, Xiao Yin knew in his heart that this was the real Tuasha ancient emperor. Disciple Xiao Yin, I have seen the master. Xiao Yin looked at the ancient emperor Tuasha who appeared again in front of him, and immediately said respectfully with his arms in front of the figure in front of him. After all, if it weren't for the duty cave mansion left by the ancient emperor Tuasha, there would be no Xiao Yin today. Xiao Yin also received the inheritance of the ancient emperor Tuasha. In other words, he can be regarded as a disciple of the ancient emperor Tuasha, so it makes sense to call him master. You're quite clever, kid. Xiaojin has really worked hard for you all these years, hey. Emperor Tuasha looked at the weak Golden Dragon King in front of him and sighed endlessly. Come here, Xiaoyi. Ancient Emperor Tuasha smiled at the three people in front of him and immediately waved a milky white light towards the Golden Dragon King. The originally illusory soul of the Golden Dragon King became more and more solid. Xiaoyi he also stood on the shoulders of Emperor Tuasha Gu, as if trying to remember something. Is it the seal of reincarnation? Emperor Tuasha murmured. The space in front of you is a bud of flame. I know you have many questions. Sit down, and I will talk to you slowly. Hearing this, Xiao Yin did not act coquettishly. With a flicker of his figure, he sat cross-legged on the flame bud. Anyone who is promoted to the level of Do Di in the Do Chi continent will be crowded out by the Do Chi continent plane. In just a few days, as many as a few decades, the displacement will reach a critical point, and then you must leave the Do Chi continent and go to the new continent rank. Face. Ancient Emperor Tuasha looked at Xiao Yin and said slowly, without waiting for the latter to speak. I feel this too, but why were the five of us attacked by the Golden Dragon King when we entered the passage leading to the new world? Xiao Yin said solemnly, if according to what Emperor Tuasha said, why would there be any inside the passage? There are people who attack themselves. Shouldn't there be planes to attract people? You're really blaming it wrong. Emperor Tuasha Gu looked at the Golden Dragon King, full of guilt, and continued. You're right. Every person who enters the new continent from the lower plane continent will have someone to pick him up, but the channel connecting our Do Chi continent to the new continent was destroyed by a war 10,000 years ago. Some people died in battle, and a few people did their best to repair the passage, so we have not been able to guide people since 10,000 years ago. Xiao Yin saw a trace of loss in his eyes when he saw the ancient emperor Tuasha talking. Master, what is the reincarnation mark on Xiao Yi's forehead? Xiao Yin always cared about what the black figure said before. Xiao Yi has followed him for many years, and it has helped him so much. Xiao Yin doesn't want Xiao, there are 3 long and 2 short points. This is not only a problem of his own strength has dropped significantly, Xiao Yi is more like a partner to himself. The seal of reincarnation is the mark left in this world by the most peak powerhouses in the entire Great Thousand World. When the time is right, the previous peak powerhouses will wake up again, or they will give them the mark of their choice. The strength of the owners peak, but no one knows how long this time will be. Emperor Tuasha said with respect in his eyes. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Xiao Yin looked at Xiao Yi quietly, and suddenly there was a trace of moving. But don't worry, I won't let you have an accident one day. Xiao Yin said firmly. I'm talking to you about the 10,000 Years' War. The battle 10,000 years ago covered the sky and the sun. It gathered the heavens' favorites from the whole universe to fight against the alien evil races isolated from the great thousand worlds. It lasted for 10 years. In the end, our Dakian world sacrificed all the peak powerhouses and desperately burned all their own vitality to seal the abominable alien race. In order to delay the invasion of our Dakian world by the alien race, let us breathe. We fought back with anger, and finally hit the foreign evil clans severely and drove them out of the great thousand world. In that battle, we underestimated the power of the foreign evil clan, causing our great thousand world to suffer heavy damage. Our top powerhouse in the great thousand world burns life force to seal the alien race. But the alien race is the most peak existence after all, so even if all the life force is burned, it will not die in the true sense. The seal of reincarnation. Choose the inheritor to inherit their own power or plant the seal of reincarnation next time to fight against the evil race from outside the territory. This is the origin of the seal of reincarnation. Although the top powerhouse of the evil race from outside the territory is sealed, the power of the seal continues. It is weakening. Maybe in 100 years, all the evil races outside the territory will make a comeback, and then the world will have to rely on you. Ancient Emperor Tuasha looked at Xiao Yin in front of him kindly, as if he had made a decision. Same. Do you want to practice the real Fenju? Ancient Emperor Tuasha looked at Xiao Yin seriously. Chapter 5 Inherited. A real burnout. In the wide stone gate, several figures stand in it. The real Fenju. All Xiao Yan's achievements in Do Qi continent are inseparable from Fenju's cultivation technique. Although it is inseparable from his own efforts and perseverance, who can say that there is no Fenju such as heaven and hell? The credit? Miss. Master, please enlighten me. Although Xiao Yan still didn't know what the master's so-called real Fenju was, he was in this unfamiliar new continent. Only strength is the best guarantee, and since he has to resurrect his ancestors to find his clan and his lover, strength is the most important thing, so Xiao Yan agreed without thinking. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Yan saw that there was a mysterious scroll in Tuasha Goody's hand suddenly for no reason. Through the scroll, Xiao Yan felt the strange fire in his body, and even the things deeper in his body became more restless. All of this seems to be caused by the scroll in front of him. Master, this is this? Xiao Yan asked while holding back the strong shock in his heart, thinking that his master Tuasha Goody would definitely not harm him. This is the real burning judgment. Tuasha Goody said plainly. The real Fenju? At this time, Xiao Yan's heart was extremely shocked. When he was still in the Do Qi continent, a trace of his soul left behind in the Do Qi continent said that he was able to achieve this achievement because of Fenju, and Tuasha Goody had said before in Do Qi continent that even if he was I don't know who created the Burning Jew. Now Emperor Tuasha is taking out another scroll called Burning Jew. How could Xiao Yan not be surprised? No wonder the strange fire in my body is so restless. No, it should be the Fenju in the deepest part of my body to be more accurate. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt that the Fenju in his body had seen it. When I saw the Fenju in the hands of the ancient Emperor Tuashi, I felt that the Fenju I cultivated was like a broken map, and the master seemed to have the most complete one. Does it feel incredible? Ancient Emperor Tuasha stared at Xiao Yan with a smile, as if the latter's every move and even the thoughts in his heart were all seen by the ancient Emperor Tuasha. The trace of soul left in Do Qi continent was left when I was just promoted to Do Emperor. You only inherited my flame power, but did not inherit this complete cultivation technique. After 10,000 years, the memory of the clone and the cognition is only retained before I was promoted to Do Di, and because it has been too long, I know relatively few things. I am now, but I am the most complete soul force left in this world before I fell asleep. Ancient Emperor Tuasha said slowly to Xiao Yan. What Emperor Tuasha said was so clear, Xiao Yan understood it all at this time. Why did the ancient Tuasha look like he was hesitant to speak when he accepted the inheritance in the Tuasha Ancient Emperor Cave Mansion? It turned out that his memory was incomplete. The trace of the soul avatar of the ancient Emperor Tuasha in the ancient Emperor's cave on the Do Qi continent only recorded the memory of the ancient Emperor Tuasha himself on the Do Qi continent. So he didn't reveal too much to Xiao Yan at that time, because there was no way to talk about it. After all, The memory is incomplete, and there is no way to talk about it without the memory of the new world. After that, the ancient Emperor Tawasha broke through the Duki continent and entered a new plane. All memories were not retained on the sole avatar of the Duki continent. The ancient Tawasha in front of him was left by the ancient Tawasha who experienced the new continent. Know a lot of unknown secrets. Okay, hurry up, come over and feel the burning decision in my hand carefully. Ancient Emperor Tawasha looked at the disciple in front of him with a smile. The information returned from the soul power on the Do-Chi continent was very optimistic about this inheritance. Xiao Yan, the disciple who took up his mantle, nodded towards him quite satisfied. Staring blankly at the illusory black scroll in the hands of Emperor Tawasha Gu, Xiao Yan licked his tongue and said with a smile, "Although I don't know what will happen in the future, I really have a fate with you." After speaking, Xiao Yan raised a bright smile on his delicate face. Without hesitation, he took the black scroll in the slightly moved eyes of Emperor Tawasha. Just as the palm touched the scroll, a fiery, burning sensation came from the palm. Huh? Xiao Yan looked at the ancient Emperor Tawasha in confusion. Although Xiao Yan had already devoured several kinds of strange fires, this temperature was no problem, but Xiao Yan was afraid that something would change, so he turned to look at his master. Relax, this is Fenju checking whether there is any abnormal fire in your body, because the real Fenju, abnormal fire, is the basic premise of cultivation. Emperor Tuashi obviously saw Xiao Yan's incomprehension and spoke up. Road. On the black burning Ju scroll, a small flame flew towards Xiao Yan's body at high speed. At first, Xiao Yan felt that this flame was flying around in his body, but as time passed, he felt carefully. It seems that, as his teacher said, he is checking his body. When the flames drifted into the nashi that contained the strange fire in his body, he became quiet. At this moment, the secrets in his body were unreservedly made clear by this small cluster of flames. Knowing the situation, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry and immediately sat down with his legs crossed, letting the flames probe into his body. The flames withdrew from Xiao Yan's body after a few minutes, and then the scene of qi happened. The scroll in Xiao Yan's hand suddenly radiated a dazzling light, and an aura that made Xiao Yan pay homage to it, as if the world was overshadowed by it, burst out from the scroll, and even the ancient Emperor Tawasha and the Golden Dragon King felt the breath and the corners of his eyes were a little wet, and then a message emerged in Xiao Yan's mind. This decision is called Burning Ju. It is divided into 6 realms. 1 is Burning Ju, burning the foundation. The 2nd is Burning Ju, burning the soul. The 3rd is Burning Ju, burning the body. 4 is Burning Heaven. 5 is Burning Earth. 6 is Burning God's self become the world. It is a practice created by the with all his strength, and it is the work I am most proud of. The value is immeasurable. Those who obtain this practice seek wealth and danger, a trace of heaven and a trace of hell. Hope those who are destined can get it in the event of a catastrophe. It can help the world, remember it. A long and ancient voice slowly appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. Xiao Yan's eyes stared at the void in front of him, because the so-called founder of Fenju had the same rune on his forehead just now, and it was the ancestral mark of his Xiao clan. I believe you have also felt the trace of ancestral marks. I can only tell you now that the founder of Fenju does have a deep relationship with your Xiao clan, but if you want to find your clan, you must become stronger. Looking at the end of the meditation, Emperor Tawasha asked Xiao Yan, who had just opened his eyes. I have to figure out what's going on. Xiao Yan's thoughts were full of thoughts. Before his Xiao family's Do-Di bloodline suddenly fell, and where did his people on Do-Di continent go? Many unknown mysteries still need to be found by oneself. Emperor Tawasha obviously knew something, but he didn't mention Xiao Yan, so the premise of all this was to have a strong strength. Xiao Yan sighed with emotion, and Fenju, who was deeply imprinted in his mind, thought on his own. Indeed, the end is also a new beginning. The Do-Chi continent we are in can only be regarded as a lower plane. If you have enough strength, you will be promoted to these upper planes. I was also burnt to achieve the current me. I want to come from various residues. You should also know some of the founders of Fenju in the dialogue between you, and you should call him Shizu. Ancient Emperor Tawasha missed looking at the black scroll and bowed silently. Master, He must be the most peak existence in this great world, right? Xiao Yin from the self-created burning decision. You reading www.manhwa.com, this claimed to be such words, plus his master's mouth. He could hear some clues, since his master was also the one who was burnt, the primitive god, that just sounded in his mind should be the teacher of his master Tawasha Goody. My own master. What you are really thinking is that back then I was a flame that was born between heaven and earth, and I had nothing to do with this great world. I just entered the Do Emperor continent, and I caused a lot of trouble because I didn't know the rules of this world, but I was fortunate to meet the master. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be today. Cough. It's better that you don't know many things, and you will naturally know when the time is right. Emperor Tawasha said a few words obviously in awe, with a kind smile on his face. The moistness of the corners of his eyes could not hide his miss for his master, and then he quickly changed his mouth as if Xiao Yin had discovered it. Since you have now obtained the complete burning judgment, that has fulfilled my wish, and the teacher will have an explanation when he wakes up next time. Emperor Tawasha Gu sighed deeply. But there is one more thing that needs your help, or a mission, but it may be the best way for you to become stronger. Ancient Emperor Tawasha suddenly looked at Xiao Yin and the Golden Dragon King seriously. Master's orders must be obeyed. Master, please say it. Xiao Yin clasped his fists with both hands and respected the ancient Emperor Tawasha. You have to collect holy flames. And the more the better. Because this is related to your Xiao family's bloodline and future wars, it is inconvenient for me to tell you in detail, but Xiao Jin will help you. Remember, you must not activate and use your clan pattern if your strength has not reached the level of fighting immortals. Tawasha Goody said solemnly. Indeed, Xiao Yin felt a trace of blood from the fluctuation of Fenju, and what the master said seemed true. Chapter 6 Holy Flame List. The second is my request. Have you seen the Golden Dragon King in front of you? Tawasha Goody suddenly said with guilt, and there were obviously other flavors in his voice. Tawasha, you and my brothers, you don't have to blame yourself like this. Since it was what I decided, I have never regretted it. The Golden Dragon King said to the ancient Emperor Tawasha, even in the state of his soul, the eyes of the Golden Dragon King looking at the ancient Emperor Tawasha firmly, he did not move a bit. When our great 1,000 worlds retreated, if you hadn't led the Dragon Clan to support, where would there be such an old bone as me? Jinlong, you treated me like this, and it was a charge of betrayal of the whole clan. I really feel sorry for it. This time I will let you my disciple Xiao Yin atones for me. I'm really sorry for you. Ancient Emperor Tawasha's eyes were full of guilt, and there was a hint of apology in his mouth. Brother? Xiao Yin muttered to himself. It seems that there seems to be a deep relationship between the Master and the Golden Dragon King. But now, although Xiao Yin is puzzled and does not ask many questions, he continues to listen to Tawasha Goody said. Jinlong, you don't have to argue with me. Listen to me. My teacher and I have planted the seal of reincarnation, and we will wake up in the next battle. The most urgent task now is you. You must first recast your body, and then go to the Dragon Clan to clear the charges, and restore your strength to the peak in order to cope with the next catastrophe. The master predicted before he fell asleep that the next time may be the final end. Good brother, it is the greatest luck to have you in this life. This time, it is my disciple to protect you. The ancient Emperor Tawasha sounded softly in Jinlong's mind. After all, nothing was said, and the brotherhood, needless to say, was in the hearts of the two of them. After comforting his good brother, Emperor Tawasha continued to talk to Xiao Yin. These two arduous tasks will be handed over to you. Xiao Yin, we believe that you will succeed. When you succeed, it will be the time for us to wake up. When that time comes, we will recreate the glory with you, and we will kill you together. Evil clan from outside the territory. Ancient Emperor Tawasha looked at Xiao Yin expectantly. This is a reward for you to be promoted to Do Emperor as a teacher. Jinlong, you should live in there and assist Xiao Yin in the future. A seemingly simple ring on his finger fell towards Xiao Yan's hand. This ring is called Emperor Flame Ring, and there is about 100 feet of space in it. There are some other medicine pills and fighting skills I have learned. There is also a space charm for first aid. When encountering an invincible enemy, quickly crush it, and you can escape far away, especially that extraterritorial evil race. In addition, I also kept the soul clone in the important mission I mentioned and some secrets you want to know. When you collect the corresponding strange fire, or the strength reaches the corresponding level, you will gradually know it. When you are strong enough, you can know it by touching it with your soul. Remember to keep this ring safe. Emperor Tawasha said solemnly to Xiaoyan. Look at the 100 zhang space in the ring. There are many things in the medicine scroll material. Xiaoyan's heart was violently shocked. The usual space for accepting the ring is only a few feet. Generally, there are special people who are better. Only those made of special materials have a space of more than 10 feet. If this space of 100 feet is put up for auction on the mainland, what kind of scene will it be? Of course, Xiaoyan is not really stupid enough to sell it. Then Xiaoyan said solemnly, Don't worry, master, I will definitely protect this ring. Is it an alien race? It seems that even his own master hates these people to the core. The black figure before should also be considered an alien race. The strength is really strong. Xiaoyan asked himself based on his current strength. It is impossible to beat him, but self-defense is not a problem. You are still young and have unlimited potential. My master and I both believe in you. My mission can be considered completed. This soul should dissipate. The illusory soul of Emperor Tawasha slowly turned into stars, dispersed, with bursts of relief on his face. Respectful farewell to the master. Xiaoyan solemnly kowtowed 3 times at the place where the ancient Emperor Tawasha's soul avatar disappeared, and Jinlong looked at the disappeared soul of the ancient Emperor Tawasha and murmured to himself, In that case, you are waiting for me, and I will also add a heavy touch to this world. After a long time, Xiaoyan, who was the first to react, clasped his fists towards Jinlong and said, Senior, I don't know what we should do now. Fuck, I'm your master's brother. I have such a youngest and a senior. I'm called Shizu. The golden dragon soul in front of him complained to Xiaoyan. Master. Yes, that's good. He laughed and got into the Emperor Flame Ring in Xiaoyan's hand. I believe that Tuashi also told you just now that the real Finju cultivation method has been recorded in your mind. Now I will tell you that our dragon family is a giant in this world. If you have a chance in the future, you will naturally know that I have not been to the Dochi continent of your lower plains. But I heard Tusha say that your lower plains call unusual flames different fires. Call these strange flames born between heaven and earth holy flames. The Golden Dragon King was entrenched in the ring and faced Xiaoyan. Shengyan, I don't know what's the difference between it and my strange fire. Xiaoyan listened to what the Golden Dragon King said, and always felt that there was a slight difference between the two. It's really smart. Yes, there is a difference between the two. The so-called extraordinary fire is an ordinary flame, most of which do not have too high intelligence. As long as they can withstand its violent power, they can be subdued. But holy fire, yin, is different. They have been cultivated to give birth to wisdom that is not inferior to human beings. And even the powerful sacred yin has already established itself as a party's overlord. Xiaoyan listened to the Golden Dragon King and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Can such a powerful holy flame still be swallowed? But it's actually not difficult to conquer them. The Golden Dragon King smiled, clearly seeing Xiaoyan's worries. The more powerful the power, the more expensive the price. It is because of the sanctions of heaven and earth that we have a chance. You know, every monster or monster race, or a flame born from heaven and earth, has a long lifespan. But heaven and earth do not allow this kind of supernatural existence. So we made a rule that we must break through our own shackles every 100,000 years. The so-called baptism is 10 deaths and no life. Back then, when I was young and arrogant, I only realized how terrible the scourge was when I broke through a certain scourge. That time I thought it was the real death. It's me, the Golden Dragon King recalled. So it is, but the master doesn't have to blame himself too much, who is not frivolous when he is young. Xiaoyan listened to the Golden Dragon King in the ring and clearly felt the warmth spread to his fingers. The same is true of Yunlanzhou. There are 36 species on the Holy Flame list. They are scattered throughout the world. Ordinary people only know that it can be swallowed up as an assistant for refining medicine pills, but they don't know that it is the nemesis of the abominable alien race. The 36 kinds of holy flames correspond to the 36 evil races outside the territory, and the existence of each source fire is an existence that can completely suppress the strength of the evil race outside the territory. The war 10,000 years ago was precisely because of these holy flames, and our great thousand worlds have given us tremendous help. The top 3 holy flames have all fallen into reincarnation and slumber. You know so much, and I will naturally explain it to you when you encounter it. The Golden Dragon King said solemnly, "Let's go. We should go too, and take you to see this great world." The Golden Dragon King looked at Xiao Yin with a smile. "How could I disobey your request, Tawasha?" Xiao Yin in front of him heard what the Golden Dragon King said. Although it was an understatement, Xiao Yin could feel the hardships of that battle. "If that day really comes, I will do my best." Immediately, without being hypocritical, he strode out of the ancient cave. "Dakian world? Just let me Xiao Yin come to meet you." Xiao Yin looked into the distance firmly. Chapter 7 set off, Duty Continent. It's still a while from the passage from Dongfu to the New World. I think you don't know the rules of the New World. I'll tell you in detail now. The Golden Dragon King's gentle voice sounded in Xiao Yan's ears. "Master, please tell me." Xiao Yan was about to ask this question, but he didn't expect Master to be so understanding. "The continent we are going to is called Do-Di Continent. There are no various types of magic that are commonly seen in novels, and Do-Chi is the only main theme of the continent. On this continent, the cultivation of Do-Chi has almost reached its peak with the efforts of countless generations, and due to the continuous reproduction of Do-Chi, it has even spread to the people. Daily life has become closely related, so the importance of vindictiveness in the mainland has become irreplaceable. Because of the extreme multiplication of Do-Chi, it has also led to the differentiation of countless Do-Chi cultivation methods from this main line. The so-called hand has lengths, and the differentiated Do-Chi cultivation methods are naturally strong and weak. After summarizing the statistics, the Do-Chi continent where Xiao Yan was before divided the levels of Do-Chi Gong techniques into 4 and 12 levels from high to low, heaven, earth, Xian, Huang. And each level is divided into 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high. The new continent, Duty Continent, which has been promoted now, has added the levels of Do-Chi Gong to the previous foundation as Immortal, Saint, and God, and each level is divided into beginner, middle, high, and third. The level of the fighting Qigong technique practiced is also the key to determining the level of success in the future. For example, people who practiced intermediate-level Xian-level exercises in the Do-Chi continent are naturally a bit stronger than those of the same level who practiced high-level Huang-level exercises. In Do-Di continent, the distinction between strength and weakness depends on 3 conditions. First of all, the most important thing is of course your own strength. If your own strength is only at the level of a 1-star Do Zone, then even if you are cultivating a rare cultivation technique at the high level of the sky, it will be difficult for you to defeat a Do Sheng who cultivates an earth-level cultivation technique. Secondly, it is the cultivation technique. For a powerhouse of the same level, if your skill level is much higher than the opponent's, then during the test, you will know all the advantages at a glance. The last one is called fighting skills. As the name suggests, this is a special skill for exerting Do-Chi. Do skills are above the Do-Chi continent and also have different levels. Generally speaking, they are also divided into 4 levels of heaven, earth, and yellow, and each level is further divided into low level, intermediate level, and advanced. On the Do-Di continent, the level division is also the 3rd level of Immortal Holy Spirit, and each level is divided into 4 levels: low level, intermediate level, high level, and peak. There are countless fighting skills on the Do-Di continent, but most of the popular fighting skills that have been circulated are only around the prefecture level. If you want to acquire more advanced fighting skills, you must join a sect or a Do-Chi academy on the mainland. Of course, some of the exercises left by the predecessors who rely on adventures or have their own matching fighting skills. Such fighting skills evolve from the exercises. When combined with each other, the power is stronger. Only by relying on these 3 conditions can we judge which is stronger and which is weaker. Generally speaking, if you can have a high-level Do Qigong method, the benefits in the future will be self-evident. However, it is very difficult for ordinary people to obtain advanced Do Chi cultivation techniques. The exercises that are circulated in ordinary classes are at most only Earth-level exercises. Some relatively powerful families or small and medium-sized sects should have heaven-level cultivation methods. Above the celestial rank is the immortal rank, but perhaps only those transcendent forces and great empires can possess such profound cultivation techniques. As for the Holy Order, it hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. Theoretically speaking, if ordinary people want to obtain advanced exercises, it is basically as difficult as reaching the sky. However, nothing is absolute. The duty continent is vast, with thousands of ethnic groups, in the northern part of the continent. In the southern part of the continent, there are also various high-level warcraft families with extremely high IQs, and there are also the dark races famous for their strangeness and viciousness, and so on. Due to the vast territory, there are also many unknown and unknown hermits. After their lives come to an end, they are withdrawn and may hide the exercises they created in their lives somewhere, waiting for those who are destined to take them. There is a saying, if one day you fall off a cliff or a cave, don't panic, take 2 steps forward. Maybe you will become a strong man. These words are not false. In the history of the mainland for nearly 1,000 years, there is no general story of becoming a strong man by relying on adventures. The consequence of this story is that it has created a large number of dreamers who wait on the edge of the cliff every day, preparing to jump off the cliff to obtain a peerless exercise. Of course, most of these people return with broken arms and broken legs. In short, Do-Chi continent is a continent full of miracles and miracles. Secondly, you should also know that in Do-Di continent, not everyone is a strong Do-Di continent. In fact, Do-Di continent is the same as your Do-Chi continent. It takes every effort to cultivate in order to advance to a stronger realm. But Do-Di continent is the upper plane after all. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is much stronger than your lower planes, so the people here cultivate faster. Generally speaking, most of the ordinary people can reach the level of Do-Zun, and some talented people will reach Do-Sheng. As for Emperor Do, it is not a big one. Only small family power, royal family, or some big sects have it. Of course, there are some old monsters who are hidden from the world and willing to be powerful, but there are no absolutes in the world. Powerful families are so talented the older generation also has Do-Di in charge. The currency of Do-Di continent is gold, silver, and copper. 100 copper is equal to 1 silver, and 100 silver is equal to 1 gold. In general, the hierarchy of Do-Di Dalu is, from low to high. You reading www.yangshu.com. Do-Di, Do-Xian, Do-Shun. Each rank is divided into 9 stars, from 1 star to 9 stars. Each star is divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and consummation. Above the 9 stars, it is the 9th turn, and 99 return to 1, before you can step into the next realm. There has always been a rumor that fights immortals, fights gods, dominates the world, reincarnations, the great 1,000 worlds. The 10th rank is the emperor, the 9th rank of the emperor is the immortal, and the one who exists is the god. Alchemist. It is divided into 1st grade emperor, 2nd grade emperor, 3rd grade emperor, and each rank is further divided into 3 grades of elixir of heaven and earth. Immortal rank 4, Immortal rank 5, Immortal rank 6, Saint rank 7, Saint rank 8, Saint rank 9, and the legendary 10th rank are divine pills, which have always been just legends, and no one has seen them at all. Soul power. The soul of the emperor is divided into ordinary, heaven, earth, entering the virtual realm. For levels, the fairyland soul is divided into entry, perception, fusion. The holy realm is divided into stepping into the virtual, refined, holy. The realm is not too much excessively detailed division. Cultivation level, immortal rank, holy rank, god rank. Low level, intermediate level, high level, complete. Fighting skill level, immortal Holy Spirit 3 levels. Each level is divided into low level, intermediate level, high level, and peak level 4. As for the level of monsters on the Do-Di continent, there are 3 levels of Emperor, Immortal, and God, and each level is 10th level. It is rumored that monsters who break through the 10th rank of the Emperor can transform into human beings to practice again. Because of the long lifespan of monsters, they can choose freely, but after the monsters break through the Emperor, every rank will attract divine condemnation. A careless, serious injury, serious damage. So transforming humans can avoid this problem very well. Legend has it that Warcraft can be transformed into a humanoid and can also be promoted to the god of fighting. Just don't know if it's true or not. Xiaoyan listened to the words of the Golden Dragon King. His mind was buzzing. There was too much information. Colleagues also began to look forward to this new continent. A new beginning. After speaking, he looked at the sky outside the passage with a confident smile on his lips. Chapter 8: Mysterious Woman. The endless sky and the earth. The blue sky occasionally chirps like birds and beasts, and if you look closely, a space is slightly distorted, and a young man with a thin body and a heavy back emerges from it. In the sky, who is this? Not Xiaoyan. Is this the Do Di continent? Sure enough, there is a lot of Emperor's origin chi. Xiaoyan also found that the Emperor's origin chi and the heaven and earth spiritual chi of Do Chi continent didn't seem to be much different, so he didn't pay too much attention. Xiaoyan stood in the sky out of thin air and carefully felt this piece of Do Di continent, and found that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on this continent was several times more powerful and abundant than the previous Do Chi continent. No wonder it can be called an upper plane. Master, where are we going now? The Golden Dragon King did not stop Xiaoyan and let him experience the atmosphere of the new continent in the sky of this new continent. Do Di continent is divided into 4 relatively independent continents: south, east, and northwest. Next, we should go to the northernmost continent, which is also the weaker continent on Do Di continent, because I have some personal affairs to deal with, and there are some things that are impressive. The existence of sacred flame has been around for so many years, I really don't know if it's okay. The Golden Dragon King pondered with nostalgia. Holy Yen. Xiaoyan's heart seemed to be burning hot again, just like when he was looking for a strange fire. Land down first. Many of the skies in this continent are ruled by the state, and the sky is strictly forbidden, otherwise we will be in trouble. The voice of the Golden Dragon King came from the ring. When Xiaoyan heard the words, he was stunned and immediately flew towards the ground. Looking at your young age, if you tell the location of the treasure pavilion, then we can let you go. Otherwise, look at your tender flesh. These brothers here will not let you go. The man with a ferocious face said to a woman in front of him who seemed to be helpless. After he finished speaking, he looked at the men who were smiling evilly behind him. I don't even know where the treasure pavilion is. I'm just a servant of the Mu family. How can I know? You should ask the people of the Mu family. The woman was obviously wronged. The man with fierce eyes, even his voice was slightly faint. Ask the Mu family? We all came from the Mu family. The head of the Mu family said before he died that you took away the blueprints of the treasure pavilion. What else do you have to say? The leading man growled, said to the woman in front of him. If you want to kill, why do you need so many excuses for nonsense? The woman also saw that the person in front of her was just looking for so many excuses to kill herself, and there was no such thing as a treasure map. Go. First, take off all her clothes and search for the ring. The men behind him looked at the woman in front of them with fiery eyes. Qingji's face and 3,000 blue silks were hanging down, and everyone with a small waist and white skin was watching. The same drool. It's really not as good as a beast. The young woman stroked the only decoration on her hand, which was the only thing her mother had left for her, and then her eyes became much firmer, preferring jade to be broken rather than tile. Woman's eyes. Xiaoyan, wait. Go to the east of you. I feel a vaguely familiar aura looming. Hurry up. The Golden Dragon King in the ring said to Xiaoyan. He could make himself feel the aura of déjà vu, or it was a former enemy, or just a former friend. Obviously, there will be no strong aura on the border of this continent, so the result is obviously the latter. Only then did he roar at Xiaoyan. Boom, boom, boom. Just when the woman was about to meet the vicious hands of everyone, when she was taking action to protect her chastity, Xiaoyan arrived in time, and Xiaoyi seemed to see that none of them were good people because of their behavior. With a bit of anger, the strange fire spread out in an instant, knocking down all the weaker ones. Maybe even Xiaoyan didn't realize that since the mysterious rune lighted up on Xiaoyi's forehead on the way to Do Di continent, she has gradually become humanized. He rarely speaks. Who is your excellency? This girl is our target. If you want to be a hero to save the beauty, you're looking for the wrong person. Come on, brothers. The man in the lead instantly turned gloomy and looked at Xiao Yin, who was about to die in front of him, with disdain. Young Xia, be careful. Their leader is a 6-star fighting saint. The woman was very grateful to Xiao Yin for saving her, but she also knew the strength of these people who were chasing her and didn't want to involve Xiao Yan's innocent life, so she hurriedly warned her. But what the woman didn't expect was that in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yin instantly killed the few people who were still in front of her. The remaining man looked at Xiao Yin in fear and shouted for mercy. This is an elixir. If you're not afraid that I will poison you, just take it. It can relieve your wounds very well. Xiao Yin handed a healing elixir and a topical medicine to the girl, who was still determined in her eyes. Looked at the blood flowing from the girl's calf and couldn't help feeling a little distressed, completely ignoring the man in front of him and a few remaining subordinates. My own first-hand brothers are also a group of fighting saints. Although they do not work very hard in their cultivation, they are under the leadership of their 6-star fighting saints to pick up some tasks every now and then to make a living. But the strange thing is that when Xiao Yin appeared in front of him, the vindictive energy in his body seemed to solidify. Especially the milky white figure made him sweat cold. Thank you. After saying that, the girl did not hesitate. She picked up Xiao Yan's mobile phone and swallowed it directly. After taking the medicine, she put it on her wound, and her wound solidified within a few seconds of applying it. Now, I even feel a trace of warmth in the wound, repairing my wound. This is definitely a high-level medicine pill. The young woman was shocked. Why are so many of you chasing a weak woman? Xiao Yin asked with a smile. Young master, spare your life. We homeless prodigal sons have no choice but to go to Mu's house this time to collect some money. But who would have thought that when we just went to their Mu's house would have been bloodbath long ago. It's the same. There's a lot of smoke everywhere. Even the remaining servants are not spared. We are also threatened by some mysterious people. I heard that she has a map of the treasure pavilion on her body, so... The man looked at Xiao Yin in horror. Xiao Yin also knew this. The man did not lie, because a person does not dare to lie when he is extremely frightened. Many thanks for your life-saving grace. The woman knelt down and kowtowed to Xiao Yin when she saw the situation at this time. Get up. You don't need to be so polite. Although Xiao Yin didn't know why the Golden Dragon King asked himself to save the 1-star fighting saint in front of him, there must be a reason for the Golden Dragon King. Whatever you do with this person is up to you. Xiao Yin turned around and said to the woman, let's just let him go. In fact, they have no choice but to. I didn't know who my parents were since I was born. As far back as I can remember, I only knew the ring on my hand was the only clue to find them. Anyway, the Mu family has nurturing me. Maybe I am too weak now, but I will avenge the Mu family. He clenched his small fist and said resolutely, If you have anything, just say it. Xiao Yin just wanted to leave when he saw that the matter in front of him was resolved. Because of his tenderness towards the enemy, he sometimes killed himself, but he saw the woman, who was extremely embarrassed and hesitating as if she had something to say. Look, I know that you are a good person. The Mu family has been destroyed. I am helpless now. Although it is a bit presumptuous, can I accompany you? I can do laundry and cook anything. And I want to investigate this matter. But I will always follow my benefactor if I have my wish. After hesitating, he looked at Xiao Yin, the last straw of life, with anticipation. Indeed, the Mu family was destroyed. Where's there a place for yourself? The weak will be bullied. The weak will not be able to protect what they want to protect. The weak will not be able to find their biological parents. I must become stronger. The woman looked at Xiao Yin firmly, which reminded Xiao Yin of himself back then, and the woman in front of him was very similar to himself back then. Chapter 9. Walking together, 1 country, 2 pavilions, 3 valleys, and 4 cases. Get up, I promise you. Xiao Yin said helplessly. He was also walking the continent to find a way to become stronger, and he had to find solutions to his responsibilities and many mysteries. Isn't it a burden to bring this girl? When Xiao Yin wanted to refuse, the Golden Dragon King said to Xiao Yin, Just bring her. You will definitely be grateful for your decision in the future to be able to meet such a rare one here. The vague statement was not clear, and then Xiao Yin agreed. My name is Qing Yuan. I don't know the name of Nganzan. The girl named Qing Yuan asked Xiao Yin happily. Originally, Qin Yuan didn't just believe in the pills and help of strangers. Maybe such a hypocrite would be even more terrifying. He had heard of such a person in the Mu family before. But what makes Qin Yuan strange is that since Xiao Yin with the appearance of Xiao Yin, Qin Yuan felt a kindness that he had never had before, and there seemed to be a voice in Qin Yuan's heart saying, "Follow the person in front of you." That's why Qin Yuan was born. The scene where he ate Xiao Yan's medicinal pill without hesitation and begged Xiao Yin to take him in. "Qin Yuan, don't call me benefactor. It's just a little effort. My name is Xiao Yin." Out of trust in the Golden Dragon King, Xiao Yin directly told Qin Yuan his name without being pretentious. Moreover, from the words and shock of the Golden Dragon King, Xiao Yin could feel that Qin Yuan a few years ago seemed to be very difficult. Then how can I do it? The benefactor has saved my life, and Qin Yuan will always remember it. The etiquette can't be messed up. If the benefactor doesn't dislike it, I will call you Brother Xiao Yin in the future. Qin Yuan was cautiously blushing. He looked at Xiao Yin, for fear that he would reject him. "Okay," Xiao Yin said helplessly. Xiao Yin knew very well that he was not a good person. If it wasn't for the Golden Dragon King who spoke out to save this girl, or she would have been poisoned already. But since he decided to help Qin Yuan, he would not let her feel this homeless feeling again. "No, do you have a place to go now? If not, let's go to investigate the Mu family." Qin Yuan looked at Xiao Yin very happily because Xiao Yin agreed to take him in. "Qin Yuan, do you know the situation around here? I went out for a walk alone and wanted to go to a nearby city to buy some medicine pills and maps for emergencies." Looking at Qin Yuan, whose eyes were slightly red, Xiao Yin asked embarrassedly, "To investigate the matter of the Mu family, of course, to know some forces in this continent." I know. I'm afraid that I can't help Brother Xiao Yin to add to your burden." The girl seemed to be laughing through tears as she spoke. Qingcheng, located at the foot of the Monster Beast Mountains, is also the border of the Xianling continent. As the boundary of the mainland and the foot of the Warcraft Mountains, this also created the prosperity of Qingcheng in this radius of a few hundred miles. With Xiao Yan's current speed, it only took a few minutes to get to Qingcheng, but Qin Yuan's ankle was injured, so he slowed down a bit. "Brother Xiao Yin, why are you alone? Are you so powerful that you came out to travel?" Qin Yuan asked lively and excitedly, apparently like 100,000 wise. "That's right. By the way, Qin Yuan, what are the special forces on this Xianling continent?" Xiao Yin asked while looking at Qin Yuan. Walking in an unfamiliar country, it's best to figure out who can offend and who can't, so as not to cause trouble. Originally, Xiao Yin planned to ask his master, the Golden Dragon King, but how could he use the Golden Dragon King's own words? "I can't remember these small cities at all." Small cities. Xiao Yin was sweating profusely, so he couldn't help asking Qin Yuan. The Xianling continent is divided into two major families, humans and monsters. I don't know the power of monsters. As for the power of human beings, they are roughly divided into one country, 2 pavilions, 3 valleys, and 4 sections. Of course, there are some equally powerful forces, but only a few people. I know. Qin Yuan pondered for a while and said, "In the Xianling continent, the country's dominance has reached its peak. After the royal family ruled the Xianling continent, some powerful forces were born in this land, but they still surrendered. Under the coercion of the royal family, such a powerful force is of course dissatisfied with the rule of the royal family, but after the resistance, the voice of opposition gradually disappeared, because it is said that the royal family has a fighting immortal in charge. Doxian, this Xianling continent is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon." Xiao Yin secretly said that the power of the royal family in this Xianling continent is strong, and his current strength should be in the early stage of the 3-star Do Di, but he is still a long way from that Do Xian. There is a long way to go, but Xiao Yin is not discouraged. He still understands the truth that one cannot eat a big fat man. One country is the royal family. It is said that the royal family is very powerful. In the face of the forces opposed to its own rule, it once adopted an attitude of disappearing. Only then can there be unity. And the 2 pavilions are the Finxiang Pavilion and the Manhwa Pavilion, which is strange to say. The Finxiang Pavilion is very strict in accepting apprentices, only accepting people with fire attributes, and they must be men. There is no woman in the pavilion. It seems that the yang is prosperous and the yin is declining, and the Manhwa Pavilion is not so harsh, but it is also opposed to the Finxiang Pavilion. In general, Manhwa only accepts women. It is rumored that the pavilion master of Manhwa and the pavilion owner of Finxiang have a marriage relationship. It is not clear what it is. In the end, the two most powerful forces in the Xianling continent were established respectively after the end of the song. One of them, Qing Yuan explained slowly to Xiaoyan. Besides, the three valleys are Dan Valley, Nightmare Valley, and Astrology Valley. As the name suggests, the so-called Pill Valley is a piece of genius and treasure. It is rumored that the founder of Pill Valley found a treasure land that is extremely suitable for natural materials and treasures, so he founded Pill Valley. Although the strength of Pill Valley is not very strong, fortunately, they have a strong The Alchemist has a lot of connections with many rare heaven and earth treasures. Nightmare Valley is a soul major and is superb. Although his own strength is mediocre, he can use a soul attack to make people lose their minds for a short time and cause a fatal blow. Astrology Valley is one of the weakest among the three valleys, and it is the only one that can predict profits. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com uses the power of the stars to fight or predict the future. The last four sects are the four sects with heritage. Poison Sect, Sword God Sect, Ming Sect, Solomon 4. Poison Sect, as the name suggests, is composed of people who use poison qi or cannot practice normal qi due to various reasons. Among them, the suzerain is a strong person with a poisonous body, because the suzerain had a great poison body at the beginning and the empire sent troops to fight, but was ruthless. Poisoning thousands of troops, out of desperation, the empire let them establish a poison sect, leaving the best place to stay for those who practice poison fighting and are looked down upon by others, and who are homeless and discriminated against. So the reputation of the sect master of the poison sect is a lot of responses in the sect. Although it is not popular, the poison sect has not done anything excessive after that, and the sect master poison is still there, so it has survived for a long time. Sword God Sect, as the name suggests, is to cultivate normal fighting spirit but use the sword as the main means of attack. We do not talk about the strength of fighting spirit here. It only depends on your perception and use of the sword, which is also what ordinary people call sword intent. Only swordsmen who are proficient in various weapons and equipment can win this honor, and only then can they climb to the pinnacle of divine sword. Mingjiao is most famous for its melee combat skills. It can hide its whereabouts to find the opportunity to attack the enemy, and after showing up, it has a powerful burst and instant control ability, giving the enemy a fatal blow. Therefore, the title of Mingjiao's hidden killer has been circulating. Solomon claims to be a place that accommodates all strange people and magic, but it is also the most mysterious sect because this sect is very low-key, and there are few good or bad rumors. Qing Yuan briefly introduced the power distribution of the Xianling continent. Like a little girl who had done a good deed and hoped to be praised, she looked at Xiaoyan with anticipation, like a child who expected to be praised. Chapter 10 Treasure Source. Knowing that you are amazing, let's go to the city. He also took Qing Yuan's little hand and walked towards the city gate, but he didn't notice a trace of crimson on Qing Yuan's face, and he didn't know what Qing Yuan was thinking. You two stop. Routine inspection, take down the bamboo hat. Several sturdy men stood at the gate of Qingcheng and said to Xiaoyan, "Okay, it's not them, let's go." The checkpoints set up at the door are extremely strict to check the passing pedestrians, as if they are looking for something. Hey, what the hell? Ever since the Mu family was destroyed, the city has been banned. I don't know what's going on. It seems like I'm looking for a killer. Who knows? Since the murderer dared to destroy the Mu family, he must have something to rely on. You should be careful when you go out. I heard that the murderer is still in the city. It's true or false? Xiao Yin and Qing Yuan had just walked into the city when he heard other people's whispers. Qing Yuan, do you know why the Mu family was destroyed like this? Xiao Yin asked curiously. I'm not too sure. I remember that the owner of the family got something so. Qing Yuan was a little sad when he said that, although the Mu family didn't treat him well. But after all, they took in the kindness of raising him, and said Mu family. It's still a bit sad that the house was destroyed. Every man is innocent, but he is guilty. Xiao Yin immediately spoke to comfort Qing Yuan, and then dragged Qing Yuan towards the pharmacy. Xiao Yin just wanted to go to the inn, only to realize that he was penniless, and he couldn't even talk to Qing Yuan. So he asked, Qing Yuan, let's go to auction some medicinal herbs first. I just need to buy some medicinal materials. When Qing Yuan heard this, he could not help but envy Xiao Yin and walked towards the auction. The three characters of Jibaoan stand on a tall plaque, which looks very imposing. Jibaoan is the largest auction house for medicinal pills and medicinal materials in Qingqing. Xiao Yin took Qing Yuan, and in order to prevent being recognized, they put on a cloak that covered their entire bodies and walked in. As soon as he walked in, he smelled a refreshing scent. This scent was familiar to Xiao Yin. What do you two need? A seemingly shrewd man approached Xiao Yin with a smile and asked. Although many people came to auction items, and they wanted to buy medicinal pills, they all showed their true colors, but it was inevitable that some people like Xiao Yin would appear. Hello, I need to auction the medicinal herbs, and by the way, I also asked to buy some rare medicinal materials. I just don't know if you have them here. Xiao Yin deliberately lowered his voice and said, What grade of medicinal herbs are you going to auction off, sir? As for the medicinal materials, don't worry, sir, I have everything in Jibaoan. With his shrewdness, how could he not be able to see what Xiao Yin was thinking? So he hurriedly said something to comfort him. I don't know what grade of medicinal herbs you need to auction off, sir. The man asked Xiao Yin after carefully looking at it. Ninth order golden pill. What? What's the matter? Is my auction rank too low? Sir, no, the distinguished guests please come. I'll call our CEO, please wait. The two talked. The ninth order golden pill, the man was obviously shocked. You must know that although the Do-Di continent has much more spiritual energy than the Do-Chi continent, and the strength can be improved through the power of blood and medicinal pills, the alchemist has to step up step by step. Yes, there are no shortcuts at all, so the rarity of alchemists is no less than that in Do-Chi continent. It's no wonder that the man who received Xiao Yin and the others was so shocked, because the most he usually receives is around the 6th rank, and the 9th rank is really. Hello, sir. In Xiaqingha, the CEO of Jibaoan is also a 1st-rank emperor alchemist. Sir, is he going to auction the 9th order golden elixir? A thin middle-aged man named Qing'e came out. This is the 9th grade Jindan and some healing medicines that I want to auction. In addition, these are the medicinal materials I need this time. I hope the CEO can help look at it. Xiao Yin was also polite to Zhang He. Zhang He took over a dozen bottles of grade 9 golden elixir and a note with many medicinal herbs that Xiao Yin passed over from the sky, and his heart was slightly shocked, sending things through the air. Do-Di, Qing, he had some plans in his heart. Sir, wait for a while at this moment, and come when you go. After saying that, Qing he clasped his fist at Xiao Yin and wanted to leave. Executive Qing, wait a minute. To be honest, I was in a hurry to get out, and I didn't have time to bring the money, so I wanted to sell the medicinal pills as soon as possible in exchange for the medicinal materials I needed. Xiao Yin said to Qing He. Qing He heard. Sir, do you really want to do this? Originally, I planned to advertise to Mr. that the price would rise significantly. In this case, I will arrange the fastest auction. By the way, I will go to the warehouse to get medicine for Mr., and I will come when I go. Said and walked out in a hurry. Xiao Yin watched Qing He go out and walked in. A girl with a delicate face and a hot body, cautious and a little scared, came in with a good tea, apparently ordered to serve Xiao Yin on purpose. Xiao Yin saw he was not in a hurry, because Xiao Yin also knew that these things would take some time, and immediately sat down and drank the tea that the girls handed over, and Qing Yuan, who was beside him, followed Xiao Yin in a similar manner. The girl looked at Xiao Yin in front of her and seemed to have nothing wrong with her, and then took a breath. She had been instructed to serve this big man before, so even if you have any special requirements, you should try your best to meet them, otherwise. Fortunately, the big man in front of him was not that kind of person. Xiao Yin took a careful look at the room of the treasure source, and found that the structure here is simple, but there is an invisible pressure that he doesn't know what it is. That should be the formation. I didn't expect that there is still protection here. The Golden Dragon King said suddenly. Ever since Xiao Yin accepted to take Qing Yuan with him, the Golden Dragon King said that some of the medicinal herbs disappeared. He didn't say anything until today. Xiao Yin thought what happened to the Golden Dragon King. Master, what happened to Qing Yuan? Why don't you let me take her like this? Xiao Yin replied in his heart. Where is all this nonsense? Are the medicinal materials in hand? You will know when the time comes. You don't know how lucky you are. Now you are still complaining here, and you will thank me in a few days. The Golden Dragon King was obviously played a riddle with Xiao Yin. Sir, if the medicinal herbs you have left behind are auctioned for a total of 5 million, you read www.longshu.com and then deduct 1.5 million and 10% of the handling fee for the medicinal herbs on the note of Mr. All 3 million are already on this card. So you can take this kind of thing. Qing He also did not dare to neglect Xiao Yin and took out 10 bottles of 9th grade gold elixir from Xiao Yin. A non-ordinary pharmacist can refine it. At least the person in front of him is on an equal footing with himself. Immediately, he handed over a tiger-patterned crystal card and an intermediate-level navy ring. The tiger-patterned crystal card can only be used by the strong above Do D. Could it be that the man in black in front of him is actually a Do D? Moreover, he is also a Do D who can refine a 9th grade Jindan at the lowest level. This dual identity cannot help but awe-inspiring. Since there is nothing to do, then I would like to thank the big deacon and say goodbye. Xiao Yin took the things in Zhang He's hand and prepared to leave Jibaoan. Sir, wait a minute. I'm sorry for taking the liberty. Recently, the Mu family's affairs are full of storms in the city, and the city is under martial law. You should be careful. I heard that the murderer specially killed the pharmacist. Qing He also said to Xiao Yin, such a high-level pharmacist, even if he can, it is also a good thing to win him over and make him feel good about Jibaoan. Thank you, Deacon, for reminding me. I'm leaving. Xiao Yin clasped his fists towards Qing He and said, Master, what is this person's identity? How can he come up with so many 9th grade golden pills, and what does he want to buy so many high-end medicinal herbs for? The man just now asked Qing He respectfully. I don't know what his identity is, but his identity and strength as a pharmacist is real, and he may be on the same rank as me or even higher, because the soul fluctuations faintly emanating from him are very strong, and I don't want to buy such medicinal materials. It is clear what it is for, but you should not inquire about people of this level. Just do your job well. Qing He said slowly. Chapter 11. Go to the Alchemist Association. After coming out of Jibaoan, Xiao Yin took Qing Yuan to an inn to stay. Brother Xiao Yin, why are you buying so many medicinal pills? Qing Yuan was obviously shocked by Xiao Yan's generosity, so he hurriedly asked when he came to the deserted inn. Of course it's for you to refine medicine. Xiao Yan said calmly. Refining the medicine for me? I don't need to take medicine. Qing Yuan looked at Xiao Yan in confusion. You must know that on Do D continent, the number of medicinal pills that are circulated among ordinary people on weekdays is basically 9 from the 9th grade golden pill that Xiao Yan just put up for auction. He knew that Xiao Yan should be a strong person with some attainments in medicine refining. So Xiao Yan had to make medicine pills for himself to eat. Sorry. Okay. You don't have to worry. Since you want to follow me, you can't be the same as before, no matter what happened in the past. Now is your new life. Xiao Yan took out the medicine pill just auctioned, and then used an ordinary Do Chi card to take out 100,000 money and hand it to Qing Yuan. Nuo, you can take the money and buy whatever you want. If it's not enough, say it again. No, there's no need for that, brother Xiao Yan. Qing Yuan was speechless. Thank you, brother Xiao Yan. The corners of Qing Yuan's moved eyes couldn't help but turn sour. It was the first time someone treated him so well since he was born. Girls don't cry all the time. Qing Yuan, remember, one's birth and experience cannot determine a person. 30 years in Hudong and 30 years in Hushi. Don't bully the poor. Don't worry, I will help you find your parents. Xiao Yan obviously saw Qing Yuan's inferiority complex and hurriedly comforted him. After a night of silence, Xiao Yan left the bed to Qing Yuan. This little girl was so scared that it was time to take a good rest. Qing Yuan was indeed very tired. She climbed onto the bed and fell asleep in a daze. Xiao Yan consciously withdrew to prepare for cultivation. The night of cultivation passed quickly. After all, he just came to this continent, so he still had to carefully stabilize his realm and familiarize himself with the abundant fighting spirit here. Xiao Yan was just about to quit and go to the outside world. When I went to cover Qing Yuan with a quilt, I saw 2 small dimples appear on Qing Yuan's delicate face, as if he had a very happy dream. Master, what's the matter with the girl you said, Qing Yuan? Xiao Yin quietly exited, closed the door lock, and stroked the ring. I told you before, if you want to know this question, you have to refine the Gubin Peiyuan pill, and then give it to Qingyuan. What you want to know will naturally surface, but according to her current judging from the situation, it should only be a few months at most. You have to hurry up. The Golden Dragon King continued to play dumb with Xiao Yin while looking at Xiao Yin, who was confused. The medicinal materials were auctioned from Jiboan today, and the ones left by the master are basically complete, but now there is only one magic core missing. What should I do? Xiao Yin asked in confusion. I just came to the Dodi continent, and I haven't figured out the power of the monsters, so I can't just hunt and kill a monster. Indeed, the magic core of the Emperor-level beast is not so easy to obtain. Today, I looked at the source of treasures and found no fluctuations in the magic core. It seems that it is not too difficult to find one. Go to the Alchemist Association tomorrow. The Alchemist of Dodi continent is very rare. Even if you are a first-rank Emperor-grade alchemist, you must be very popular in this small Qingcheng, a high-level alchemist. It's easy to do things wherever you go, The Golden Dragon King suddenly thought of a good way and laughed. Is it the Alchemist Association? There was a slight smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Yes, he forgot his identity as a pharmacist. When he was in Dochi continent, he was promoted to a pharmacist who could refine imperial medicine pills. It's just because there is no clear assessment level in Dochi continent, so I forgot about it. The morning sun shines on the earth, and the beautiful day begins again. Brother Xiao Yin, where are we going? Qing Yuan apparently had a good night's sleep, and his mental outlook looked much better. 3,000 green silk fell down, and he was very swayed by the sunlight and breeze. Charming. Let's go to the Alchemist Association now, and the medicinal herbs prepared for you are still missing an important medicinal ingredient. So let's try our luck. Xiao Yin took Qing Yuan on the way to the Alchemist Association, and kept answering questions like 100,000 whys of Qing Yuan. In the Alchemist Association, 5 splendid large characters stand on a seemingly ordinary plaque. At first glance, the gate will be empty. And what's even more strange is that this seemingly ordinary plaque makes people's soul tremble at a glance, and they stop moving forward. There is actually a soul shock on this plaque. Xiao Yin of the Emperor Realm Soul obviously recognized this means of soul impact. He hurriedly covered the slightly uncomfortable Qing Yuan with his soul power, and an invisible soul power emanated from Xiao Yin. Oh, the soul of the Emperor Realm. It's been a long time since it appeared. In the Alchemist Association, a pale-haired old man felt Xiao Yan's soul power, his eyes moved, and he instantly disappeared in place. The so-called soul shock is to limit the power of the soul within a certain range. If it exceeds this range, it will have no effect. However, if the power of the soul is lower than the limit, it will be impacted. That is, the soul will be imprisoned in an instant. Haha. Xiao Yu's eyesight. You can see through these trifles of our association at a glance. Please come in. A pale-haired old man with a smile on his face walked towards him. Xiao Yin sensed a power that was no weaker than himself from this pale-haired old man. But Xiao Yin was not afraid, and walked in with Qing Yuan. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. President, what are you doing? Didn't we drink tea in there? Why did you suddenly come out? Another gentle-faced old man said to the white-haired man who just came out. President, hello. I'm here to register and assess the alchemist. Xiao Yin took Qing Yuan's hand and said to the white-haired old man in front of him, Is it you who just exuded the soul power of the Emperor Realm? The white-haired old man asked again. It's really me. Xiao Yin didn't shy away from answering directly, and it was also the Alchemist Association. Then what kind of pharmacist do you want to assess? The white-haired old man looked at Xiao Yin, who was staring at him carefully, but did not see any clues. The white-haired old man is named Bai Su. He is the president of the Qingqing Alchemist Association, and he is also an alchemist who thinks he is a first-rank emperor. Standing next to Bai Su is Bai Ruo, the vice president of the Alchemist Association. Because the latter is playful by nature, his alchemy skills are the only pills of the emperor. In addition, the two are brothers. First-rank emperor, Xiao Yin said calmly, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. What? You actually want to test the first-rank emperor-rank pharmacist? Bai Ruo looked at Xiao Yin in surprise. Could it be that he doesn't know that the sky is high? and he wants to test the Emperor rank first-rank pharmacist at a young age. This is crazy. Oh, come with me. Bai Ruo immediately ordered to go ahead and prepare for the first-grade Emperor rank pharmacist assessment. The association is strictly prohibited, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. In addition, call members of the association to come and observe. Bai Ruo originally thought that Xiao Yin was coming to assess the 9th-grade pharmacist. After all, it doesn't mean that with the soul of the Emperor, you can test other alchemists of the Emperor level. But this time it is interesting. Don't let me down, Bai Su said slowly in his heart, looking at Xiao Yin, who was calm. Chapter 12. The first round of assessment begins. Big deal. Bai Su took Xiao Yin and Qing Yuan into the interior of the Alchemist Association. This is an isolated treasure within our Alchemist Association. It is a small world opened up by an immortal warrior. Here you can rest assured to refine medicine pills to your heart's content. In addition, the assessment of the first-grade Imperial Pharmacist is divided into 3 parts. The first part is spiritual cultivation, the second part is spiritual empowerment, and the third part is soul tempering. The so-called spiritual cultivation is through fine soul methods, and flame the subtle control makes the medicinal pill produce a trace of intelligence similar to that of human beings, and the infusion is to give the medicinal pill a spirituality that is not weaker than that of human beings. Dan is like a sky and an underground, and the last is the most difficult soul training. There are almost no exercises to cultivate soul power on the mainland. Soul training can only be done by controlling the soul power, which is also for all emperors. The most troublesome thing for pharmacists is that if they are not careful, their soul power will be severely damaged, and their strength will be reduced. Bai Su looked at Xiao Yin and said slowly. It seemed that he was explaining to Xiao Yin, but he was actually in the assessment area. A member of the Ichian Refining Pharmacist Association outside explained that these are the mainstays of their own association. Did you know? Bai Su smiled slowly at Xiao Yin. Obviously, this young man named Xiao Yin has been paid attention to by the president Bai Su. He has reached the soul of the emperor at a young age, so in the future. Understood. May I start the assessment? Xiao Yin looked at the chairman Bai Su, who was present, and explained it to himself carefully. The vice chairman Bai Ruo also nodded and added from time to time that he couldn't guess what they were selling in the gourd. What kind of medicine? Even more can't guess that the members of the elite pharmacist association behind him are looking at him expectantly. The alchemist examination of the emperor rank can benefit a lot just by looking at it. Assessment begins. Bai Su's words fell, and the sparse figures around him instantly quieted down. You must know how rare it is to be able to witness this kind of emperor-grade pharmacist assessment. So he looked at Xiao Yin quietly. The first round of assessment, Yuling. There are 2 medicine pills provided by the association. Of course, you can also use the prescription prepared by yourself. Bai Sumi smiled and looked at Xiao Yin in front of him. Second prescription? Are you crazy? Vice President Bai Ruo, who was standing beside Bai Su, said in shock. He knew best how precious an imperial prescription was, even if it was inscribed in value. Fei. I took out the second pair at once, and Vice President Bai Ruo couldn't help but feel a pain in his face. You will naturally understand afterwards. Bai Su said to Bai Ruo. TSK, it's really a big deal. The first shot is the prescription for the second rank of emperor. Xiao Yin couldn't help but be shocked. You must know that the prescriptions of the emperor rank are priceless treasures. Although the prescriptions in front of you are inscribed, the value of them is also very high, not to mention the medicinal materials that are accompanied by these 2 prescriptions. Hey, this is shocking. Don't you think that the people in the Alchemist Association are all fools? If you just revealed your Emperor Realm soul, do you think this president will come up with such a good prescription for you? Since he has come up with such a good prescription, he just wants to tie you to a boat invisibly. If something happens to this association in the future, you can't shirk it. These people are shrewd. The Golden Dragon King smiled in the ring. Anyway, we didn't lose any money. We also picked up the second emperor's prescription for nothing. If something happens in the future, it's not too late to talk about it. Xiao Yin also clearly saw what President Bai Su was thinking and smiled knowingly at Bai Su. Xiao Yin walked forward slowly and spread out the 2 volumes of the prescription with his palm. Huishu Dan. Its effect can not only stimulate the maximum potential of fire attribute fighting Qigong method, but also has the effect of prolonging life. Materials: ice and snow ginseng, imperial bamboo leaves, fire cloud spring water. Shaping pill: it is rumored that monsters can evolve into humans if they reach a certain strength or devour wonders of heaven and earth, and continue to cultivate. Although the 6th grade medicine pill can also help the monsters transform into human beings, the 6th grade transformation pill will cause the strength of the monsters to decline. Even the foundation is unstable, which seriously affects the cultivation after transformation. And the shaping pill can solve this problem very well. It does not affect the training speed, and it is even rumored that Warcraft can switch between Warcraft form and human form at will. Therefore, it is sought after by Warcraft. Materials: lotus of the earth, blood emperor leaf, ice and snow flame fruit. If you think about it, you can start the first round. Bai Ruo said after watching Xiao Yan and feeling it carefully. Master, which one should we choose? Xiao Yan asked in uncertainty for a while. Shaping pill: this pill is of great use. Now that there are enough medicinal materials, I will first refine the medicinal materials that I am going to find for Gubin Peiyuan Dan. The Golden Dragon King pondered for a while. I choose the shape pill. Xiao Yan quietly responded to President Bai Ruo. Shaping pill? That's comparable to some second-rank Emperor-rank pills, even some Emperor-rank first-rank peak alchemists. Even some Emperor-rank first-rank Xun'er alchemists may not be able to refine them. This young man actually to make this. Is he crazy? All the members of the association who were watching Xiao Yan's assessment were talking. It's actually this medicinal pill that is comparable to the peak of the Emperor's first-grade Xindan. If this person can pass the test, then I don't need to ask the president. Yu Kanshu www.yangshu.com. A girl with silver hair looked at Xiao Yan, who was on the field, was slowly thinking about something in his heart. Xiao Yan thought for a while. Although the master said that the different fire is not an ordinary thing in this duty continent, but the master did not make it clear, forget it, the uniqueness of the flame is unique. The Pharmacist Association, they can't possibly pull me to study it. Only by refining the imperial medicinal pills with different fires can you get twice the result with half the effort. With a plan in his mind, he didn't hesitate, and immediately called out Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi ran out and stood on Xiao Yan's shoulder. A milky white flame surrounded him, babbling nonstop, as if complaining about Xiao Yan. Yan hadn't summoned himself for a long time to come out to breathe, and he was suffocated inside, and he even put on an aggrieved expression. All right, let's make the medicine pill first, then you can follow Qing Yuan. Xiao Yan also saw Xiao Yi's dissatisfaction and hurriedly comforted him. Xiao Yi babbled happily only after hearing the words, and the milky white flames around her couldn't help but thicken a little. It seemed that Xiao Yi was very happy. Since the milky white flame appeared, those present felt that the temperature of the surrounding air instantly increased by a lot, and there were drops of sweat on everyone's forehead. That is, Fire Elf. The terrifying flame power radiated from Xiao Yi's petite body, and the discerning person couldn't help but wonder. The black-clothed and silver-haired woman also covered her mouth with slender jade hands in disbelief and exclaimed, "It's actually a fire elf?" President Bai Su, who was smiling before, was full of surprise at the moment, and then his head quickly calculated something. How is it possible that this kid can actually have a fire elf? Vice President Bai Ruo's unhappiness before has become unbelievable now. Chapter 13. The fire elf Xiao Yi is beginning to show her power. This is definitely a good cauldron. After Xiao Yan summoned the strange fire, he instantly filled the medicine cauldron and found that there was no trace of flames overflowing, and those flames were perfectly preserved in the cauldron, and he couldn't help but say, there are 3 essential things for a powerful pharmacist. First, strong soul power. Only with a strong soul power can you perfectly control the power of the flame, refine the medicinal power contained in the medicinal materials perfectly, and not waste a single bit of the medicinal materials. The second is a good medicine cauldron. A good medicine cauldron can perfectly preserve the flame, speed up the refining, and better preserve the quality of the medicine pill. Even the cauldrons on the Tianding ranking can cover the vision of the birth of some medicinal herbs. The third is the powerful fighting spirit, which is the strength of the pharmacist itself. The higher the level of medicinal pills, the more time it takes, and the more precious the medicinal materials needed. Only strong strength can support the completion of high-level medicinal pills. The refining process, otherwise the lack of strength, will lead to the failure of refining medicine pills, or even more serious pill destruction. With these three as prerequisites, plus one's own continuous learning and refining, one can become a qualified pharmacist. To become a high-level pharmacist, one must continue to practice hard. Xiao Yan summoned Xiao Yi, and before he said much, Xiao Yi seemed to know what Xiao Yan was thinking, and immediately began to breathe flames at the Dan Ding. That appearance was really cute. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled knowingly, and was about to start refining the shape pills, but he didn't notice the guild leader or the outside sensation at all. Fire elf? What is that? Some members of the association present said puzzledly. The so-called elves are mysterious creatures born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. We in Duty Continent divide them into elves of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. They are born with intelligence that is not weaker than human beings, and they have great power, and it is said that the most powerful thing about elves is that they can grow. The silver-haired woman looked at Xiao Yan with envy. Not only that, it is said that the 5 elements of the elves are uniquely endowed by nature, and if they can obtain one of them, their future prospects are limitless. Moreover, elves are the most sincere and simple, and only when they can be recognized by elves can they become partners of elves, and the blessings of elves to partners. And combat augmentation can only be described as terrifying. Just after Yuru finished speaking, there was a lot of restlessness in the audience, envy and excitement, because at least here they saw the fire spirit with their own eyes. Xiao Yan listened to these words without saying a word. It seems that after the assessment is over, it is time to ask the master about Xiao Yi. After that, he didn't get distracted, but concentrated on controlling the flames. Those who can join the Alchemist Association are definitely not people with bad temperament. They are more respectful. Every strong person is worthy of everyone's respect, not to mention the strength and luck like Xiao Yan. A united genius. What Yuru said is very true. I didn't expect that this kid is not only the soul of the Emperor, but also has such a rare fire spirit. President Baisu smiled at the silver-haired woman named Yueru. Emperor Realm Soul? The silver-haired woman named Yueru said once again, deeply shocked. I knew earlier that even though there are many talented people and talents in Dodi Continent, but only the profession of alchemist is rare, not to mention how rare it is for high-level pharmacists. A strong pharmacist must have a strong soul to control the flames and maintain complex and boring alchemy, and a strong pharmacist must be a strong pharmacist. President, please let me see this man after this assessment is over. Yueru looked at President Baisu firmly, as if she had made a decision. Are you still unwilling to give up? Although Xiao Yan is blessed with a fire elf, but Baisu saw a look of depression in Yueru's eyes and hurriedly stopped. Okay, I'll make arrangements when this assessment is over. Thank you, President. Yuru excitedly bowed to President Baisu, then raised her head and looked proudly at Xiao Yan in the assessment arena. Xiao Yan, who was in the assessment venue, watched the flames in the cauldron scorching hot to the top. At this heat, it seems that we can start refining medicine pills. Xiao Yan pointed his finger at the medicine cauldron skillfully, and each of the medicinal materials was thrown into the medicine cauldron, and Xiao Yi was also babbling by the side. After learning Xiao Yan's movements, he also learned the same way. Since the medicinal materials were put in, the flames in the medicine cauldron were divided into 3 by Xiao Yan, and the 3 flames went to the lotus of the earth, the blood emperor leaf, and the ice and snow flame fruit, as if the division of labor was clear. With such an appearance, it is astonishing that he wants to refine them separately. The whole process of refining medicine is to use 1 heart and 1 heart. It is not possible to use 1 heart and 2 hearts. In light of this, the pill will destroy people, and in serious cases, it will be damaged. This is something that every pharmacist knows when he starts. However, it is also excluded that some alchemists with other means can be divided into 3 refining. What a delicate soul control! He can actually divide the medicinal materials into 3 parts by himself and refine them at the same time. Baisu couldn't help but praise Xiao Yan's medicinal refining technique. You must know that even when Baisu is refining the medicine by himself, in order to ensure the full refining of the medicinal materials, the refining is controlled by the soul, and the control of the soul and the consumption of oneself are not small. Not everyone is the same. It can be done. Several hours passed in a blink of an eye. The material of the lotus of the earth itself is very hard. Even if it is an unusual darling of fire like Shao-Yi, the continuous baking and quenching of ultra-high temperature, it finally starts to fall off a little bit. Yu reading www.launchut.com, slow it fell off slowly, revealing the blood-red rich energy inside the lotus seeds. Next came the Blood Emperor leaf. In a strange scene, after the lotus of the earth was refined, the Blood Emperor leaf suddenly clicked and a leaf fell off, causing a bamboo forest to emerge. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, a delicate leaf fell from the bamboo forest and slowly turned into a green liquid. The ice and snow flame fruit is extremely the outside, and it is the last refining. The outer shell of the ice and snow flame fruit is slowly refined, and a layer of golden crystals appears. Pile of liquid. Everyone looked at the 3 piles of liquids in the flames, which radiated a strong power invisible, because they also knew that the first step was completed, and then it was the real game. Let these 3 incompatible liquids fuse. It seems that dividing into 3 is really a lot of consumption, and the next step is fusion. Xiaoyan looked at the 3 piles of incompatible liquid in the cauldron and said helplessly. Under Xiaoyan's control, the 3 piles of liquid slowly approached each other. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the 3 piles of liquid were slowly approaching each other, 3 terrifying energies instantly exploded in the tripod. It seems that the 3 forces have their own, and no one is allowed to govern each other. Oh, you failed to blow up the cauldron. What are you going to do, little guy? Baisu murmured to himself, looking at Xiaoyan's state. Xiaoyan controlled the flames and soul force and kept urging the fusion of the 3 piles of liquids. After a stalemate for a while, everyone thought that when Xiaoyan was going to fail for the first time, a roar echoed in the assessment area. A fried tripod. How can it be? Suck me. A roar sounded instantly. Chapter 14 9 Colors Tanrai Ko Tintin Rainfall. In the space where Xiaoyan was located outside the medicine cauldron, after Xiaoyan's loud roar, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth all divided into 3 strands at a speed visible to the naked eye, and gathered towards the 3 piles of medicinal materials in the medicine cauldron. With the influx of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the 3 forces that were stalemate outside the medicine cauldron gradually softened, and there were even signs that they were about to merge. Using the special power of the fire elf flame to remove the violent factor in the 3 medicinal materials, coupled with the influx of the surrounding world's spiritual energy, the power of the 3 medicinal materials can be balanced and easily merged. It is really wonderful. Baisu Huichang looked at Xiaoyan's skillful technique in front of him and said to the members of the association who were puzzled below. His eyes and tone did not conceal his praise for Xiaoyan. The removal of the rage factor should be the effect of the flame. It seems that this kid's fire spirit is somewhat different. But he's really a good boy. Baisu said slowly in his heart, then looked at Vice President Bairua and whispered a few words in his ear. Then Vice President Bairua left the assessment area. He walked in a hurry as if he was going to do something. Don't try to rob me. The silver-haired woman Yuru looked at the vice president who left, apparently guessing some reasons, and then said in a low voice coldly. Just as President Baisu said, Xiaoyan was using the devouring power of nothingness swallowing flames left in Xiaoyi's body to remove all the violent factors in the 3 medicinal materials, and was collecting heaven and earth aura to replenish energy for the 3 medicinal materials, so that the 3 when the energy reaches a balance, the fusion will be a matter of course. Time passed quickly, and when everyone exclaimed Xiaoyan's superb medicine refining skills, the fusion of medicinal herbs also began slowly. Xiaoyan's originally slightly closed eyes were also slowly opened at this moment, looking at the medicine cauldron with a dignified expression. In the rising flame, there are 3 groups or liquid medicine or dust-like things. These 3 kinds of things exist. Although the thing looks inconspicuous, it is filled with a strong and shocking pure medicinal power. This little world has almost absorbed the spiritual energy of the world, so you should be saturated, right? Then, it's time to start merging into a pill. Xiaoyan carefully controlled the soul power to decompose the energy of the three to achieve a balance, and then controlled the flame to attack the medicinal materials. Obviously, it's time to start fusing herbs. Xiaoyan controlled the flames to slowly attack the three piles of liquid. The liquids of the three medicinal materials have been reconciled and balanced by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They did not offset each other as they did at the beginning, but began to slowly merge together. Success, Xiaoyan said with great joy. Originally, Xiaoyan only had the mentality of giving it a try. If he failed this time, he would still have two chances. Although the swallowing power of nothingness, swallowing inflammation can indeed eliminate the violent factor in the medicinal materials, but all of this is just Xiaoyan's theory. Excited? The next step is to wait for all the medicinal ingredients to fuse into pills and welcome Danlei. After that, Xiaoyan patted his legs and sat down, because he knew that even if the violent factor in the medicinal ingredients was eliminated, they would be able to fuse better and faster. Is also a time-consuming project. After all, it is an elixir of emperor rank. Alchemy is an extremely time-consuming thing. Especially the refining of such high-level medicinal pills often takes 10 days and a half months to refine. This situation is not uncommon. As for this situation, the members of the association who were watching the study were also aware, so they did not appear impatient because of the long wait. Most of the people who were able to watch were members of the association with some strength and status. The necessary patience is naturally a must. Under the gazes of countless expectant eyes, time also passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed quietly. Everyone watched Xiaoyan's every move these days, and it was immediately clear that the first part of refining the power of medicinal materials was completed, and the next step was to meet the Dan Thunder Tribulation. The so-called Dan Thunder Tribulation refers to the refining of medicinal pills that exceed the 8th rank and above, which will trigger a vision of heaven and earth. People call this kind of catastrophe a Dan Thunder Tribulation. Many pharmacists will ask the strong to help protect the law when refining high-level medicinal pills, because the Dan Thunder Tribulation is too vicious, and if one is not careful, the Dan will destroy people and die. Everyone present is well aware of the ferocity of the Dan Thunder Tribulation. Especially if the pills refined by Xiaoyan were of the imperial rank, the terrifying level of pill thunder would only be more dangerous. I hope you won't let us down. A powerful alchemist is powerful, but Danlei Tribulation is not that simple. The silver-haired woman, Yuru, couldn't help but look at Xiaoyan in the arena with some worry. I don't know why, but I think this kid can be perfectly refined, and I feel that this kid should have some secrets, so just watch his performance. Baisu clearly saw Yueru's worry and said. The silver-haired woman looked at Xiaoyan and then at Baisu, as if thoughtful. In the slightly hot world, a low muffled thunder suddenly resounded in the sky, and then countless eyes hurriedly shifted upwards, only to see a dark cloud appeared in the sky. But now within this dark cloud, there was actually a low sound of thunder, and that appearance was clearly the shape of Danlei. Oh, this kind of fluctuation is it? Baisu looked at Xiaoyan with a hint of laughter in his heart. He was really a powerful boy. As we all know, if the 8th grade medicinal pill can call out the 9-color pill thunder, it means that it has entered the scope of the 9th grade medicinal pill. And what will happen to the emperor grade medicinal pill beyond the 9th grade? Xiaoyan focused on controlling the fusion of the medicinal materials without asking about foreign affairs, opened his eyes and shouted, "Get up!" Finally, the fusion was successful, and a dark cloud that made a green beam of light soared into the sky. The thunderclouds in the sky have begun to change. An unbelievable exclamation from outside the field suddenly resounded in this world. Yu reading www.ongshu. Immediately, all the gazes in the association immediately froze on the thundercloud above Xiaoyan's head. As expected, they saw that along with the surging of the thundercloud, the original colorless Danlei began to change again. Looking at this miraculous scene, everyone's faces became dumbfounded. Xiaoyan actually did it. Good guy, it's amazing. While countless people were stunned, some people finally came to their senses first and immediately shouted excitedly. Today, Xiaoyan let them witness a miracle with their own eyes. Huh. On the stone platform in the distance, Yuri's heart at her throat finally fell at this moment. Her jade hand patted her plump breasts, and a bright and charming smile quietly bloomed on her cheeks. He actually succeeded? The color of the thundercloud is constantly beating, 1 color and 2 colors, 9 colors. Impressively, he jumped from a colorless thundercloud to a 9-color thundercloud in an instant. It's not over yet. Immediately at the moment when the 9-colored Danlei appeared, a mystifying fragrance emanated from the medicine cauldron, and then bursts of liquid like raindrops fell from the sky. Danyu. 9-colored Danlei. Dan rain all over the sky. This is the first time everyone has seen such a grand medicine refining technique. The members of the association present couldn't help but feel the vindictiveness in their bodies, and even their souls could not help being baptized. Got the same sublimation. Good God. 9-colored Danlei. The sky is full of Dan rain. A symbol of the birth of the first-grade pill of the Emperor's Order. Baisu laughed as he looked at this vision of heaven and earth. How are you going to deal with this 9-colored thunderbolt? This isn't an ordinary pillory of the 8th and 9th ranks. Chapter 15. Welcome to Emperor Pinanlei. Greeting Danlei is also considered a test for alchemists. Alchemists refine all kinds of medicinal pills, and naturally they have to go through the test of Danlei. The imperial medicine pill is too tyrannical, causing the power of heaven and earth to destroy it. And if the alchemist can't protect the medicine pill, then the medicine will be destroyed. It can also be regarded as a kind of final test for alchemists. Danlei, along with the improvement in the quality of medicinal pills, is not to be underestimated even by ordinary 4-star fighting emperors, with 9-color thunderclouds similar to this imperial medicinal pill. Yueru frowned slightly, but there was also some worry in her eyes. The power of the 9-color thundercloud of the imperial medicine pill is too strong, although Xiao Yin is definitely very human, so he has more confidence in him. But this 9-color Dan thunder is not something that is easy to refine. It is not impossible to overturn the ship at the last moment if you are not careful. Under the worried gazes of the members of the association and Yueru, Xiao Yin, who was the party involved, smiled. He raised his head and glanced at the 9-colored thunderbolt in the sky. The smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. For demon puppets, it's really a great tonic. A chuckle came out from Xiao Yan's mouth. His palm lifted lightly. The light of the ring on his fingers flashed slightly, and a dazzling silver figure appeared in front of him. Although the heavenly demon puppet is already at its limit on the Doqi continent, but his master Jinlong said that he can still improve. His master had been trying to repair and strengthen the heavenly demon puppet in the ring before, so he did not give Xiao Yin much help. Just when Xiao Yin finished refining the medicinal pill, the master finally completed the repair and strengthening of this heavenly demon puppet. After all, his master, the Golden Dragon King, is a real giant. If he is the first in terms of physical training, no one dares to be the second. Therefore, it is reasonable to be able to improve the level of the Golden Demon Puppet. Today's heavenly demon puppet can withstand the full blow of the Doshing powerhouse, but it is of little use to Xiao Yin, who has been promoted to Do Emperor. The current heavenly demon puppet has been strengthened by the special means of the master, and it can be even more powerful. One level up. Thinking of the terrifying strength that the golden demon puppet could rival the 5-star Do Di, Xiao Yan's breathing became much more rapid. This time it's up to you. The palm lightly patted the body of Tian Yaopup. Xiao Yan smiled, and immediately raised his head sharply, looking at the 9-color thunder cloud roaring in the sky. As if looking down at the disdainful gaze of a small creature, he laughed boldly. Come on. Let me see how powerful your Emperor grade 9-color pill thunder is. The violently rolling 9-color thunderclouds seemed to hear Xiao Yan's laughter. The rolling 9-colored thunderclouds in the sky also became more and more intense. Shuttle around, as if the force of destruction was about to descend upon this tiny arrogant ant. Shoo! As the thundercloud rolled, it suddenly shrank, and then a 9-colored thunder, like a giant python, swept out of the cloud layer, and then tore the space, with a terrifying chirping sound, facing Xiao Yan. The stone platform pounced fiercely. Go! Looking at the 9-color Dan thunder that finally launched the offensive, Xiao Yan smiled, pointed to the void, and said softly to the heavenly demon puppet in front of him. The shout fell, and the dazzling celestial demon puppet in front of him suddenly stomped the ground with its saws, and the powerful force directly caused it to swept up into the sky, and then slammed into the powerful path in front of everyone's astonished eyes. Above the thunder. Ugh! Seeing this scene, a sigh suddenly sounded in the square. Looks like it's going to fail this time. From everyone's perception, that puppet can deal with Dosheng powerhouses at most for 1 or 2 times. And how could it be possible to persist in the face of the 9-color Emperor-grade medicine pill, which is helpless for the 4-star Do Emperor powerhouses? Go down. Hey! Yueru also sighed softly, but before she could speak, her face changed suddenly, because she suddenly discovered that the heavenly demon puppet that was hit by the 9-color thunder not only did not crack open, but the damage the body actually began to repair slowly during the thunderstorm, and the sunken chest that was instantly hit by the thunder, the sunken part, was also gradually bulging. This puppet is actually absorbing the thunder power of Danlei. Looking at the celestial demon puppet that was struck by lightning, but became more and more dazzling, the eyes of all the people watching from the audience suddenly shrank. They had never heard of such a strange puppet. No wonder you dare to come to assess the Imperial Alchemist at a young age. Bai Su said to Xiao Yan, who was controlling the heavenly demon puppet and constantly absorbing Dan Lei on the stone platform. Boom, boom. The splendid thunder in the sky, like a giant dragon roaring in the sky, raged and danced in the sky, and immediately brought a dazzling thunderbolt, swept down the sky and covered the ground, and finally almost bombarded the body of the demon puppet in midair. The thunder fell fiercely on the body of the Tian Yao puppet, and the brilliant silver lightning overflowed, and immediately turned into countless tiny electric snakes, which continuously followed the Tian Yao puppet's skin and then got into its body. The splendid power of thunder poured into the body of the demon puppet, and then quickly strengthened the bones and withered flesh inside. Everyone in the audience looked at it from a distance, and the heavenly demon puppet was like a thunder god, floating in the sky, and within 10 meters of its body, there were flashes of thunder, and that kind of terrifying momentum made one's scalp tingle. On the stone platform, Xiaoyan stood with his hands behind his back. Yu reading www. Calm Tian Yaopup took all the 9-color thunderbolts shot at him by force, which made him extremely relaxed, and he didn't have to spend the slightest effort to deal with this difficult Dan thunder. Above the sky, the thunderous rumblings resounded endlessly, and the tumbling 9-color thunderclouds, like a thunderbolt manufacturing machine, continuously spewed out numerous more and more brilliant thunderbolts, and then smashed all of them on the body of the earth demon puppet. The riot of the 9-color thundercloud lasted for nearly 10 minutes before it gradually stopped. In the past 10 minutes, almost 100 thunders with extremely terrifying power swept out of the thundercloud, but fortunately, these thunders, it did not cause any damage to the heavenly demon puppet, but instead caused the surface of its body covered with dazzling silver to faintly appear a little bit of dark red luster, constantly covering the heavenly demon puppet's body. As expected of a 9-color Dan thunder, Xiao Yan's eyes were sharp, and he was the first to notice the dark red luster on the body of Tian Yao puppet. At the moment, his eyes couldn't help but fill with joy. Although these dark reds were extremely pale, Xiao Yan was quite satisfied. He is very clear, to make the heavenly demon puppet evolve into a golden demon puppet, what a huge amount of thunder power will be required. This 9-color Dan Lei is really a great supplement. It should be able to perfectly evolve to the level of the golden demon puppet in a few visits. But the current sky demon puppet is not going to give way even to the 2-star Do Emperor. Xiao Yan looking at the 9-color Dan thunder that could not help but weaken its power and slowly fade away, he said with satisfaction. This kid is really amazing. He actually wants to complete the first part of instilling spirit and the second part of cultivating spirit together. In this case, the power of the elixir's elixir stage will increase exponentially. Bai Su saw Xiao Yan's words at a glance. In mind. But how are you going to conquer the thunder tribulation of the medicinal pill? And the soul tempering of the imperial medicinal pill is no joke. Chapter 16 Final Exam. Soul Training. With the disappearance of Dan Lei, Dan Yu also slowly disappeared. It's done, Xiao Yan shouted loudly. The 3 piles of liquid in the medicine cauldron had already fused together, and when Xiao Yan drank it, a dark red medicinal pill was slowly bred from the medicine cauldron. The dark red, delicate elixir, after being silent for a few seconds, suddenly burst into the sky, full of tyrannical fighting spirit, trying to break free from Xiao Yan's control. The seemingly ordinary and invisible power contains the power that makes the soul tremble. Xiao Yan recognized it at a glance. This is impressively a means of soul attack. You must know that the ordinary 8th grade pills already possess a certain human nature, and the 9th grade pills have corresponding spirituality. As for the Emperor grade pills, they already have wisdom that is not weaker than that of humans, so they want to break free from birth. Xiao Yan's control allows him to live in this world. Looking at the agitation of the dark red medicinal pill in the medicine cauldron, how could Xiao Yan not be clear? 9-color Dan Lei Man Tian Dan Rain has succeeded. How could it fail in this last step? He immediately sat down with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, because Xiao Yan also knew that if he wanted perfect control to subdue this unruly imperial medicine pill, he could only control it from his soul. Defeat it with soul power and make it surrender. That is the soul tempering that President Bai Su said. Only a small number of people know that if a medicinal pill surpasses the imperial grade, it has the wisdom not weaker than human beings. At this time, only after the medicinal pill's soul tempering can it calm down and become a real imperial medicinal pill. The so-called soul training is the battle of the soul. In general, the power of the soul contained in the imperial pills is extremely powerful, and it will cause serious trauma to every pharmacist. But when encountering Xiao Yan, this imperial pill is obviously asking for hardships. Xiao Yan is the soul of the emperor. Moreover, he has already cultivated his soul, and there is even more help from different fires. Boom, boom, boom. The dark red elixir hovered above the medicine cauldron, and the surrounding area of the elixir continued to emit visible soul power. The power transformed into a huge python with fangs and claws, constantly circling and moving, constantly swallowing the snake-letter child at Xiao Yan, as if looking for the most suitable time to launch a fatal blow. This is a giant python comparable to a 4-star Do D. Everyone felt it from the terrifying python. Xiao Yan's own strength is the 3-star Do D, and although most of the pharmacists have strong soul power, there are very few martial arts and fighting skills for cultivating the soul, so the attack method of soul power has always been the disadvantage of pharmacists. Soul tempering is also to strengthen the alchemist's control over the power of the soul so that it can use the power of the soul to launch unexpected attacks. Xiao Yan closed his eyes and sat on the steps, also mobilizing his enormous soul power to fight against the imperial medicine pill. A trace of huge soul power continuously radiated from Xiao Yan's body and gathered into a gray energy dragon under the eyes of everyone. The giant dragon screamed at the python in the sky, as if it was declaring war like the python condensed from the imperial medicine pill. I don't know how this kid's soul attainments are. The soul power of the emperor pill can't be underestimated. If it really doesn't work, let me do it. After all, it's already a good thing for this kid to do this. In the future, I have to thank this kid. Bai Su looked at the stalemate in the sky, but Xiao Yan's soul battle had already ended. Downwind. The giant dragon was constantly being bitten by the python, and the energy giant already had holes in its body, as if it could be destroyed at any time. When everyone saw Xiao Yan like this, they couldn't help but be shocked. The materialization of soul power requires powerful soul control power, and the consumption of soul power is also enormous. What's more, this is not only the materialization of soul power, but also uses the soul power after materialization to attack. If the energy dragon suffers huge damage, the damage will be fed back to Xiao Yan in a geometric multiple. Only then did President Bai Su worry. He thought that Xiao Yan could do this at a young age. No matter what, he had to be protected. This is the future of the Alchemist Association. The battle in the sky is still going on. The increasingly condensed energy python chased and beat the giant dragon in waves, and the giant dragon could only retreat in the face of the powerful attack of the python. But discerning people can see the difference. Know how to forbear, charge up a blow. This Xiao Yan is really powerful. The silver-haired woman Yuru initially frowned as she watched the retreating giant dragon in the sky fall into the lower winds. He was also worried that Xiao Yandan would be severely damaged by the destruction, but in a blink of an eye, Xiao Yan, who had closed his eyes, seemed to be muttering something to himself. And then he looked at the giant dragon in the sky, and it seemed that something was quietly brewing, and he immediately understood. Come over. Humph. After being arrogant for so long, it's time to end. Xiao Yan, who was sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly. It's over. The transparent giant dragon that was about to disappear suddenly spit out a terrifying energy from its mouth, heading straight for the python. The python, transformed by the dark red medicinal pill, seemed to realize that this terrifying energy was not something he could resist, and hurriedly escaped. But Xiao Yan had endured it for so long. How could he have given it this chance? Huang Quan's anger. Immediately, he struck the phantom of the python who wanted to escape. It was the three fighting skills of Huang Quan Finger, Huang Quan Palm, Huang Quan Tian Fury, and Huang Quan's heavenly wrath that were obtained from the demon saint of Huang Quan at the beginning. Since Xiao Yan was promoted to Do Emperor, even this heavenly rank Do skill is not to be underestimated. Especially Huang Quantian's anger of soul attack. Every time Xiao Yan uses it, it has a miraculous effect. How could the python that escaped originally thought that Xiao Yan had such a powerful means of attacking his soul? His soul stagnated for a second, and the huge energy phantom also stayed in the air. Saying it's too late is too fast. 1 second is fleeting, but that's enough. Xiao Yan smiled knowingly. Just after Huang Quan's anger caused the python to stagnate for a second, the terrifying energy in the dragon's mouth reached the python. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. Bang bang bang. A series of voices came from the python. The huge python that was majestic instantly shattered, and the restless medicinal pill in the medicine cauldron also fell silent. The soul of the emperor's medicine pill has been defeated. You should surrender. Chengdan. Huh. President, this imperial medicinal pill is really extraordinary, and I was lucky enough to finish it. Xiao Yan held the warm medicinal pill he had just taken out from the jade bottle and clasped his fist at President Bai Su, suddenly exhausted. Qing Yuan had been silently watching Xiao Yan refining the medicinal pills before, and seeing Xiao Yan like this, he hurriedly stepped forward to support Xiao Yan. The traces of fighting qi spread out from Qing Yuan's body. Xiao Yan felt that these fighting qi could actually make him the fighting qi that was about to be exhausted in the body quickly recovered, and even the soul was nourished. Xiao Yan was very shocked by this situation. He had never heard of this kind of fighting spirit, but he didn't ask much about it in the Alchemist Association and immediately looked at the president by Ruo. It's wonderful, it's really wonderful. Xiao Yan's medicine refining skills are really amazing. I announce that Xiao Yan, your Emperor rank first rank profound pill, has passed the Alchemist examination. President Bai Su said to the fellow students and the person in charge of the association present. At the same time, you will also be the youngest worship elder of our Alchemist Association. Serve the elders? It is rumored that the worshipping elders of the Alchemist Association are at least the first-rank earth pills of the Emperor rank or the strength of the 4-star Do Emperor or above. But judging from Xiao Yan's refining method this time, this worship elder lives up to its name. The people present said sparsely. Sorry, the president is going to disappoint you. I may not have time to be the dedicated elder of the Alchemist Association. Xiao Yan looked at everyone embarrassedly. What did you say? Bai Ruo was furious. Chapter 17 Trade. Vice Chairman, calm down. The kid is just used to it. He's not used to this kind of restraint, so I'm going to let you all down. Xiao Yan looked at Bai Ruo apologetically. Ha, you really don't have to worry about it. Bai Su hurriedly grabbed his younger brother Bai Ruo, who was just too impatient, and the haste is not enough. Little friend Xiao Yan, listen to me. You can rest assured that the enshrined elder of our Qingqing Alchemist Association can also be a temporary post, not necessarily to stay in the association. Moreover, the association's worshipping elders have status wherever they go, and it is extremely convenient to buy some medicinal herbs. Bai Su accompanied him with a smile. Bai Su is an old fox. Looking at Xiao Yan's achievements at a young age, his future achievements are limitless. Hence the invitation. Little friend Xiao Yan, what do you think? Okay, I'll join, but let's just say it's just a name. Xiao Yan also knew that he was a first-timer on the ramp, and joining Qingqing's Alchemist Association's worship elder could indeed bring him a lot of help. So he agreed, but Xiao Yan agreed. Yan is really not suitable to be an elder. At best, he is a hands-off shopkeeper. You little bastards, don't hurry up and refine the medicine. What insights do you have after watching it for so long? Go to retreat for me. You can see other people, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan are watching you. Bai Su marveled at Xiao Yan at the bottom of the steps. The members of the Yan's association shouted loudly. When the people under the steps heard this, they were still a little unconvinced, secretly saying that it was unfair. But who made other Xiao Yan have the strength to make the president eccentric? Immediately had to leave. Then it's such a pleasant decision. I'll go and register it for you. It really takes a lot of time to refine the imperial medicine pills. Bai Ruo, take them to the restroom to rest. Bai Su said while saying, follow me. Bai Ruo did not dare to refute, and immediately took Xiao Yan and the others to the lounge. That's it, you all go in and rest for a while. Then the president will come over. If you need anything, just call me directly. Bai Ruo led Xiao Yan and the others for a while, walked to a room that looked a little delicate, and opened it. The door was busy with his own business. Hello, Xiao Yan. My name is Yueru. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Yan and Qing Yuan had just pushed in the door. He first heard a sweet voice, and then saw a 3,000 green silk with silver hair. Falling down, a delicate palm stretched out to a girl who smiled at Xiao Yan. Qing Yuan, have we gone to the wrong place? Xiao Yan looked at Qing Yuan behind him with some confusion. What kind of trouble is this? Unfortunately, Qing Yuan was also at a loss. Wait, you didn't go wrong. Yuru hurriedly said, because Xiao Yan and the others seemed to be leaving. She originally thought that she would greet Xiao Yan very well. And then, how did she expect that Xiao Yan would simply not follow suit? Routine play. Miss Yuru, right? Do you have anything to do with me? Xiao Yan looked at the woman named Yuru and said, this is the internal lounge of the Alchemist Association, and the people who can enter here are either powerful or powerful people. Then I won't speak secretly. I just watched your alchemist assessment, and I know from the president that you have another purpose for your visit this time, to find the Emperor-level Dragon Demon Core. Yuruhi did not shy away from saying it directly. How could someone who can pass the examination of an Imperial Alchemist be an ordinary person with a strange treasure? I need your flame. In other words, I need the fire spirit on you to do something. Of course, this so-called thing is just my family affairs, and I won't let you kill people and set fires. Our Yu family will give you a reward that will satisfy you. And although we don't have the Dragon Demon Core you need, we have accurate information. Yuru couldn't help but look at Xiao Yan with a bit of moving in her eyes. Not much, before finding Fire Elf's own father. Oh, Xiao Yan also thought about it seriously. Dragons have always been high-ranking creatures. Even other beasts with dragon bloodlines are poor. The girl in front of me actually has news of dragon beasts. Then the background not easy. Although the murderer of the Mu family has already been killed by Xiao Yan still has to refine the Gubin Peiyuan pill for Qing Yuan to take, to see what the master said, and to find out what is on Qing Yuan's body. It's a secret. How can you let go of such good news now? How are you thinking? Yuru was a little impatient. Looking at Xiao Yan, who had not responded for a long time, her vindictive aura was instantly aroused. If this didn't tempt Xiao Yan, then she could only. Thinking of that, Yuru's cheeks couldn't help but feel uneasy. Slightly red. Samsung Do Di? Xiao Yan exclaimed. Although the 3-star Do Di didn't do much damage to him, he didn't expect that the woman in front of him was actually a strong Do Di. So she could sit here, because she was not a powerful person but a powerful person. What do you want to be, a mere 3-star Do Di? Xiao Yan's soul power protected Qing Yuan and shouted to Yuru. All right, don't get angry. The two of you, make money with peace. President Bai Su hurried over after registering, but she knew that Yuru and this Xiao Yan were time bombs. Let's close the aura first, Yueru. Communicate well, you don't seem to have much time. Humph. Yuru snorted coldly, and then calmed down. This is your assessment medal. Remember to keep it. Also, this is a special cloak made by our Alchemist Association. You can hide your aura when you wear it on your body. Ordinary 3-star fighting emperors may not be able to find it. Bai Su handed the things over to him. Xiao Yan, Yuru on the side seemed to be still a little angry, but looking at this scene, he realized that the man in front of him was a first-rank alchemist, and his behavior was indeed. I'm sorry, Yueru didn't control her emotions just now. When she thought that her father's time was running out, it was difficult to find someone with a fire spirit. She originally planned to communicate well, but she was confused when she cared. It was inevitable that Yin Chi didn't decide to be a little angry, so there was the next scene. I promise you, but I can't guarantee that the treatment will be successful. I can only promise to do my best. Xiaoyan also didn't know what the situation of the woman in front of him was, but after thinking about it, he agreed. If there is no such place as the Alchemist Association, which is called the Paradise of Medicine Refining, it would be a real pity to miss the news that Yuru had. You agreed? Yuru obviously didn't expect Xiaoyan to be like this. There was no change in the first second, but the next second she agreed. My father was beaten to death by a monster because he hunted a monster. I know from some secrets that only the fire elves can save him. Yueru also said that these are no secrets. Father used to dote on him very much, but now his life is at stake. He was fortunate enough to meet a person who possessed a fire elf. No matter what, Yueru had to say something to dispel Xiaoyan's worries. Qing Yuan was obviously moved by the scene of Yueru, and being able to do this for her father was enough to see that Yueru was a dutiful son. It's useless to talk too much. We'll find out when we get there. Xiaoyan also said solemnly. He didn't dare to guarantee such a deal, who knew what happened to her father. That guild leader. Can you help me pay attention to the demon core of the Emperor-rank dragon? Xiaoyan obviously didn't give up, and then asked the guild leader by Su. The magic core of the Emperor-grade pills no longer distinguishes the attributes, as long as the magic core of the Emperor-level beast can be refined. However, the Emperor-level magic core is generally priceless, and the magic core of the dragon is basically it hasn't appeared a few times, but I'll keep an eye out for you in the past few days. President Bai Su said lightly. Since that's the case, let's go to Yu's house first. Let's go. Yu Guliang will lead the way. Xiaoyan was not a procrastinator either. After the assessment was over, he agreed to Yuru's deal and immediately said to Yuru, You're leaving so soon. Yuru was obviously taken aback by Xiaoyan's attitude, but she felt a little warmth in her heart. Come on, I'll lead the way. Chapter 18. Go to Yue's house and meet the enemy halfway. You're leaving so soon. Yuru was a little worried just now, but her mood wasn't better. But when she heard Xiaoyan say this, she couldn't help but couldn't believe her ears. Yes, I also passed the assessment. There is no way to refine the medicinal pills in a short period of time without the magic core in the medicinal materials. Besides, you also said that your father's time is running out, so I just want to see it first and take advantage of the time now. Click to complete the transaction. Xiaoyan explained. President, thank you. We'll go first. Yuru was obviously a little happy because of Xiaoyan's refreshing just now, so she said goodbye to President Bai Su and took Xiaoyan and the others out of the association. Pay attention to safety on the road. Qingqing is not a peaceful time. I wish your father a speedy recovery. President Bai Su said with concern. Then I'll borrow the president's words. After Yuru responded, she took Xiaoyan and the others and disappeared from Bai Su's field of vision. There are three major forces in Qingqing: the Alchemist Association, the Yu family, and the Lei family. The Alchemist Association has always maintained a neutral relationship. The relationship between the other two is also harmonious, and they developed together in Qingqing. There has been little friction in these years. The three of them were walking in the downtown, and Qing Yuan was walking on the road looking left and right, like a curious baby. Yueru obviously found Xiaoyan, and the fire elf owned by Xiaoyan should be able to save her father. Walking on the road, she was very excited. After so many searches, she finally found it. Xiaoyan also shook his head and walked straight up, following behind them to prevent accidents. Hey, be careful. Xiaoyan hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Yuru, who was about to bump into someone else. Aren't you blind without eyes? Dare to hit us. A few people behind a man in black said viciously. Big brother, these two girls are so beautiful. Why don't you catch them back? After a few words of ridicule, he realized that Yueru and Qing Yuan in front of them were a bit beautiful, and couldn't help but think of something wrong. One more thing is worse than one less thing. The most urgent thing now is to go back first. This is not good. Anyway, we've done so much, and there's no shortage of this time. The eyes of the men behind the man in black looked at Yuru and Qing Yuan with fiery eyes, as if they had already thought of something, and their faces were extremely wretched. All right then, let's fight quickly. The man in black was also helpless, and then a scroll-like thing was instantly crushed, and a space that was isolated from the world came quietly. Bang, bang, bang. The two followers attacked Yuru and Qing Yuan respectively, and their grasp seemed to be compressed by the slightest air, trying to take it down in one fell swoop. 1-star Do D. Xiao Yin couldn't help muttering to himself, looking at the strength of the two. Xiao Yi instantly emerged from Xiao Yan's body and stabbed at the man who attacked Qing Yuan and Yuru. The terrifying temperature actually burned the two men into nothingness. Well deserved. This flame is so terrifying. Ha ha. This flame is really strange. I think it is not an ordinary thing, so I will accept it unceremoniously. The man in black didn't notice Xiao Yan at first, following the two women. They were usually followers, and they couldn't be too powerful, so they didn't pay attention, but now Xiao Yan summoned Fire Elf. This is different. Although the man in black did not recognize that this is a Fire Elves, this kind of heaven and earth wonders are hard to come by, and everyone wants to get them, and some even want to get this kind of thing. You can also do anything. Since Liangzi has been forged, then don't leave. The man in black slowly took off his cloak, revealing his original appearance. It exudes an evil aura. Looking closely, the white hair is obviously caused by cultivation, which makes people feel a little uneasy. The terrifying and evil aura emanated from the man in black in circles, making Xiao Yan feel a little numb. This aura should have reached the consummation of a 3-star Do D. Xiao Yan said slowly, looking at the aura emanating from the man in black in front of him. I'm sorry to cause you trouble. I'll stop him later. You run away. You still have a fire spirit on your body. You are the most important person to save my father. I will protect you even if I die. Yu frowned, bit Bei's lips lightly, and said seriously to Xiao Yan. Don't worry, since I promised you, I won't break my promise. Besides, I don't have the habit of hiding behind women. Xiao Yan looked at the stubborn Yu and comforted him. What about the man in black with the perfect emperor? After the last words are explained, you can die? Don't worry, after you die, I will cut you with 1,000 swords and take out the Fire Elf. I will also love these two female companions by your side. Huh? The man in black laughed. In the small enclosed space of the man in black, unless it is a 4-star Do D, it is impossible to break through this space, and fighting in this space has some enhancement to the man in black himself, and it is also a great strength to Xiao Yan. The weakening. This is the roar of fearless. The corpse turns into a bone hand. The man in black launched an attack on Xiao Yan. A palm attacked Xiao Yan with extreme speed, and the palm exuded incomparably evil power, as if there were some huge palm phantoms looming in the palm. Great Heaven's Fortune Palm. The terrifying heaven-level fighting skill was instantly displayed from Xiao Yan's hands. With their palms facing each other, the evil and uncomfortable aura on the bone demon hand merged with the strong aura on the Great Heaven's Fortune Palm. Boom, boom, boom. Violent energy ripples came round after round. Although the palm-to-hand with Xiao Yan just now seemed ordinary, people with discernment had already seen that Xiao Yan, who was helped by a different fire, obviously had the upper hand, while the man in black fell. Downwind. Yueru always thought that Xiao Yan was only skilled in refining medicine. Reading www.yikanshu.com was not enough in actual combat, because many medicine refining masters needed protection in actual combat. But from the battle between Xiao Yan and the man in black just now, Yueru discovered that he was wrong. Xiao Yan seemed to have not only made great achievements in refining medicine, but also did not lose himself in actual battles. So he couldn't help but have different emotions towards Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, this man in black is the murderer who attacked the Mu family. Qing Yuan vaguely remembered that the one who attacked the Mu family that night was also with this evil aura. And even though it was very late that day, Qing Yuan remembered all the faces of the murderer, so he could point out this time again. It turns out that you are the murderer of the Mu family. It's really unfortunate. Since you also want my flame, let's see if you have that ability. Then don't leave, and stay for the people of the Mu family. Apologize. Xiao Yan heard Qing Yuan's words and approached the man in black. Originally, She said that when Yueru's business was over, she would go to find the murderer of the Mu family to avenge Qing Yuan's revenge, and then she would fulfill her wish. I never thought that this would save a lot of trouble. Why does this breath feel a little weird? It seems to be the aura of the aliens. The Golden Dragon King and the aliens fought tens of thousands of times, and they were so familiar with their auras that he immediately said angrily, "Can you handle it?" The Golden Dragon King asked Xiao Yin slowly. 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. Clan marks, get up. The terrifying energy ripples slowly calmed down. How can it be? Samsung Do Emperor is complete? The man in black couldn't help but lose his voice. He still had the strength he had relied on, but in Xiao Yan's roar, he felt a sense of fear. This kid actually has such a terrifying increase. Chapter 19 Battle against the 3-star Do Di Peak. However, there are so many secrets in your kid. First, there is the flame that you can't meet, then the secret method of increasing your strength in a short time, and the unusual flame. My interest in you is getting bigger and bigger. That's it. Although the man in black was a little surprised, the strength between the Do Di and the strong is not something that can be resisted by the increase of the little secret method, and the external force is the external force after all. However, the secret method is an external force after all, and it is not on the same level as the real Samsung consummation. Now I will show you the real Samsung consummation strength. Everything you rely on is ultimately vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. So let me smash your dependence. The man in black looked at Xiao Yin with disdain. There's a lot of nonsense. Xiao Yin also said to the man in black, since the man in black in front of him was the murderer of the Mu family, then he couldn't let him go. The incomparably tyrannical fighting spirit continued to radiate from the man in black, and the huge power was vaguely transformed into a dragon hovering above the man in black, roaring constantly. Qing Yuan and Yueru felt the terrifying fluctuations from the energy dragon that day. Xiao Yin was quietly brewing something in the palm of his hand, and quietly looked at the man in black in front of him. Xiao Yin, if it doesn't work, we will retreat first. Yueru knew very well the strength of Do Di's powerhouses. Yueru's words are not only for Xiao Yin to save her father's life, but more importantly, she cares about him. It's all my own reasons that cause trouble, so I can't help but blame myself. Since I met him, I'll solve it for him. Besides, if you don't mess with them, they will come to you sooner or later. Xiao Yin seemed to see what Yueru was thinking and said, the soul of a high-level alchemist is very delicious. The taste of the Mu family a few days ago was really unforgettable, but I believe you will be more delicious. The man in black looked at Xiao Yin greedily with a twisted face. You are the murderers of the Mu family, right? Xiao Yin was also clear in his mind, and immediately asked, anyway, you are all going to die, so what if you know it? The Mu family has got their hands on something that shouldn't be touched, so it deserves it. The man in black obviously thought the winning ticket was in his hands, and he told Xiao Yin and the others as if the winner was speaking to the loser. The same sarcasm. Is it something that shouldn't be involved? I'm very curious about the kind of thing you said. Why not give it to me? Xiao Yin said maliciously. Ha. You kid can't protect yourself, and you still think so much. The man in black mocked with disdain. I think it's you who can't protect yourself. Golden Demon Puppet, come on. A puppet comparable to a 2-star Do Di? You really are full of treasures. Before the man in black finished speaking, the Golden Demon Puppet attacked him with his golden fist covered. Boom, boom, boom. The fist of the man in black and the fist of the Golden Demon Puppet faced each other. One punch fell. The man in black obviously took a few steps back due to the strength of his fists before stabilizing his figure, while Jean Yeapup's dead gray pupils and the golden bronze body that didn't fluctuate a little bit posed a posture of punching. Obviously, after the baptism of the 9-color Dan Lei again, although it has not fully evolved to the level of the Golden Demon Puppet, the current Golden Demon Puppet's power on the flesh is not weak at all, although this does not rule out that the black-clothed person in front of him did not use it. All for the sake of it. How is that possible? This puppet is a little weird. The man in black didn't think that a puppet that was comparable to a 2-star Do Di would be so strong. It was discovered that this puppet was actually covered with the power of thunder. That seemingly simple punch. In fact, the entire fist is covered with the power of thunder, attacking with the power of thunder. No wonder he can make himself take a few steps back to stabilize his footsteps. Although the golden demon puppet gained the upper hand at the beginning, after the men in black became wary, the golden demon puppet was also losing ground under the complete strength of the 3-star Do-D of the man in black. The original simple golden and bronze body was obviously swept away by the black one. Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a little bit distressed when he saw how many holes were beaten. The battle between the golden demon and the man in black is going on continuously. Looking at the golden demon who is about to lose it, Yueru and Qin Yuan are also biting their lips, because they both know that once the golden demon is defeated, next came Xiaoyan. Huangquan Heavenly Fury. Xiaoyan finally completed the fusion of Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. A delicate lotus seed suspended in Xiaoyan's palm exudes terrifying power. Just when the man in black was complacent, Xiaoyan completed the fusion of the Buddha's Fury and Fire Lotus, but he did not rush to take action, because Xiaoyan also knew that a strong man like the man in black would perceive the power of destruction in the face of it. It was immediately a soul attack and went away. Once the soul attack succeeds, causing the man in black to fall into a temporary stagnation, that's the best time to attack with the different Fire Lotus seeds. Moreover, Xiaoyan believed that only then would the winner be determined with one blow. Huangquan Tian's fury came quietly when the man in black was proud to deal with the golden demon puppet. Puff puff. The man in black spit out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't stagnate. Damn it. Did you fail? Xiaoyan murmured while looking at the man in black. Cough, cough. It's such a powerful soul force. Thankfully, I prepared a hand when dealing with you alchemists, just to prevent your soul from attacking. The only ring on the man in black's finger was broken. Obviously, most of Xiaoyan's soul attacks were resisted by the power in the ring that resisted soul attacks, so it didn't cause much damage to the man in black. Are you helpless? Then welcome death. The man in black roared loudly. The Jiaolong entrenched on top of his head also solidified at this moment, and roared towards Xiaoyan. The Jiaolong roared towards Xiaoyan from the top of his head, and the air was full of the sound of breaking wind. The power of this Jiaolong could not help but make Xiaoyan feel numb in his scalp. Seeing this, Xiaoyan also turned the Buddha's Fury Lotus in his hand. Slowly lift it up, meet the dragon, and go away. For some reason, the man in black suddenly shouted. Xiaoyan knew very well that this was obviously a symptom of a soul attack. It turned out that at this critical moment, Qin Yuan worked hard to stimulate his own vindictiveness, and a white light radiated from Qin Yuan to attack the man in black. The soul attack that Qin Yuan had just launched was even stronger than Xiaoyan's Huangquan Tian Fury. What secrets does this Qin Yuan have? Even though Xiaoyan was puzzled at the moment, the crisis had not been resolved at this time, and he couldn't let go of this fleeting opportunity. He raised the Buddha's Furious Fire Lotus in his hand and threw it at the stagnant, black-clothed man. Because the man in black was attacked by his soul and fell into a temporary stagnation, the terrifying dragon that he had just condensed also vanished in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The Buddha's angry fire lotus directly attacked the place where the man in black was. The terrifying destructive power destroyed this small piece of sky. All of his followers evaporated, and Xiao Yi emitted a huge protective shield to protect Ru and Qin Yuan, who fell into a coma. Xiaoyan was also panting heavily, looking at the place in the center of the explosion, muttering to himself. I hope you don't die. You have to let Qin Yuan kill the enemy. Chapter 20 Demons. The Buddha's Fury Lotus has always been Xiaoyan's biggest killer. When in Doqi Continent, Xiaoyan used Fenju to forcibly fuse a variety of different fires into a tiny lotus seed with terrifying power, finding the right opportunity to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. Since obtaining the inheritance of the ancient Emperor Tuasha, with the power of the first Emperor Yin on the Yihua list, the fusion of Yihua has become much smoother, and the power is also much greater, although Xiaoyan has his own master left behind. Emperor's Flame Ring. There are also a lot of medicinal herbs and fighting skills in it, but when you come to Duty Continent, one is that there is no time to study carefully, and the other is that there is no suitable place, so now you can deal with the strong. There are few fighting skills that can be used to attack, and you can only rely on the violent force of the fusion of different fires to kill. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying berserk factor rippled in circles and circles. A huge tunnel appeared where the man in black was originally, and the aftermath spread out in circles, and after a while, there was smoke. After dispersing, in the huge tunnel, a mutilated figure slowly appeared in front of several people. Originally, the man in black was a little disdainful of Xiaoyan, who used the secret method to increase his strength. He thought that this kind of ant could easily handle the ants in his hands. How could he imagine that this kind of ant could actually display such a terrifying offensive? And he almost died. This Xiaoyan in front of him is really damn. The man in black who survived from the blast center. Xiaoyan looked at it carefully and only lost one hand and one foot. You must know that it was the Buddha's furious fire lotus, which was bred by combining the violent power of the 6 different fires, and it also fell into a short stagnation after the soul attack of Qin Yuan's full-strength strike. The only means of defending against the soul attack was Xiaoyan. It was shattered in the previous attack, and even Xiaoyan's strongest attack only caused heavy damage to the man in black. That man in black with a complete 3-star Do-D would be so terrifying. The black-clothed man's hands and feet continued to have some dark black blood flowing out, and the blood flowed from the broken hands and feet, giving people a pungent smell of blood from afar. Little bastard, you can actually force me to be so embarrassed. I have to kill you today to sacrifice to my demons. The man in black roared at Xiaoyan with an unsightly face. Xiaoyan looked at the ferocious face of the man in black before him, and almost subconsciously made a move, because even though the man in black suffered such heavy damage, the aura emanating from his body was stronger than just now. Years of combat experience made Xiaoyan know that it meant that the man in black in front of him was going to use his trump card, even if they die together. All dead souls obey my orders, sacrifice. The man in black took out a bag with his only remaining hand and shouted loudly. Immediately, some soul bodies flew out of the bag that the man in black took out, all of them flying into the sky. Just drown in this darkness. Ha! After speaking, the unsightly body of the man in black burst into flames. Xiaoyan felt the smell of destruction from the actions of the man in black, and the attack that was almost on the verge of being shot had to stop under the demonic energy that filled the sky. Pieces of dark aura slowly floated into the sky from where the man in black was, forming a huge figure. The original face of the man in black was projected into a huge evil figure in the sky. Except for the head, the whole body of the huge figure was covered with dense human heads. Damn it! Master, what should we do? Xiaoyan asked in a deep voice. Indeed, the situation in front of him has surpassed Xiaoyan's understanding, and immediately, he had to ask his master Immortal King for help. It's actually the corpse control method for the soul of the corpse demon family. The Golden Dragon King exclaimed in surprise in the ring. Don't worry about this. Look at the black shadow on the ground where the man in black is. That means that the soul he collected has not been fully integrated into the ghost in the sky. We are in etc. Because this corpse demon family pays attention to collecting souls and controlling corpse puppets. This is a good thing for you. The Golden Dragon King couldn't help laughing. Master, why don't we save them and let the ghosts merge like this? I'm afraid. Xiaoyan didn't know the strength of the Golden Dragon King very well, so he couldn't help worrying. It's not impossible to save them, but according to my observations, most of them have been eroded by the demonic energy of the demon race, and their sanity may not be completely left, and these souls already know that even if they fight hard, they will inevitably be swallowed up. But if you liberate them, wouldn't it be a big supplement to you? The Golden Dragon King looked at Xiaoyan and asked, As for my strength, you can rest assured. When I was at my peak, this kind of ant was not worth mentioning, even if the state of my soul is not something to be afraid of. The Golden Dragon King exuded a powerful coercion. Although the Golden Dragon King is not a pharmacist, his understanding of pharmacists is no worse than others. Although it is indeed too cruel to use the soul to enhance the power of the soul, it is better to help these souls to free them than to be enslaved by the demons. It will be very grateful to integrate into Xiaoyan's body, because after all, they are all strong in the Great Thousand World, and the Great Thousand World is at odds with the demon race. Collecting souls? It's the same as the Soul Clan on the Do-Chi continent back then. Although the purpose is different, The method can only be collected by killing countless creatures. Yu read www.inshu.com. Xiao Yan looked at the sky, the phantom that was still strengthening. More and more souls drifted to the sky from the black smoke turned by the men in black. There are weak souls, and there are also powerful souls, but they are all merged into the shadow of the sky. Xiao Yan saw a trace of prayer in their eyes, as if praying for Xiao Yan to free them. After all, they are all from the great world. The strong, even if they die, they are not willing to be used by the demons. CC. When the last soul merged into the shadow in the sky, the shadow exuded a monstrous and evil aura, causing the entire small space to tremble slightly. Xiao Yan looked at the huge ghost in the sky and remained silent. In the distance, Yueru had just recovered from the vibration of the Buddha's wrathful fire lotus. And then she saw the moment when the man in black turned into a gigantic ghost. Her little hand couldn't help covering her slightly trembling lips. Today, I'm going to die. Are you here? Qing Yuan, who was on the side, had just launched a soul attack, which obviously used all the strength of his body, and also passed out. Xiaoyi stood beside the two girls, looking like a cute porcelain doll from a distance. Xiaoyi, Yueru, take good care of Qing Yuan, stay away, trust me. Xiao Yan hurriedly comforted. Xiao Yi and Xiao Yan have a heart-to-heart connection. Naturally, they know Xiao Yan's plan. They stretch out their pink and tender little hands and pull Yueru and Qing Yuan back. Yueru said, Sister Yueru, don't worry, the master will deal with it. We have to trust the master. Seeing that Yueru was not so frightened anymore, her eyes focused on the thin man in front of her. Master, now that the shadow is fully formed, what should we do? Xiao Yan listened to the words of the master and waited until the shadow was completely condensed before asking. Chapter 21 Conquer the Ghost. The terrifying power of the Golden Dragon King. The next thing is to conquer it. The Golden Dragon King looked at the huge ghost in the sky that was condensed by many soul bodies. The corpse control method of the corpse demon family has a dot on the forehead of the corpse. That it is not easy for ordinary people to find, but it is the biggest nemesis. The corpse control method of the corpse demon family is also extremely perfect, but I have dealt with them a lot, and the only drawback is also known. The corpse control method is originally a magic circle, and the eyes of the circle force all souls together. Eyes, the shadow in front of me is also unbearable. The Golden Dragon King said to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan tried his best to use his soul power to look, but he didn't find the so-called formation eye on the top of the ghost's head. It seems that the formation eye should be hidden. It takes an accurate attack to make the formation point appear. Xiao Yan had a plan in his heart. He used his vindictive energy, surrounded himself with strange fire, and attacked the ghost. Although the evil aura emanating from this phantom was stronger than the aura of the man in black just now, even if it reached the level of a 4-star fighting emperor, the phantom was too cumbersome and had no wisdom at all. Knowing the slaughtered war machine, Xiao Yan dared to fight against it. The huge ghost in the sky constantly exudes an evil aura. In this small space, wherever the ghost goes, the trees wither rapidly, leaving no grass behind. Great heavens, good fortune palm. Xiao Yan looked at the shadow that was getting closer and walked away with one palm. A huge energy palm print whizzed away at the ghost, and the strange fire slowly surrounded the palm, attacking away with the slightest sound of breaking wind. Ho! The huge ghost was waved and the energy palm print was dissipated, but the flames of the strange fire did remain on the ghost's hand. When Xiao Yan launched the attack, he deliberately avoided the blind spot of the ghost's vision. Although Xiao Yan himself knew that the heavenly fortune palm of the heavenly rank fighting skill could not cause too much damage to the creature in front of him that was comparable to the 4-star fighting emperor, but I didn't expect that the defense and reaction of this phantom would be so terrifying. Xiao Yan's attack seems to have attracted Mo Ying's attention. Mo Ying just wanted to attack Xiao Yan, but unexpectedly the strange fire on Mo Ying's arm was burning violently, and Mo Ying let out a roar. It was a lot of damage, but Mo Ying's clumsy body was helpless with this strange fire. He hurriedly looked at Xiao Yan with fierce eyes, and his eyes seemed to devour Xiao Yan with hatred. Master, the flame has already attached to the arm of the ghost. What should I do next? It turned out that his master, the Golden Dragon King, secretly told Xiao Yin just now that as long as the flame was attached to the arm of the ghost, the next it was handed over to the master, the Golden Dragon King. Leave it to me next. Take a good look at it. Although your strange fire is not a holy flame, it is not much different. From what I can see, your strange fire is the same as the holy flame. Restraint. Looking at Mo Ying and Xiao Yin explained. Leave the control of your body to me for the time being. The Golden Dragon King said to Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin immediately understood the meaning of the master and did not obstruct him, letting Jinlong's soul control his body. Hey, I haven't encountered the corpse demon clan for many years. Xiao Yin's voice seemed to be slightly different, and then he didn't care about the huge ghost in front of him. The huge breath slowly woke up, and the breath of the ghost in front of him was one in the sky and one in the ground. Yueru in the distance couldn't stand the evil aura emanating from this huge ghost for a long time, so she passed out. But fortunately, Xiaoyi was there to take care of her. You were all strong men in my world before you were alive. Unfortunately, you were killed by the demons, but your souls are still being driven by the demons. Are you willing? You must have vividly remembered the many injuries caused by the evil races from outside the realm to the thousands of souls in my world. Are you willing to help the tyrants in this way? Does the dignity of your strong man allow you to do this? The different Xiao Yin roared at the huge shadow in the sky, exuding an aura that was no less than that of the shadow. When Xiao Yin roared these words, a huge ghost in the sky was attacking Xiao Yin suddenly changed. The originally aggressive ghost figure was covered with many soul bodies. After Xiao Yin said those words, there was a trace of resonance from the depths of his soul. Xiao Yin's seemingly simple roar contained a huge amount of soul power, which was directly transmitted to the depths of every enslaved soul through the power of the soul, so that the last trace of reason in their hearts and the dignity of the strong were instantly stimulated. Come out. Not reconciled. Many souls roared furiously, as if to say, the many souls that are covered on the ghost like scales are violently resisting, trying to get rid of the enslavement of the ghost. Many souls are constantly breaking free, like scales are about to fall off, but the ghost also knows this situation and let out a long roar. The soul that was about to break free is under control in an instant. More and more soul bodies began to break free and escape, although they also knew that even if they escaped the enslavement of the ghost, they would not miss the chance. But the feeling of being enslaved by the demons felt like a great shame to them. Which strong man is willing? The soul bodies looked at Xiao Yan's direction one after another, as if they were asking for help from Xiao Yan, because they were not willing to be enslaved by the demons. It's time to end. Xiao Yan stood up and clapped the dust on his hands. The Golden Dragon King controls Xiao Yan's body. The reason why he wants to awaken the rationality and unwillingness of these souls www.unclenovel.com is to clean up the ghosts and to make these enslaved souls devour later. And prepare. The soul of the huge ghost in the sky resisted violently, and it looked like scales were about to fall off, because they also knew that if they didn't resist this last chance, they would be enslaved by the demons for the rest of their lives. He is a strong man in the world. How can he be reconciled? Xiao Yin looked at the huge ghost in the sky that was taking care of itself, raised his hand, and lightly touched the top of his head. Broken. A loud voice came from Xiao Yan's mouth. I saw a seemingly small beam of light attacking the huge ghost in the sky, but the seemingly small beam of light actually contained ancient and terrifying power. Bang, bang, bang. Several explosion-like sounds came from above the head of a ghost, and the ghost that was still screaming in the sky and exuding an evil aura was unexpectedly fatally struck by Xiao Yan. Due to the beam of light, the shadow was sluggish for a moment, because the eye of the formation was destroyed. Obviously, this demon corpse was solved. The ghost in the sky festered, and countless souls poured out of the unsightly body. They all bowed to Xiao Yan, and they were very grateful to Xiao Yan for saving them. It's up to you whether you can conquer it or not. After the Golden Dragon King finished speaking, he regained Xiao Yan's control. Xiao Yan was too lazy to be distracted by this almost slaughter-like situation. He lowered his head and looked at the huge shadow above. With the palm of his hand, the ancient ruler of eternal fire flashed out and immediately slashed at the shadow. A huge flame of hundreds of feet burst out, directly splitting the ghost, revealing countless black chains entangled in it. And at the end of those chains, there are countless soul lights hanging. Group Chapter 22. Get the source of the soul again. Looking at the thousands of soul bodies, Xiaoyan couldn't help but jump in the corners of his eyes. These of the demon race are just like the soul race. They are completely taking advantage of other people's powerful souls to capture and swallow them as nourishment, or as an energy provider for corpse control. Simply inhumane. Xiaoyan waved his palm lightly, and the terrifying strong wind blew like a gust of wind. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around weakly and blankly. He just fused with the ghost and became fat and consumed their few strengths. Feeling that the chain that originated from the soul was broken, and finally there were waves of extremely ecstatic soul fluctuations. Although they didn't know exactly when it happened, they felt a sense of freedom. How many years? They were locked up like prisoners in a dark space with no sunlight, and now they are locked in a shadow. And sometimes even death has become an extravagant hope. Let's all go, don't let the demons catch them again. Looking at these souls who were almost in tears with ecstasy and excitement, Xiaoyan also sighed softly. In the sky, countless souls were entrenched, and in the end, they all knelt down to Xiaoyan and bowed to him. But not a single soul left, but looked at Xiaoyan silently and motionless. Countless souls are also aware that the origin of their souls has been eroded by the demons, and it is impossible for them to return to normal after going out. Seniors, my Dakian world is at odds with that foreign evil clan. I hope the seniors will help me. The kid must do his best to protect the Dakian world. Xiaoyan is not stupid either. Looking at the countless soul bodies in the sky while talking silently, he bowed deeply and roared. The countless souls in the sky first stagnated for a second, and they immediately understood that the man in front of them not only saved them, but also possessed the wonders of heaven and earth such as the fire spirit, and then the overwhelming sacrifice was like that. With the plan, the tens of thousands of soul bodies in front of Xiaoyan all turned into pure forces and gathered into a light group that stayed in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan frowned slightly and looked at the light group. From the light group, he felt an extremely terrifying soul fluctuation, and this fluctuation was extremely pure, without any impurities. This is the origin of the soul. Xiaoyan remembered that he also captured a group when he was in the soul clan of the Dochi continent. I'll show you something after you go out. It should be the secret treasure that the man in black killed the Mu family. Behind Xiaoyan, the voice of the Golden Dragon King came. He turned his head and saw that the ladder was also floating from the sky. Next, I just went to the big pit left by the man in black to find something. The origin of the soul. Xiaoyan muttered slowly in his mouth. Now, he naturally understands what this is, and he doesn't care what the Golden Dragon King said. The soul is the root of all beings in the world. All things in the world have souls, and deep in the soul, there is a trace of the origin of the soul. This is the root of the birth of the soul. Strange energy. Don't worry, I will avenge your revenge for you. A gentle word, but suddenly caused the soul light group to release a faint luster, vaguely, as if a lot of information was transmitted from it. Xiaoyan silently accepted the information. There were too many strong soul origins in the soul light group, but there was no spiritual wisdom in it. Some were just some resentment left before he died completely. Waiting for emotions, these emotions, it is quite difficult to completely refine them. If they are absorbed indiscriminately, they will inevitably affect the mind. But Xiaoyan's words just happened to quietly dispel these hidden negative emotions. This is another kind of consolation of wisdom from the origin of these souls. They were all powerhouses in their lifetimes. Even if they died, using the power at the end will make it difficult for the people who killed them. Although it seems easy to defuse them, at least the people of the demon race will never say this, and they also know that Xiaoyan helped them kill them. To their murderers, sit down cross-legged and carefully integrate our soul origin. How far you can achieve depends on your fortune. The soul body of the sky seemed to be talking to Xiaoyan. Thank you, seniors. Xiaoyan also sat down cross-legged when he heard the words, adjusting his state to absorb the purest soul power. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on a flat ground. In front of him, a light group about half a zhang sized lightly suspended. A soft and pure luster continued to diffuse out of it, shining on the surrounding grass blades, making the surrounding those grasses that had been depleted instantly turned lush and green. The power of this soul source is really pure, but it's really hard for these seniors. Xiaoyan murmured. Xiaoyan stared at the soul light group, let out a sigh of relief, and immediately stretched out his palm and touched the light group. With this contact, Xiaoyan could feel the vastness that filled the soul light group. The power of the origin of the soul. The feeling of Yu reading www.yangshu.com. Even if it is the power of the soul of Emperor Xiaoyan, it can't help but make the soul between his eyebrows feel extremely warm. Emperor Realm souls are divided into 4 levels: entry level, immortal level, transcendence saint level, and consummation level. The Golden Dragon King said slowly. Wow. The soul light group slowly fluctuated in Xiaoyan's absorption, and bursts of crisp sounds like water splashes came from the Tianling cover, and the power of the original soul was continuously injected into Xiaoyan's soul. Under such profusion, a faint intoxication appeared on the face of the small figure formed by the soul above Xiaoyan's head. Under the wrapping of these original souls, he felt that his soul was like being surrounded by infiltrating in a warm light. It feels like the fetus is in the womb. Layers of faint, strange crystal layers quietly emerged on the surface of the soul, and when you looked at it faintly, it was like a real human figure, extremely miraculous. This is the power of the soul of the Emperor Realm. The layers of faint, strange crystal layers are actually protective layers that can resist the attack of the soul, quietly appearing on the surface of the soul to protect the most vulnerable soul. In the soul light group, there is an extremely terrifying soul source power. These source powers were only condensed from the millions of soul bodies captured by the man in black. Before such a vast soul source, even Xiaoyan, it's a tiny feeling of insignificance. Crash. As more and more soul sources were absorbed by Xiaoyan, circles of invisible fluctuations, also centered on Xiaoyan, slowly spread out. It suddenly became silent, and an invisible coercion spread instantly. Has the collection been successful? Chapter 23 Moon Home. Boom, boom, boom. After those seniors' soul source light clusters almost disappeared, all the light clusters also merged into Xiaoyan's body, and the small space that was originally isolated by the men in black also trembled violently. Bang! The other dimension began to slowly shatter. Xiaoyan has long since woken up and quit the cultivation state. All the energy of the soul source he absorbed before is stored in the soul realm, because the Golden Dragon King and Xiaoyan just said. Xiaoyan himself is also clear that it takes a lot of time to absorb the source of the soul to improve the strength of the soul. If you can go to Yu's house to find a safe place to make plans, otherwise the soul will be severely damaged, and the loss will be more than the loss. Immediately, it is also to absorb the soul source and store it in the soul realm to make plans. Seeing the immediate crisis resolved, Xiaoyan couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seems that this time I went to Yu's house to deal with things, and went to retreat well, devoured the origin of my soul, and practiced some fighting skills. Otherwise, in this continent where the strong are like clouds, it's impossible to walk at all. No wonder he thought so. After all, the enemies Xiaoyan encountered these times were too powerful, and there were very few ways to deal with them. With a plan, he also stepped forward to use the soul power to awaken the 2 girls. Qing Yuan was obviously trying his best to exhaust his fighting qi. He couldn't wake up in a short time, and he was still in a coma. With the help of Xiaoyan, he slowly woke up. Just woke up and saw a big hole in the distance, and hurriedly asked Xiaoyan, "That man in black should be the murderer who killed the Mu family in our Qingqing recently. But what about the monster behind him? How did you solve it?" "What?" In the face of Yueru's many problems, Xiaoyan also suffered from a headache. He couldn't say that he killed himself, so he could only prevaricate and say, "I don't know. Just when you passed out, that monster's body twitched for a while and then froze. It exploded, but it was indeed dead." Yu naturally wouldn't believe Xiaoyan's nonsense, but after the immediate crisis was lifted, he couldn't care less about these doubts, and the top priority was to save his father. With a sound of bang, the original small space was instantly shattered, and the scene of people coming and going on the street was restored. Yueru walked in the front and led the way, Xiao Yin followed behind with Qing Yuan in his arms. Strangely, Xiao Yin, when I was holding Qing Yuan, I felt that the fighting spirit and even the strength of my soul and my body were recovering very quickly. Xiao Yi was also very reluctant to go back to Nanjing, so she changed it a little and wanted to become the little girl appeared to follow Xiao Yin, but she went back unwillingly under Xiao Yan's warning, with an unhappy expression on her face. Along the way, even if she had just experienced a life or death moment, Yueru seemed to lead the way calmly, because she also knew that her father's time was running out. Those who disagree will take the opportunity. The consequences are unimaginable. Before arriving at a street in the Yu family mansion, Xiao Yin and Yu Ru also made a plan. After entering the courtyard, they would act separately. Yu Ru took Qing Yuan to the lounge to rest, and then came over to meet Xiao Yin. Yin went directly to the destination, and then slowly walked towards the huge palace not far away. On the way, Yueru told Xiao Yin that their Yu family is not peaceful now. In other words, there are some differences in the Yu family. Only a few cronies know about her father's severe injury, so the treatment is also to be done in the dark. Approaching the extremely majestic mansion, Xiao Yin was surprised to see that there were many people crowded at the door, and these people were all dressed in the robes of alchemists, with a few strands on their chests. The dazzling silver ripples proudly displayed their identity and rank. These are the juniors of our family, and you are of course not worth mentioning. Yueru also saw a pharmacist at the door and said, on the streets where people come and go, all passers-by who pass by will turn their envious and awe-inspiring eyes to the group of alchemists who whisper to each other. In their hearts, pharmacists are a kind of noble, a profession like an aristocrat. Follow me. Yueru took Xiao Yin and the others into the Yu family compound from a small path. Xiao Yin also knew that Yueru was obviously doing this to avoid the clan disagreement about which people arranged in the Yu family compound. Miss, you're back. Just after entering the gate, a pretty maid hurriedly walked out of the side, and then said a few words to Yueru in a soft voice. Yueru took Qing Yuan and separated from Xiao Yin, and the maid walked away. Is to lead the way ahead. Following behind the maid in a hurry, Xiao Yan's eyes swept across this luxurious mansion. The towering and magnificent buildings made him nod slightly in secret. Leaving aside other things, this Yu family is indeed worthy of Qingqing. One of the three major families, such wealth is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Walking on the path made of cyan gravel, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. In his sense, since he entered the depths of the Yu family, his soul sensed a mysterious and powerful aura, hidden in every corner. He raised his head inadvertently and glanced casually over an eaves, where some dark shadows, hidden in the darkness, were painted black, covering the sharp arrow tips reflected by the sun, slowly moving. Moving in the mansion, any slight disturbance will make them deliver the attack in an instant. The defense is indeed very strict. Xiao Yin frowned slightly. www.untilnovel.com shook his head helplessly and looked up at a luxurious hall that appeared at the end of the trail. There was a faint sight of a person standing among them. Father, just as Yueru took Qing Yuan to rest, she hurriedly ran over to meet Xiao Yin and greeted the maid to go down. Yueru was left in a quaint room. Xiao Yin and a man whom Yueru called Father, middle-aged man. Yueru, are you back? The middle-aged man's loving voice sounded. Well, Father, I brought back someone who can heal you this time. Yueru pushed Xiao Yin and said. Xiao Yin could see that this girl, Yueru, was very interested in her father. My pain won't get better for a while, so I don't have to work so hard. The middle-aged man shied away, but he was very relieved, because his daughter kept coming to him to heal people. Although it was all unsuccessful, the heart was felt. This little friend, the old man Yueyu, since he came to my Yu's house, please ask the little friend to show me. The middle-aged Yueyu looked at Xiao Yin, who was brought back by his daughter, and looked carefully, but found that the young man in front of him doesn't seem to be that simple. Even with his own strength, he doesn't seem to be able to see through it. Xiao Yin looked at the middle-aged man who was a little yellowish in front of his eyes, and was not very good. He murmured to himself, 5-star Dodi? He really deserves to be the head of the family. Then he stepped forward, and Xiao Yi also summoned him instantly. Get ready to see what Yueyu said about the incurable pain of non-fire spirits. At the moment when the fire elf Xiao Yi was summoned, the temperature in the originally mild room instantly increased a lot, and Yu Yu's originally bland eyes suddenly opened, and she lost her voice. It's actually a fire elf? Chapter 24 Detoxify. Yu Yu's exclaimed voice immediately turned to look at the milky white, terrifying high-temperature flames in front of her, and when she looked at her daughter Yuru, a trace of relief appeared. When I went to the Warcraft Mountains to hunt monsters, I was accidentally injured by the 9 nether fire on the body of a 9 nether sparrow that was comparable to the level of the 6-star Dodi. Inextinguishable. I have used many methods and can't erase the traces of flames, and the flames will devour my vitality. Today, I have no time, even if I read many ancient books to find it. A glimmer of hope. It is rumored that the fire elf or the holy flame is the king of flames in the world, and getting one of them may hopefully cure this 9 serenity fire. The middle-aged man in the room who was originally on the bed stared at Xiao Yi. Wrote, "Little friend is really amazing. You can actually possess such a rare thing as a fire elf. If that's the case, then this old man's life will be handed over to your little friend. Let's say goodbye to life and death. Don't worry." A decisive voice came from the house. Xiaoyan slowly approached the side room, and a faint soft light was coming out. Xiaoyan gently pushed open the door of the outer room. The inner room had quite a lot of space. In the center, a large bed was placed in it. A middle-aged man with a dry face was lying on it. Around the bed, several maids were waiting, busy and busy. Hearing the sound of the door, they cast their gazes and hurriedly walked down. Slowly approaching the big bed, Xiaoyan swept his eyes on the bed and found that Yu Yu's face was faintly covered with a large gray-black color, and there was a hint of death on the quiet face. "It's really serious," Xiaoyan said in a low voice, glancing at the middle-aged man's face where he almost stepped into the grave with half of his feet. "Yeah, this kind of fire poison that can devour life force. I am afraid that even a 6-star duty powerhouse would not dare to easily mess with it. Father can survive so many years, and he has reached the limit?" Behind him, Diueru also looked at the person in front of her with distress. Shaking his head, he immediately said cautiously, "Xiaoyan, please do your best to save my father." Yuru's eyes were a little red, and her voice seemed to be much hoarse. "Don't worry, it's not a big problem. I'm going to start. Be careful not to let anyone disturb me." Xiaoyan also agreed, and then said to Yueru, "The state in front of me can only be eliminated by wrapping the strange fire in Yu's body with soul power, so it needs a quiet place that will not be disturbed by others. Is the end of the loss." On the side, Yueru nodded, slightly moved. She knew very well that a large part of the reason Xiaoyan would help her was because of the president of the Alchemist Association. A pair of bright eyes stared at the tall, indifferent young man beside him. "I don't have any other way, so I can only follow the method you said. Senior, use the flame power of the fire spirit to enter the body, and then slowly expel the fire poison." Xiaoyan looked carefully and shook his head. He shook his head, calmly. "In that case, the danger should be great, right?" Hearing this, Yueru whispered slightly hesitantly. "Less than 50% certainty." In the quiet house, Yuru seemed to be talking in a low voice, occasionally turning her eyes to the 2 people beside the bed, and as time passed, watching the sweat dripping down her father's face and the blue veins on her arms throbbing. Yueru's eyes showed some anxiety and anxiety. It wasn't that she was afraid that Xiaoyan would poison her father. It was just that this method of eliminating toxins made Yuru feel distressed. "My father has suffered too much in taking care of this family, and now he is suffering from such deep pain. How could Yuru not feel distressed?" Xiaoyan's face was still calm. The fingers on Yu Yu's back trembled slightly. The faint milky white flame was constantly enveloped by the power of the soul, and then cautiously entered the latter's body, gradually using the high temperature to expel those in his body. It has invaded the 9 serenity fire poison attached to the bones. The milky white flame is wrapped around the black bone. Although the two seem to be close to each other, but if you look carefully, you can find that there is a very small gap between them. The temperature of the different fire is too terrible. If it comes into direct contact with Yu's bones, even if the opponent is a strong Do-D, he will definitely be seriously injured or even die in an instant. The fiery high temperature penetrated from the flame, and then slowly roasted those jet-black bones. As the milky white flame continued to smoke, wisps of black mist quietly emanated from the bones, and before escaping, a cluster of milky white flames swooped in, wrapped in, and took advantage of the terrifying high temperature to gradually the brand poison mist, which even the strong Do Emperor had to treat with dignity, was smoldered and turned into nothingness. However, when Xiao Yin used the strange fire to burn the black mist, he did not find it. At the moment when the black mist was about to evaporate, some inexplicable black things turned out to be slowly mixed with the milky white flame and immediately became completely silent. Yi used powerful force to get rid of them. As time passed quietly, the jet-black bones wrapped in Xiao Yan's milky white flames gradually returned to their normal colors at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Diyu's whole body was soaked with sweat. The middle-aged face seemed to be decades old, twitching constantly, and the sound of sucking cold air leaked out from the gap between the teeth. Refreshing. It's been a long time since I've been this refreshing. The little brother is really good. Yu felt that the 9 Serenity fire that had been entrenched in her body for a long time without moving actually retreated slowly in front of the milky white flame controlled by Xiao Yan. That feels as if Jiuo's fear comes from the heart. This fire elf is really powerful. Yu just wanted to take a closer look at Xiao Yan, but she couldn't imagine that the 9 nether fire in her body was squeezed into one place more and more urgently, and her fist died immediately. Squeezed to death, the blue vein swayed on his arm, like a small snake. Yu's voice was a little hoarse and trembling. Behind him, Xiao Yan's forehead was also covered with sweat. Such a long time of manipulating the strange fire to use it with such a high degree of precision was also a considerable burden on his soul power. He was still with the man in black. During the battle, his soul strength did not return to normal, and he was still struggling. Hearing Yu's trembling question, he nodded slightly. He said softly, "Keep your breath. Now I have gathered the 9 secluded fires at one point, and you're done." Yu heard that she also gritted her teeth and pushed forward. The teeth made a slight noise, and large drops of sweat fell on her forehead. Obviously how painful it is, the pain that burns to the bone. Puff puff. Yu spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood, and the blood exuded a scorching temperature. As soon as she landed on the ground, Xiaoyi was surrounded by milky white flames. Ha! It's comfortable. Yu found out from the blood she had just spit out that the 9 Serenity fire, entrenched in her body, was also expelled from the body at this moment. When the last ray of milky white flame was recovered into his body, Xiao Yin breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and said with a smile, "The basic 9 secluded fires have been eliminated, and they will recover after a few days of training." "Father." Yueru saw that her father's face had regained some blood, and she did not care about Xiao Yan's existence in this room. She swooped on her father who had just escaped danger and instantly burst into tears. "Daddy, I said you'll be fine. Do you think it's all right now?" Woo. Chapter 25 Moonhouse Trivia. Ha ha. Yuer is all a girl and still crying, and she's not afraid of other people's jokes? Yu was obviously very happy because of the dark disease she had just cured for many years. He knows very well that this precious daughter of his own has not been worried about this matter for years. Yu hugged her daughter and let her cry for a while, and then said, "Okay, don't cry. You know that my father, Xiao Yin, the spirit and soul power spent by Xiao Yin to heal me is not weaker than me. You are not ready to bring it. Does he go down to rest?" Yuru didn't realize it until Xiao Yin seemed to be still in this room. So she had seen her crying in front of her father just now. You're ugly, you're ugly. At this moment, Yueru's face was flushed red, and she wanted to find a hole to burrow in. "Let's go. I'll take you down to rest. Daddy, you also have a good rest." After speaking, he stared at his father fiercely and said, indicating that he is also recovering from a serious illness and needs a good rest, then opened the door and led Xiao Yin out. Yueru herself has reached the age to talk about marriage. Before, because of her father's injury, she had been looking for someone who could save her father. Things are up. The young man in front of him not only rescued his father, but he was also a first-rank pharmacist and a 3-star fighting emperor. Such a young man not only made Yueru feel like a deer, but his peers there are very few people who make the Yueru tempted. It's here, you can rest here well. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. I'll go first and not disturb your rest. Yuru brought Xiao Yan into a spacious room and said. Xiao Yan looked at Yuru Guliang, who was slowly withdrawing, and also crawled onto the bed and fell asleep. The load has been too great these few days. The body and even the soul's strength need a good rest. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the room. Xiao Yan got up and stretched. He had a good rest last night, and he should be able to retreat today. Immediately, he walked out of the door and towards the hall. Patriarch, please forgive me. I really didn't do these things. They were all ordered by the third elder. It's really unfair. A short man knelt in front of the hall and begged you for mercy. Third elder, what else do you have to say? I plead guilty. The old man, known as the third elder, saw that the evidence was solid, but he did not argue because he also knew the thunderous tactics of the patriarch in front of him. In recent years, my illness has recurred, and my strength is not as good as before. How many good things have you done behind my back? I won't know in the future. Now that I've got rid of the dark disease, it's time to tidy up this family. After Yu Yu's body was finished, the powerful aura of the peak of the 5-star Do emanated instantly, and everyone in the family hall couldn't help but feel the slightest coercion. Come here, take them down and deal with them according to the clan rules. Yu Yu also instructed. It really deserves it. You can't live because of your own sins. Some people in the parliament hall continued to agree with the patriarch's approach. Keeping family pests like this will only discredit the family. Little friend Xiao Yan is awake. Yu Yu's originally angry face suddenly became loving when she saw Xiao Yan and smiled at Xiao Yan, because he also knew that her daughter seemed to be a little uncomfortable with the man in front of her. With the same emotion, as a father, he naturally wants to help her. The patriarch is really polite. After yesterday's sake, I have some vague signs of a breakthrough, so I came here this time to take advantage of the training room in the clan to retreat. Xiao Yan also clasped his fists towards Yu Yu. Are you going to make a breakthrough? This is a matter. Of course there is no problem. Yu Yu was obviously in a good mood because her injury was almost healed, and she was in a good mood after clearing the family, and laughed loudly. Breaking through is something that can't be met. If that's the case, it's not too late. Go now, Xiao Yan said. Yuer, why are you still standing there? Take little friend Xiao Yan to retreat. Yu Yu said to her absent-minded daughter. Her daughter is really real. Since her injury has healed, Xiao Yan is not only looking at the 6 gods and no masters. Moreover, the eyes are about to fly out. Are you afraid that others won't see it? Hey, that's all. It's really a big girl. Yu Yu sighed in her heart, but her mouth and heart were all from the heart of joy. Walking on the path of ghosts, Xiao Yan looked at the princess dress in front of him. Fundai Yuna, who was obviously dressed like she had been carefully dressed. Yuru, who had a slightly nervous expression on her face, hurriedly asked, Does Yu Guliang have something on her mind? It's not really a concern. I'm also very happy that my father's dark illness is cured. But Yuru answered Xiao Yan's question in a wrong way. Although my father enlightened me for a long time last night, love is to be fought for by myself. How can you know if you don't try something? Father's evaluation of Xiao Yan is also very high. Now he is a 3-star Do Emperor at a young age, and he is also a first-order alchemist of the Emperor's rank. Even if he is a small powerhouse with such potential. But the one with Xiao Yan girl. The more Yueru thought about it, the more fascinated she became. Her cheeks flushed red, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Xiao Yan was also staring at Yueru in confusion. It's almost there, just ahead. I want to see the girl with you this morning. Obviously, her soul power is exhausted, and she should rest for a while before she wakes up. I'll take good care of her while you're in seclusion for a long time, so you can rest assured. The two walked quietly to the end of the trail, and Yueru hurriedly changed the subject to Xiao Yan in order to resolve the embarrassment. If that's the case, then thank you, Guliang. Xiao Yan looked at the simple stone gate outside the path, and slowly opened it under the guidance of Yueru, and immediately waved at Yueru Guliang, and took a big step. Went in. Hey, Xiao Yan, is that girl your wife? The moment Xiao Yan stepped in, Yueru obviously gathered up her courage, and said to Xiao Yan. No wonder Yueru asked this question. Judging from her appearance, they are all a match made in heaven. Is there no chance for me to finally meet a man who makes my heart happy? Looking at Xiao Yan, who slowly entered the stone gate for seclusion, Yuru also mustered up the courage to ask. She is my younger sister. A lazy voice came from Sherman. Xiao Yan thought that she was so grateful to him for saving his father. How could she know what Yuru was thinking? Sister. Shimon Wei had originally planned to give up, but when Yuru heard Xiao Yan's answer, she couldn't help feeling a little moved in the corner of her eyes. Then he said in a voice that only he could hear, I made a decision at the beginning. As long as I can cure my father, I will marry you. Even if I am young, I am willing. No matter what happens in the future, I will depend on you. I'm on you. Xiao Yan, you can't run away. Thank you, Xiao Yan. After speaking, he couldn't help but leave the trail a little moved. Go on. No one in the training room is allowed to disturb you. And take care of that girl. Chapter 26. Absorb the source of the soul. Xiao Yan naturally did not know the thoughts of the women outside Sherman. The most urgent task was to absorb the soul source stored in the soul realm, and he immediately walked in through the stone gate. A spacious training room with some stone steps and a training platform appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Obviously, this training room is cleaned regularly by servants, giving people a neat feeling. After carefully inspecting this stone room, he placed a seal of fighting chi at the stone entrance and walked up to sit cross-legged. This is no wonder Xiao Yan is so careful. Although he rescued the Yu family patriarch, it is better to carefully check the training room in this retreat. Otherwise, it will be bad if there is an accident in the retreat. Experience gathered abroad. Master, is this all right now? Xiao Yan said slowly while stroking the ring on his finger after checking it carefully. Well, that's right. The heart of being defensive is a must. The Golden Dragon King floated out of the ring and stood in front of Xiao Yan. Okay, since that's the case, let's start. First, release the soul source you collected in the soul realm, absorb and refine it, and then learn the fighting skills. The Golden Dragon King helped Xiao Yan to plan, and he also had 2 more scrolls in his hand. Xiao Yan also nodded when he heard that and sat down with his legs crossed, mobilizing all the soul power in his body. CCC, the pure white light group continuously scattered from Xiao Yan's forehead and gathered in front of Xiao Yan. Although these soul sources were stored in his soul realm by Xiao Yan, it was still a little difficult to release them. The spiritual things of heaven and earth, those who are destined to get it, it seems that you and this soul origin are also compatible. The Golden Dragon King looked at the growing soul light group in front of Xiao Yan and was also pleased. After the light group was all condensed, Xiao Yan stared at the soul light group standing in front of him, let out a sigh of relief, and immediately stretched out his palm and touched the light group. With this contact, Xiao Yan, I can feel that the vast soul source power that pervades the soul light group, the extremely pure soul source power, makes the soul between his eyebrows feel extremely warm, refining it with a different fire. The Golden Dragon King's voice echoed into the stone room. Although these soul sources are the purest powers, there are still a few souls with negative emotions, so the Golden Dragon King said. Xiao Yi was summoned, and a stream of milky white flames with terrifying high temperature surrounded the soul light group. Because the lotus cleaning demon fire has the miraculous effect of purifying the dirt in the world. This kind of refining lasted for several hours, which shows the enormous power of this soul. Then Xiao Yan slowly dissipated the flames. Xiao Yi also obviously received a lot of benefits, making Xiao Yi rest aside. Everything was ready, looking at the crystal-like soul light group floating in front of him. Although it was tens of times smaller than before, the purest power contained in it was only strong or weak, and this slowly loosened. With one breath, the skillful handprint moved, and the soul power between Xiao Yan's eyebrows surged out, turning into a humanoid figure with the same appearance as Xiao Yan. At the same time, a suction force poured out towards the soul light group hovering in the air in front of me. With the emergence of this suction, the soul light group also trembled slightly, and then a power of the soul source that was several times purer than before spread out from it, and finally wrapped around Xiao Yan's soul, along his mouth, nose, and pores all over his body are continuously blending into. As more and more soul sources were inhaled, the surface of Xiao Yan's soul, a strange crystal-like layer that had already appeared on the surface, continued to grow bigger and stronger. This kind of change lasted for 20 days in a blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. The last ray of soul light entrenched in the air also got into Xiao Yan's mouth at this moment. In the quiet stone room, looking around, there are two Xiao Yan. The aura and appearance emanating from that body could tell who the real Xiao Yan was, because their auras were all 3-star Do Di. The appearance is also exactly the same, cannot find the slightest difference. Success. 20 days passed in a blink of an eye, and when Xiao Yan opened his eyes and saw that the person in front of him was exactly the same as him, and even the strength and aura were the same, he couldn't help but exclaimed with joy. Emperor Realm souls are divided into 4 levels. Entry-level mortal level, perception fairy level, transcendence holy level, and perfection level. Your previous soul power should have stayed in the soul, you just stepped into the Emperor Realm. After the absorption of the soul source this time, you have reached the Emperor Realm mortal level. The Golden Dragon King said slowly with apparent satisfaction. Don't underestimate your mortal soul power in the Emperor Realm. In terms of soul power alone, even a 5-star fighting emperor is almost the same as you. And I believe you have also felt it. Stepping into the Emperor Realm, the mortal level soul power has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Golden Dragon King looked at Xiao Yan, who was overjoyed in front of him. As you know, when you step into the Emperor Realm, you can use your soul to transform into a soul to help you fight. Before, because you just stepped into the Emperor Realm and haven't stabilized, you are different now. You already have a clone that is not inferior to your own strength. This avatar is condensed by the power of your soul. His strength increases with your improvement, but you remember that this clone is condensed by your soul power after all, and both are prosperous. If the clone suffers an irresistible or incurable injury, it will also be fed back to you. And it's a geometric multiple of feedback. The Golden Dragon King said to Xiao Yan seriously. Before his master said it, Xiao Yan guessed it more or less. Hearing what his master said, Xiao Yan also had a plan in his heart. The attack of soul power, and this avatar should be considered a killer. www.novel.com. You take a closer look at the breath you already have. The Golden Dragon King looked at Xiao Yan in surprise. Xiao Yan was also at a loss. Originally, Xiao Yan should be regarded as the initial stage of the 3-star Do Emperor, but unexpectedly, he absorbed some of the purest soul power and inadvertently improved his strength to reach the peak of the initial 3-star Do Emperor. Only one step away from entering the middle stage of the Samsung Do Di. You must know that every promotion of a Do Di powerhouse requires a huge amount of energy. This purest soul source can make Xiao Yan reach the peak of the 3-star Do Di early stage. It's not a bad thing to think about. These days, you have been constantly stepping up the ranks to deal with the enemy, which is not a small burden on you. But there are also many advantages to fighting. Now it is reasonable to absorb this soul power to improve your strength. King Jinlong said. Is it almost 3-star Do Di midterm? Xiao Yan also carefully felt the Do Qi in his lower body. It was indeed the case, and the road still had to be taken step by step. Master, now that I have absorbed my soul power, the fighting skills you mentioned should also be taught to me. Xiao Yan smiled and stared at the 2 scrolls in the Golden Dragon King's hand. Because he himself, it is also clear that when you come to this Dudi continent where the powers are like clouds, the heavenly ranked Do skills are already overwhelmed, and at least some life-saving skills are required. Although your Fenju is now a high-level cultivation technique, the supply and absorption of Do Qi is not weak. As for the 6th layer realm of Fenju, you need to swallow holy flames to evolve. What you lack now is Do skill. The Golden Dragon King also saw Xiao Yan's thoughts and shook the 2 scrolls in his hand. Since you want to learn, then I'll leave it to you. Xiao Yan looked at the Golden Dragon King floating in the sky and still had a scroll, and hurriedly reached out to catch it. A low-level immortal fighting skill. Chapter 27 Immortal level low-level fighting skills. 7 Breaking the Sky Ruler. A low-level immortal fighting skill. Xiao Yan's exclamation echoed in the stone room. Don't look at the difference between the heaven rank and the immortal rank, but the real fighting skills are far from each other. Heaven rank is to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to use for oneself, while immortal rank is beyond the power of heaven and earth. In other words, immortal rank fighting skills will use the power of heaven and earth to stagnate, and cannot be used by others. Emperor Do is the greatest symbol of mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. If he can't, it will be like breaking his arm and breaking his hand. Good. This is a set of fighting skills that uses a ruler as an attack, just right to deal with the ancient ruler of eternal fire in your hand. The Golden Dragon King looked at Xiao Yin in front of him and said, "Summon your eternal fire, eternal ruler first. If you want to practice this fighting skill, you must first temper the ruler." The Golden Dragon King hurriedly said when Xiao Yin was about to open the scroll. Boom! When Xiao Yin just touched the scroll of Tao, when a roaring explosion sounded in the depths of Xiao Yan's mind, his soul also vibrated violently at this moment, and then his vision gradually became blurred, and when he came back to his senses, but found that he was in a strange space. Taking a closer look, this space is not wide. It is empty without the slightest bit of anger. Xiao Yan's eyes swept slightly, and then suddenly stopped somewhere in the void space, where a figure stood with his hands behind his back. The figure is extremely ordinary. Xiao Yan could hardly notice the slightest breath and signs of fighting qi emanating from his body, and his appearance was like the most ordinary person. However, this visual sense made Xiao Yan's heart even more solemn. How could he be an ordinary person who could appear in such a strange place? He is the true master of the seventh layer breaking heaven ruler. This should be a memory space hidden in the fighting skills. This figure is not a real powerhouse, but a memory fragment from his lifetime. Looking at the figure, Xiao Yan was thoughtful. With his current experience, he would not be surprised. After a little pondering, he found out the details of this figure. And just as Xiao Yan expected, this figure did not look at Xiao Yan's side, and shortly after the former entered this space, there was a sound as plain as water, which slowly sounded in the space. The seven-layered sky-shattering ruler, the low-level fighting skills of the immortal rank, was created by the combination of the power of my life and the fighting skills of hundreds of schools. Straight coin holy rank fighting skills. The feat are divided into 7 levels, and each level is extremely powerful. The 7 feet are stacked together, and the power is straight to the holy rank fighting skills. Xiao Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter when he heard the plain voice that was like a self-narrative language. The superposition of the 7-folded ruler can actually be compared to a holy level fighting skill. Xiao Yan was deeply shocked. The person who created this fighting skill is indeed a real powerhouse. The original sky-level fighting skills have been refined and super sacred. If you can obtain the secrets hidden in this seat, you can be regarded as a person who is destined. Since you can get the fire ruler, then the fire ruler should have been tempered by the fire spirit saliva. Remember, the 7th-layered sky-breaking ruler must use the tempered ancient ruler of different fire. Only then can it be successfully cast, otherwise, it will be backlashed. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, and then he became thoughtful. It turned out that the strange thing that was surrounding the ancient ruler of eternal fire in his hand just now was the so-called ancient ruler of eternal fire that was tempered and changed by the so-called Huoling Shao. As expected of an immortal-level fighting skill, such a process is still needed to obtain a complete inheritance of fighting skills. Above the lake, the Golden Dragon King calmly and slowly raised the ancient ruler of eternal fire in his hand. On the ruler's surface, those special patterns that once made Xiao Yan feel strange, at this moment, radiated a fiery red light. Holding tightly the black ruler that became as red as the setting sun, the mysterious man let out a low drink, and his body suddenly moved. The sole of the foot slowly stepped in the void, and an afterimage appeared shockingly under the illumination of the setting sun. Looking at the afterimage in the void in shock, Xiao Yan was speechless for a while. He did not expect that the mysterious man's speed would be so terrifying. The afterimage gradually dissipated, but the figure of the mysterious man appeared like a teleportation under the huge waterfall that was more than 10 feet wide. Compared with the huge hanging waterfall, the mysterious man's small body, just like the ants on the picture scroll, it is extremely unobtrusive, but this small ant-like figure, at this moment, has a power that is even more terrifying than this waterfall. The huge wind pressure caused by the falling waterfall was unable to make the seemingly weak old body move at all. The body that was rushing forward suddenly stopped, the toes kicked in the void, and the body rotated 180 degrees in midair. The black ruler in the mysterious man's hand became more and more radiant, and at the end, the strong ray of light made Xiao Yin had to narrow his eyes. Immortal rank fighting skill, 7th layer breaking the sky ruler. A thunderous thunder suddenly exploded, followed by a turbulent heat wave that almost spread into the entire space. Boom! On the surface of the wide space, suddenly, countless water columns rose into the sky, which was extremely spectacular. Between the water columns and the sky, a huge red on suddenly flashed. Wherever the red on passed, the water column disappeared, replaced by a pervasive mist of water. Bang! The red on was like a shock, swept across the lake like lightning, swayed a wave of water 10 meters high, and then slammed heavily on the rushing waterfall. Boom, boom, boom. The huge explosion of thunder continued to reverberate in the valley, and countless rubble fell from the rock wall one after another. Yu reading www.yuyukangsha.com. Covering his ears with his hands, Xiaoyan stared at the momentum of the attack with his mouth wide open. After a while, he swallowed hard and turned his eyes to the waterfall suddenly. Cover up. A gust of wind blew out from the lake. The water vapor in the valley quickly dissipated, and the huge waterfall behind the mist finally slowly revealed its true face. Looking at the appearing waterfall with wide eyes, Xiaoyan was sluggish for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A dizziness surged in his head. The waterfall at this time, the huge water flow, has been cut off, and on the huge rock behind the waterfall, a ravine more than 10 feet long and 3 or 4 feet wide flashed dazzlingly. At the edge of the gully, countless tiny cracks spread across the entire stone wall, looking like a creeping tiger. The waterfall water flow above the cliff continued to flow down slowly after stagnant for more than 20 seconds, and the huge scar on the rock was gradually hidden. Looking at the black circle of light rapidly spreading out from his pupils, Xiaoyan also took a deep breath, but there was no sign of panic, and he was facing the figure in the dark circle from a distance. Bowed and bowed. This is the simple rule of thumb. For those who are destined, remember the name of this seat, 7-footed immortal. The faint voice, like the thunder of a stinger, suddenly resounded in Xiaoyan's mind, and that figure. In that dark circle of light, it became more and more faint, and finally it completely turned into annihilation. The last image of a generation of powerhouses left in this world is just like this dissipated away. Xiaoyan nodded silently, allowing the jet-black light to impact, tearing his body apart. Chapter 28 Cultivation 7 times to break the sky ruler. How do you feel? The Golden Dragon King looked at Xiaoyan's exit from the strange state and asked, because he just knew that Xiaoyan had entered a different dimension and didn't bother him. That was what he had to go through to inherit fighting skills. 7 foot you immortal. Master's ruler's ruler is really strong. Xiaoyan's eyes were a little blurry as he exited from the strange state. It was obvious that the cultivation method of the 7th layer heaven-shattering ruler had already been imprinted in his mind. And it suits you very well, said the Golden Dragon King with a smile. Your different fire eternal ancient ruler is the hardest ruler between heaven and earth. It has been tempered by the different fire for thousands of years. It has long been as hard as iron, and it also contains the special flame power of the different fire. When the sky ruler is displayed, it will only increase your growth stronger. The Golden Dragon King said to Xiaoyan with a smile. What the master said is very true. Since that's the case, it's not too late. Let's start practicing the first level. Xiaoyan was also amazed at the power of this method. The 7th level of breaking the sky. The first level, the 3-step swimming ruler. 1 step is close, 2 steps are back, 3 steps are attacking. You can advance or retreat. Xiaoyan's mind echoed the method of cultivation. The ancient ruler of the eternal fire of Xiaoyan slowly appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. It seemed that after the tempering just now, the ancient ruler of the eternal fire was extremely heavy. Although this weight is not worth mentioning to Xiaoyan, it has indeed become heavier, and after careful feeling, the ancient ruler of different fire seems to have become able to suppress himself under the special tempering of the 7-foot wandering immortal senior just now. The grudge. Xiaoyan is now in the late stage of the 3-star Do Emperor, and the breath of this ancient ruler of different fires on his back has been compressed into a one-star Do Emperor. However, Xiaoyan didn't take it seriously. Suppressing his own strength was nothing more than a good thing, and it was better to have some means when going out. This can't help but remind Xiaoyan of the Xian Chongji in Doqi continent, and its effect seems to be exactly the same. After pondering for a while, without hesitation, Xiaoyan held the ancient ruler of eternal fire in both hands, ready to start practicing. Seventh layer breaking the sky ruler. Pay attention to fast, ruthless, and accurate. Make quick shots, quickly approach the target, attack with ruthlessness. One blow is fatal, shot with accuracy, and hit the key point. The Golden Dragon King slowly enlightened. Hearing this, Xiaoyan sat down with his legs crossed, and carefully felt the cultivation experience of the first chi of the seventh layer of breaking the sky. According to the experience of the seven-footed Yuzian Senior, the first chi is about the echo of the human ruler, that is, to make the ruler resonate with oneself, in order to exert the greatest power of the first chi. How can I make it resonate with me? Xiaoyan stroked the ancient ruler of eternal fire and felt a hint of warmth from it. Different fire, eternal ancient ruler, different fire, eternal ancient ruler. Xiaoyan muttered to himself. He suddenly closed his eyes and sighed, mobilizing the fire attribute vindictive energy of his whole body and pouring out towards the strange fire, eternal ancient ruler in his hand. The eternal fire, eternal ruler that was still in Xiaoyan's hand suddenly made a buzzing sound after passing through the huge collection of fire attribute fighting chi, as if it was greeting Xiaoyan happily. Success. At first, Xiaoyan wondered how to resonate with the ancient ruler of Yihua Hong, but then he thought about it. Since the ancient ruler of Yihua Heng is a product of Yihua, the affinity for Yihua is quite similar. Gao. Only then did Xiaoyan's later scene happen. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyan smiled with satisfaction. Feeling the buzzing sound emanating from the ancient ruler of Yihua Heng in his hand, Xiaoyan also got up immediately and held the ancient ruler of Yihua Heng tightly with both hands. Lots and lots of colorful flames around. The entire stone chamber was surprisingly quiet, as if even the energy between heaven and earth had stopped at this moment. In the stone room, Xiaoyan stood quietly, as if a statue was motionless, and the ancient ruler of eternal fire in his hand constantly exuded an astonishing aura. Seventh layer breaking the sky ruler. The first foot. The three-step swimming ruler. I saw that the original Xiaoyan was like a teleportation. The first step was moving towards the front. The ruler changed horizontally. The second step was moving horizontally. The ruler was moving vertically, and the third step was moving horizontally. With the overwhelming aura, the void in the stone room was criticized for a slight crack. With Xiaoyan's 3 feet falling into the void in front of him, the entire stone room seemed to have completely solidified at this moment, and a sense of silence came from the 9 serenities. The ruler fell from Xiaoyan's hand, as if like a hurricane swept out. 3 steps. Every move, and where the ruler passed, brought a huge aura of destruction, and the space was criticized for shattering. Moreover, this was caused by Xiaoyan's deliberately suppressing his strength. If Xiaoyan did not suppress his strength, I am afraid that this stone room would not be able to withstand such a powerful force of destruction. This immortal-level fighting skill is so terrifying. Feeling the resonance between the ruler and himself, Xiaoyan also nodded with satisfaction. The fighting skills of the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler are really what he needs now. It is not only powerful, but also easy to handle. In general, they can suppress their own strength. Although the ancient ulnar bone of Yihua Heng can suppress his own strength, when the ancient ruler of Yihua Heng falls off, that is when Xiaoyan is really strong. Yeah, it's not bad. It was the first time that such a powerful offensive could be released. The Golden Dragon King also said to Xiaoyan with satisfaction. Time passed day by day, and 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. www.novel.com. Xiaoyan also practiced diligently on the first chi of the 7th level breaking sky during these 5 days. According to your current method, you can't give in too much against the 4-star Do Di, and it may even be fatal with 1 blow. Not bad, not bad. The Golden Dragon King has also carefully watched Xiaoyan's practice on the first foot of the 7th layered sky-shattering ruler in the past few days. It was because he had practiced similar fighting skills before, but he was able to achieve a little in just 5 days, which really made the Golden Dragon King look at Xiao Yan in a different light. I should be able to try that when this kid reaches the 7-star Do Emperor. The Golden Dragon King looked at Xiao Yan and couldn't help but feel a little confident. I'm practicing for the last time. Xiao Yan had an idea in his heart, and he was also starting to move. In the quiet stone room, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be stagnant. In Xiao Yan's shouting, the stable space in the stone room was also shattered by the ancient ruler of the different fire. Then Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction and put the strange fire. The Hungu ruler changed his appearance slightly, put his back behind him, and repaired the broken spaces. This is always someone else's training room. Others can't repay someone else's tattered stone room by cultivating by themselves. This kid. The Golden Dragon King couldn't help laughing when he saw Xiao Yan's cautious appearance, but he couldn't hide his pride from the bottom of his heart, as if he was sighing that Xiao Yan's temperament was good. Okay, since the repair is complete, we're almost done in retreat. Xiao Yan wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, "But you forgot one thing before this. Remember that man in black?" When the Golden Dragon King was speaking, Xiao Yan found that the Golden Dragon King still had a pitch-black scroll in his hand. The one who killed the Mu family? Chapter 29: The Truth About the Murder of the Mu Family. Xiao Yan also looked at the smiling Golden Dragon King in surprise. Yes, at that time, my master used his own hands to get rid of the ghost, and when he was collecting some scattered souls, the master seemed to find something, but Xiao Yan was too weak at that time and forgot. Now, after Shizu said this, I suddenly got a strong interest. I wanted to come to the level of the man in black who said that the Mu family had meddled with things that shouldn't be touched, and that so-called shouldn't be touched. Things are not ordinary things. Is this what the man in black said? Xiao Yan also stared blankly at the pitch-black scroll. Yes, this is what the man in black said, and at the same time I think it was the thing that caused the Mu family to be destroyed. The Golden Dragon King said slowly, "In this world, there are countless strange things in the world, but everyone knows the ideal of innocence and guilt. If you have treasures and are known to others without sufficient strength, it will only attract others to hunt and kill, like the Mu family. There are so many. Hold it. You can try to open it with all your strength." The Golden Dragon King threw the pitch-black scroll to Xiao Yan, obviously wanting him to comprehend it himself. In Xiao Yan's hand, there was an inexplicable force that was terrifyingly passed down from the scroll, but when Xiao Yan wanted to open it, he couldn't open it no matter what. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also knew the extraordinariness of this scroll, but he was not helpless, and immediately turned his huge soul power towards the scroll. Touch! A slight vibration came from Xiao Yan's hand. Obviously, Xiao Yan's soul power just now failed. In other words, the pitch-black scroll in Xiao Yan's hand actually repelled Xiao Yan's soul power. There are only two possibilities. One is that the soul power of the person who made this scroll is much stronger than Xiao Yan's, and Xiao Yan's soul power is not enough, so he can't open the scroll. There is also a need for a special method to open. Xiao Yan was also a character who refused to admit defeat, and then Xiao Yi summoned it, and the flames devoured the scroll away. Boom, boom, boom. The pitch-black scroll let the scorching flames bake without any response. Xiao Yan also looked at the Golden Dragon King helplessly at this time. This was the first time such an unheard-of phenomenon. How could there be such a scroll? Xiao Yan wondered in his heart. Okay, don't be depressed. If this scroll was easily resolved by you now, it would not be targeted by the demons. The Golden Dragon King also saw that Xiao Yan was helpless, so he said, "Master, is there any way for you to open this scroll?" Xiao Yan looked at the Golden Dragon King and asked, "I think it should be possible to deal with this scroll with the power of my master." Yes, but if I open it up, the great opportunity in this will not belong to you." After speaking, he looked at Xiao Yan with a smile. A big chance. Xiao Yan was at a loss at this time. This scroll could not be opened. What was the big chance that the master said? Okay, don't complain. It's normal that this scroll can't be opened, because opening this scroll requires the power of a holy flame. So we have to prepare the medicinal pill that devours the holy flame first. 7 flame flowers, Su Shengdan, blood spirit ice liquid. Furthermore, from my experience, this scroll should be an inheritance left by a supreme power. The Golden Dragon King said slowly. Do you need holy flame to open it? Inheritance. Xiaoyan stared at the pitch-black scroll in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help closing. Then we'll go look for the holy flame when it's settled here. With a holy flame, plus the strange fire on your body, something very interesting will definitely happen. The Golden Dragon King looked at Xiao Yin maliciously. For some reason, Xiao Yin always felt that he kept falling into the path that the Golden Dragon King designed for him. Okay, don't be depressed, boy. There are still things you need to solve now. You forgot Gubin Peiyuan pill. The Golden Dragon King said slowly. I'm really curious about the secret of Qing Yuan that you are so optimistic about. Xiao Yin listened to the Golden Dragon King holding Qing Yuan, and he also understood that with his own master's eyes, he would definitely not deceive himself. But that Qing Yuan, what secret is there in Yuan? Xiao Yin couldn't help but wonder. If that's the case, let's go out. Xiao Yin stood up and cleaned up the dust on his body, then put on his back some pitch-black eternal fire ruler, and slowly walked towards the stone outside. The sunlight is really warm. Xiao Yin had just come out of the stone room. It was already morning outside, and the rays of sunlight shone on Xiao Yin's body, causing Xiao Yin, who had been cultivating, to feel his body for a while. Easy. Young Master Xiao, you're out of the gate. Miss instructed the youngest to wait for the young master here, and take the young master there after he is out of the gate. A girl who looked more delicate said respectfully to Xiao Yin. Then Lao will lead the way. Xiao Yin also smiled politely at the young woman. On the path of the ghost, the maid led Xiao Yin to the hall. Young Master Xiao is really young and promising. No wonder the young lady is so fascinated by him. The maid looked at Xiao Yin and said, What does Gu Liang mean? Xiao Yin was also at a loss at this time, not knowing why the maid in front of him said this to him. Young Master Xiao took the liberty, but isn't it obvious? It's rare to see a young lady being so tempted by a man these years. The maid said slowly. Xiao Yin was also shocked when he heard it, and obviously understood why Yueru asked that before her retreat. Hey, there are so many infatuated people in the world. I already have a family. I'm afraid I can only live up to Miss Yu's good intentions. Xiao Yin thought to himself. To be honest, Xiao Yin is not a person who is not a promiscuous person. He is just a simple friend to Yueru. How can I know that it will be such a relationship? It is really a headache. She followed the maid into the family hall, where Yueru and Yuyu were discussing something. Little friend Xiao Yin has left. It seems that the strength of this retreat has increased again. Yuyu laughed. Obviously, under the strength of the Yu family patriarch 5-star Do Di, Xiao Yin still finds it difficult to hide his strength. It's a fluke. But that's okay, Xiao Yin also laughed. During the days when little friend Xiao Yin was in retreat, that young lady Qingyuan woke up once, but she has been in a coma since then. Even if we hired a lot of doctors, it was really impossible. However, there are traces of the Emperor-level dragon demon core. It is said that the ruins of the beast are about to be opened, and it is rumored that the Emperor-level dragon demon core is also in it. Yu sat on the main seat and looked at Xiao Yin. The remains of monsters? What is that? Xiao Yin was also new to the ramp, so he couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Chapter 30 Monster Ruins. You all go down. Yu ordered. Yueru father and daughter and Xiao Yin were left in the hall. Yu looked at Xiao Yin, who was confused, and said with a smile, This demonic beast mountains is also a relatively famous fierce place near Qingcheng on the profound spirit continent. For some reason, the cold air is extremely thick there. The sky is covered with the sun, and if you run wild, you will only get lost in it. And there are many powerful and bloodthirsty monsters in the mountains, which are quite troublesome to deal with. This time, the remains of monsters are located in this monster mountain. It is rumored that there are immortal-level fighting skills and countless martial arts pills in the remains of the beasts this time. But more importantly, there are some differences in the ruins this time. The people who went in to explore have no whereabouts. I don't know what happened. Oh, aren't beasts and humans old enemies? How can the ruins in the Beast Mountain range allow us humans to get involved? Xiao Yin said in a puzzled way. Little friend Xiao Yin doesn't know that the remains of beasts in the Warcraft Mountains are actually left by an Almighty. It is rumored that the Almighty hated beasts by nature and set a ban. You can't go in there. Furthermore, the Emperor-level demon core that Xiao Yin needs is also among them. Yu also relieved Xiao Yan's worries. Father, I don't know what's in the beast ruins this time. Yueru also said. Yu smiled lightly and said, a long time ago, in this world of the great thousand world, there were countless strong men who fell. The place where the blood of the Do-Di strong men fell turned into a place of ruins. There are all kinds of mysteries, all over the opportunity, attracting countless geniuses. Compete. Just because if you can get the emperor blood, you can become an emperor and build a holy foundation. Secret. Hearing Yu's old voice, Xiao Yan was a little dazed, just because of all that, something out of his understanding. What is an emperor? Xiao Yan said with some difficulty. But because these two words seemed to contain a great charm, even if they were spoken out of his mouth, the source chi in his body shook a little. Yu thought for a while, then smiled. That's too far away for you. You just need to know that the so-called emperor is the strength of the owner of the peak of the 7-star Do Emperor. A drop of blood of an emperor can turn the ocean into a sea. When the emperor fell, his blood and remains of the emperor fell into the sky and the earth, thus forming some ruins. And on our Xianling continent, there is a place of ruins that exists in the monster beast mountains outside the city. Xiao Yan's pupils could not help shrinking. After talking for a long time, he finally got to the point. Yu smiled and said, now there are 8 cities within 100 miles of our Qingqing, and almost all the geniuses of the younger generation are preparing for the ruins and practicing hard. I heard that the young master from Wuqing has been practicing hard for this for several years. Obviously, he is bound to get it. The other big families, the proud sons of the big families who have done their best to cultivate, are also dispatched one after another, and what they do is to win the great fortune in the land of ruins. Once you win such a great fortune, the Xianling royal family in the Xianling continent will notice you and lead you. The Xianling royal family? Xiao Yan asked blankly. He knew that the Xianling continent was the name of the world he established. On the vast continent, it was only one of them, but the so-called Xianling imperial family came from not heard. It's normal if you haven't heard of it. It's obviously known to a few people. Yu smiled and said, in short, this Xianling royal family is the ruler of the Xianling continent. Their big hands cover the world, and you are the ants below. Xiao Yan gave a wry smile. That is indeed a too far level, and with his present, he cannot reach it at all. However, after saying this, Xiao Yan can be considered to know the power of the ruins. Even the Wuqing and many other cities, the proud sons of the great family, are very coveted. It is conceivable. What kind of good fortune is that? With chance. But the ruins are so important. Wouldn't the various forces send strong people? Xiao Yan suddenly asked. If those cities directly send Do-Di strong, or even stronger strong, then no matter how strong the young proud son, I'm afraid I can't compete. The land of ruins has the power of the emperor. The stronger the person, the stronger the suppression they will receive when they enter it. Yu said with a smile. If those strong people are not afraid of being beheaded by some little guys because of oppression, they should not dare to enter easily. He stared at Xiao Yan. A ray of light flashed across his turbid eyes, and said with a smile, little friend, if the great fortune of the Holy Land falls into the hands of the heaven's arrogant sons in other cities, I am sure that what you want to get the chance of the Emperor-level Dragon Demon Corps to save others will become extremely low, extremely low. Yu's voice paused, and then said again, of course, with your current strength, if you wanted that guy, I'm afraid it will be difficult. How is it? Do you have the guts to have a coveted heart for that great good fortune? Yu said with a half-smile, as if she was looking forward to Xiao Yan's reaction. Xiao Yan closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, and there was an intriguing gleam in his eyes. Then the prided ones other than Qingsheng were already ahead of him. Yu reading www.yuyukongshu.com. If someone else has captured the great fortune in the ruins, then Qing Yuan's secret will not be released. Moreover, the mission on his body is also heavy, to find his clansman, the Golden Dragon King, to regain his strength, to collect holy flames, and more importantly, to find Xun'er and the others. All this requires strength. One step at a time, one step at a time. Xiao Yan wanted to catch up and save others, so he had to seize every opportunity. Of course, in the ruins, There are many powerful people from all walks of life, noble families, and proud people of the big families. Compared with them, Xiaoyan seems to have no advantage, but since he came to Duty Continent, he began to practice the complete burning Jew. Since that day, there has never been a lack of courage. So, Xiaoyan looked at Yu who was sitting on it, solemnly clasped his fists, and saluted. Xiaoyan thanked the seniors for the guidance. He was very fortunate that he met Yu here, so that he did not miss the chance to touch the great creation. Then this so-called chance. Xiaoyan, can't ask for anything. After speaking, Xiaoyan had a bright smile on his face. Ha! I knew that you are not simple. How can you be an ordinary person with a fire elf strange thing? And this time in the ruins, the little girl also needs something. I have already given her the map. I will ask Xiaoyu to take care of it this time. Yu said slowly. Pack up and leave today. After speaking, he walked out of the lobby, leaving Xiaoyan and Yueru looking at each other. I'm going to trouble you this time too. Yuru vegetarian waved her hand and bowed to Xiaoyan with a slight smile on her face. Thank you, Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan also understood what she meant and immediately left the lobby with a smile. Chapter 31 set off. The second day. Wuqing, in front of the main hall, many servants are also looking up to the sky. In the towering pavilion, a vigorous red fighting chi rises into the sky. The fighting chi is like a brilliant sun, exuding extremely hot fluctuations, and even the air is scorching hot, burned and twisted. Congratulations to send your son off. I wish you a successful return. Many voices came from below. The red fighting chi roared out, like a cloud of fire, and on the cloud of fire, a slender figure stood with his hands behind his back. With a look of contempt, he ignored the many people who saw him off, and just turned his eyes to a certain room in the depths of the mansion. After a while, he withdrew his gaze, no longer hesitated, stepped on the red grudge, and disappeared into the sky amid all the attention. Sword King City. Beneath a lonely peak like a blade, a figure walked out of the mountain step by step. As he got closer, he realized that it was a young man in a gray robe. However, there was a black cloth wrapped around his eyes, invisible. There was a frightening aura. Behind him is a black sword. The black sword is simple, as if it has no front, but there is an astonishing sword energy which radiates out. The stones on the ground where he walked are all cracked quietly, and the fracture was as smooth as a mirror. He raised his head. His eyes, which were covered by the black cloth, seemed to be directed to a distant place. The land of ruins. He murmured, his voice extremely hoarse. I need a real opponent to sharpen my sword. That Jianxi and that Wuhuan from Wuqing should be good opponents, right? Hearing the words in his mouth, the black sword behind him vibrated slightly, as if he couldn't wait to compete with the top figures among his peers. City of 10,000 beasts. Roar. There was a deafening beast roar resounding from the city, and then people in the whole city saw a huge winged beast flapping its wings and soaring into the air. On top of the winged beast, a delicate young girl was sitting on her knees. Her long green hair and her eyes were full of agility and a quirky appearance. On her tender shoulders, an ice-blue bird was beating and chirping, and there seemed to be boundless coldness in the pair of bird pupils. Hee. Xiaohan, we can finally go out to play. The girl touched the bird, her face full of excitement. I heard that the ruins are really fun. I went to a lot of great people. Hee. No one of the same generation in the city of 10,000 beasts can beat us. I hope those guys won't be too boring. Let's go. The girl shouted loudly, and the winged beast let out a low roar. Its wings vibrated, its speed skyrocketed, and the wind flew away. Bang, bang, bang. In a city, a bald man dashed out from the city wall, and a long spear stood out behind him. The great fortune is mine. The bald head shouted and disappeared like a ghost, apparently rushing to the ruins. Boom. In a martial arts courtyard, the violent fighting chi burst out and swept across, sending dozens of figures flying upside down in embarrassment. Haha, you are too weak. It's boring. Tell my father. I'm going to the ruins. It's boring to stay here. In that chaos, there was only one figure standing in the field. His body was strong, like an iron tower, like a ferocious ape. He grinned and laughed at the crowd. Then, without any hesitation, He stomped the soles of his feet, and his figure rose into the sky. After a few jumps, he disappeared. Looking at his leaving figure, everyone in the Martial Arts Institute breathed a sigh of relief and then burst into cheers. This monster has finally left. Finally, I don't have to suffer from him anymore. Those guys who go to the ruins are probably going to be out of luck. Once they are entangled by this lunatic, they will be finished. To the north of Qingcheng, there is a snowy family. Miss, the time has come. The master asked me to inform you that you can leave. Outside a fragrance pavilion, a maid's careful voice sounded. Inside the incense pavilion, on the soft bed, a snow-white body was wrapped in a thin quilt, but even so, it still outlined that extremely enchanting curve. Hearing the sound, the person in the quilt sat up, the quilt slipped off, and suddenly revealed a delicate body like mutton fat, with long hair hanging down in front of him, covering the thrilling plumpness. Come in. She raised her little face, only to see that her little face was extremely charming, like a goblin, which made people's hearts skip a beat. A maid carefully pushed the door and came in, seeing the person on the bed. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but turn her gaze on the extremely domineering figure. The maid entered the room, fetched her clothes, and waited on her to get dressed. The long black skirt covered her body, which highlighted her exquisite figure, which was slender and plump. The curve alone was enough to attract all the attention. Hee. Thank you, Xiaobi. Tell my father that when I go out this time, I will definitely find him a perfect son-in-law to come back. The little demon girl grinned and sweetened the maid's face. Miss, the master said that we must obtain good fortune. The maid reminded helplessly. What kind of good fortune can be better and more worry-free than finding a good husband? The woman in the colorful skirt blinked and giggled. Okay, www.mtlnovel.com, let's go. But she didn't laugh too much. She waved her little hand and moved her delicate body, only to see her figure appearing and disappearing from time to time. After a few breaths, she disappeared into the distance. The maid looked at her ghostly movement and couldn't help but sighed in admiration. Mrs. Movement skills are among the top among the peers in the Xianling continent. This is a gloomy place where bones are buried. White bones are piled up in the mountains, and the whole world is filled with death. Click. Suddenly, a voice came from the mountain, and I saw a group of people walking out. The pedestrian steps were stiff, their bodies were blue, and their eyes were empty. When they looked carefully, they found that they didn't have the slightest vitality. Like the living dead, they carried a large sedan chair on their shoulders, and the sedan body was white, but on it, there was a pattern of ghost faces dripping with blood, exuding a sinister and eerie atmosphere. A cloudy wind whistled, and the white curtains were rolled up. Under the white curtain, a young face that was pale and bloodless emerged. His eyes were gray, and his body seemed to be wrapped in the aura of death, which made people shudder. 100 ghosts carry the sedan chair. The white sedan chair went away, as if there was a cold voice coming from far away. Yi Wangxing, living people avoid. At the same time, in the entire Xianling continent, many famous geniuses have come from all over the world, and their goals are all the same, all pointing to the land of relics in the center of the continent. So, in the entire Xianling continent, countless gazes came together. Everyone wants to know how wonderful it will be when these many proud young heroes collide together. But no matter what, the current ruins have become the focus of the entire continent. Chapter 32 Xing, So Girl. The originally peaceful Warcraft mountains outside Qingqing instantly became lively, because everyone knew that the ruins cave hidden in the Warcraft mountains was about to open. Let's stop here for a while and buy some rations for Xiaoyi, said a man with a dark and heavy ruler on his back. After a day's rush, Xiao Yin and Yuru also came to a supply point on the outskirts of the demonic beast mountains, waiting for the ruins to open. Since Xiao Yin knew that Xiao Yi was a fire elf, in order to prevent others from knowing, he also specially refined a 6th-order transformation pill for Xiao Yi, so that he could change the shape, and now it completely presents Xiao Yi as a small beast. It is also extraordinarily cute and cruel. However, it is strange to say that Xiao Yi does not refuse fire-type medicinal herbs or medicinal materials, and his appetite has greatly increased, which is why Xiao Yan's move. Xiao Yan caught Xiao Yi from the shoulders. One person and one beast stared with big eyes, and finally Xiao Yan nodded helplessly, and after instructing Yueru, he turned around and went to other areas to buy supplies. This is a supply point outside the demonic beast mountains. Many healing medicines and necessary things can be bought. In the supply area, Xiao Yan found a maid, and after explaining everything he needed, the latter asked him to sit down for a while and went to prepare. So, Xiao Yan sat here bored and waited while holding Xiao Yi, who was full of disgust with the look of this phantom beast. However, while waiting, Xiao Yan suddenly noticed a strange gaze, and immediately turned around with his brows slightly wrinkled, and then was stunned for a moment. Because he saw, not far behind him, a pretty girl with long green hair, staring at him with big eyes, and even a sliver of saliva fell from her small mouth. Xiao Yan was inexplicably seen by the green-haired girl, and just wanted to get up. At this time, the green-haired girl also walked up quickly, so Xiao Yan realized that her eyes were not looking at him, but at Xiao Yi in his arms. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yan looked at the green-haired girl vigilantly. The green-haired girl wiped away the crystal saliva from the corner of her mouth. Her and white eyes burst out with extreme scorching emotions. She stared at Xiao Yi, and her delicate voice made people shiver. "Little brother, sell this little beast to me. No matter how much money, no matter what the price, I'm willing." "Buy Xiao Yi." Xiao Yan frowned slightly, then said decisively, "Don't sell it." Xiao Yan shook his head and refused neatly. He knew how cruel this little thing was in his arms, so he was sure that as long as he dared to nod, this little beast would slap him directly with one paw and slap him alive. When the green-haired girl saw Xiao Yan's rejection, she was a little anxious and hurriedly said, "Little brother, sell it to me. I will give you 5 million gold coins. Even if it's an immortal rank fighting skill." Gritting his teeth, he looked at Xiao Yi in Xiao Yan's arms. She stared intently at Xiao Yi's eyes, as if she saw through the phantom shape at a glance, full of incomparable enthusiasm, because others could not feel Xiao Yi's power, but she had a unique way to know Xiao Yi in front of her. What an amazing little beast. 5 million gold coins. Immortal rank fighting skills. Xiao Yan was obviously also shocked by the generosity of the girl in front of him. You must know that 5 million gold coins is not a small amount, and that immortal level fighting skill is even more priceless. Xiao Yan carefully looked at the girl in front of her. From the green-haired girl's frantic eyes, it was obvious that she was not talking big, but that she was really able to come up with this huge sum of money. But Xiao Yan still refused. "Don't be hungry. Just because Xiao Yi has been with him for so long, it has already become a brotherhood, and besides, Xiao Yi still has the identity of a fire elf." Or take a step back and say, Xiao Yi, however, those with unlimited potential can now rival the powerhouses of the 3-star Dodi in their infancy. After that, that's great. She was repeatedly rejected, and the green-haired girl stomped her feet in a hurry. Her fair forehead was sweating in a hurry. She looked down at her small hand that was as clean as jade. There was a light pattern on the back of her hand. Now this light pattern is exuding extremely intense burning sensation. This light pattern can sense the bloodline of the source beast. The stronger the bloodline, the more scorching the light pattern will be. And the burning sensation right now, even when she got Xiao Han, never appeared. In other words, the little beast in front of him, in terms of bloodline, is even stronger than her Xiao Han, who has some Bingfeng bloodline. For her, this is simply an unparalleled attraction. Xiao Yan looked at this pattern and suddenly remembered it. The transplant technique of the Mo family on Do Chi continent is to transfer some Chi people's strange objects to himself, such as eyes and arms. She couldn't help but be a little more vigilant towards the woman in front of her, and seemed to sense the green-haired girl's intentions. Yu reading www.yuyukongshu.com. The clothes in her arms moved, and then an ice-blue bird emerged from her neckline with a bird's head, and the bird's eyes looked at Zhou Yuan with an extremely cold air. The surrounding air is beginning to show signs of freezing. And when the icy blue bird appeared, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly froze, his brows trembled, obviously aware of a very strong threat, and he immediately looked at the icy blue bird with a solemn expression, and then obviously, it is not simple. This girl is even more difficult. Xiao Yan's eyes were alert. He was able to carry such a powerful little beast with him. It seemed that the other party was not an ordinary person. In Xiao Yan's arms, Xiao Yi's squinted animal pupils also opened a little, swept the icy blue bird. The beast's mouth opened slightly. There was a faint jump of black light, and a low roar came from its throat. Out. Obviously, it sensed the hostility that the icy blue bird was showing toward Xiao Yan. Facing Xiao Yi's warning roar, the icy blue bird also trembled, hesitated for a few breaths, and then slowly retracted her head again. The green-haired girl looked at the strongest Xiaohan, and she was shocked. Her little face suddenly collapsed. It seemed that being hard won't work, so she looked at Xiao Yan pitifully. Xiao Yan flashed a thought in his heart, stroked Xiao Yi in his arms, and finally shook his head and said, "Since you can see how extraordinary it is, you should also know that it is priceless. I won't sell it, so don't think about it anymore." After Xiao Yan finished speaking, there was also a maid who had prepared all the things he had purchased before. "If you don't sell me, I'll follow you," the girl in front of her stubbornly said to Xiao Yan. Chapter 33 Warcraft Ruins Open. Xiao Yan also found the girl who was following him, and immediately took Yuuru around a few times to get rid of the girl. "Ah, I'm so off, why did I lose it? That little beast is really powerful." The girl stomped her feet when she realized that she was very embarrassed by Xiao Yan. According to Yuuru, the demonic beast mountains outside Qingcheng, also known as the Ice and Snow Mountains, should be the most majestic mountain range Xiao Yan has seen in so many years. The thick cloud and mist shrouded most of the mountain range, making it difficult for people to see what it contained. Moreover, there seemed to be an extremely vast energy contained in the cloud and mist. Under this huge energy, even Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a little chilled. No wonder no one dared to fly in from a high altitude. The road in the sky is simply a dead end. Standing high in the sky, looking down at the entry point of the mountain range below, and looking at the nearly dense sea of pitch black, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a little scalp tingling. Although he knew that the so-called Great Creation's temptation would certainly not be small, when he saw such a huge after the crowd, he was still astonished to get a pitifully small chance from these countless people. This difficulty is really not ordinary. With a wry smile, Xiao Yan took Yuuru and Xiao Yi on his shoulders to choose a remote place, then lowered his body and jumped off the mountain. In a few flashes, a treetop appeared outside the snow mountain range. Above, his eyes seemed to swipe, and he found that there were actually many people sitting cross-legged on the tops of the surrounding trees. Because the ice and snow mountains are surrounded by clouds and mist all year round, and there are many powerful monsters, there are only 3 safe entry points, and the place where Xiao Yan is now is one of them, but the current entrance has been blocked, occupied by a sea of people. Just when Xiao Yan was sighing secretly at this huge scene, a clear and loud crane chirping suddenly resounded from the distant sky, and immediately attracted countless gazes around him. Xiao Yan also followed his gaze, only to see in the distance a giant crane with colorful energy, flapping its giant wings, swiftly flying towards one of the 3 entrances of the ice and snow mountains, the sun shining on the colorful crane. On the feathers, the reflections are dazzling and brilliant. Has the seal finally weakened? Xiao Yan looked at the energy storm at the entrance and couldn't help but ask. The next time was spent waiting as always, and when this kind of waiting lasted for nearly 3 days, the energy between this world suddenly became turbulent. At the moment when the energy of the earth just changed, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of the tree, suddenly opened his slightly closed eyes, and a strange look flashed past his eyes. Is it finally time to start? Huge mountains shrouded in mist. At this moment, just like an ancient beast that is about to wake up, a series of low rumbling sounds came from the high sky of the mountain range, and accompanied by this loud noise, there was also the overwhelming energy. Wow! In the dense cloud and mist, the vast energy surged rapidly, and at the end, there was even the sound of waves like the surging of the ocean waves. This strange scene made many people exclaim in amazement. Nature is indeed full of wonders. The huge energy tide, accompanied by surging, after a while, actually rushed out of the cloud and mist and quickly spread out, scaring some figures who stayed in the sky hurriedly swept down. If they were caught by the terrifying energy tide sweeping in, Even a strong Do-D would have to peel off his skin if he didn't die. The huge energy tide turns into colorful colors. Under the sunlight, it is like a spacious and colorful river. Hanging across the sky, it is extremely gorgeous, but under this gorgeousness, there is a deadly crisis hidden. Huge waves of colorful energy continued to spread out from the mountain range. At this moment, many people could feel that the energy in the ice and snow mountain range gradually became violent and majestic. It looks like the ice and snow mountains have turned into a magnet, attracting all the energy between the nearby heaven and earth. Facing such a spectacular scene, even Xiao Yan couldn't help but be filled with astonishment. With his extraordinary soul perception, he could feel more clearly that the energy in the colorful tide had reached a certain level. What a terrifying level! As expected of the Do-D continent of the upper plane, such a marvelous scene. How can you see it in other places? With a chuckle, Xiao Yan stood up and turned his eyes to the ice and snow mountains. At this moment, the energy in the mountains has grown to an astonishing level. It would not take too long to cultivate here, but it is sure to get twice the result with half the effort. No wonder so many people are still attracted after knowing that the big opportunity cannot be snatched. Let's practice some ideas. His eyes shifted from the mountain range and finally stopped at the place where the mountain range entered. There, the huge sea of people has begun to move. No matter where it is, the first one always has special benefits. The one who enters it will have the best effect, so everyone wants to be the luckiest first. Looking at the sea of people, Xiao Yan smiled slightly, and there was a hint of fiery in his eyes. This time, the big chance battle was somewhat beyond his expectations. Presumably this competition will be quite exciting, and he also want to try it. This young generation near Qingcheng in the Xianling continent. What step can we really reach? How much difference is there between you and them? Boom! While Xiao Yan's thoughts were turning, a burst of chaotic and loud footsteps and loud roars suddenly sounded, and even when he saw the huge sea of people, it suddenly roared and moved, turning into a stream of people rushing into the mountain range crazily. Yueru, go to the ruins and follow me closely. Let's go to your destination first. As for the chance, there is no hurry. Although this great chance has a huge temptation, it also has a fatal threat. Xiao Yanshan said. Yueru was also aware of Xiao Yan's plan, so she couldn't help but nodded somewhat moved, and said, everything is up to you. For a while, the entire periphery of the ice and snow mountains became violent at this moment, because everyone present knew that the so-called great fortune would be gone when it was too late. Thinking of heaven and hell, the great opportunity is right in front of you, and maybe there is the incomparable attraction of the Xianling royal family. How can the people present not be moved by it? Chapter 34 Preliminary Fight. Inside the ice and snow mountains, the temperature is low, and the fog is lingering. The fog is mixed with a little violent energy, which greatly restricts people's sight. In the quiet mountain range, two figures broke through the woods and swept in, and immediately landed lightly, revealing a young face, which was Xiao Yan. Let's go this way. Xiao Yan. Yueru pointed the way. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yi also turned their heads when they heard the words. The most important thing now is to go to the place that Yueru said, and don't worry about that big opportunity. What is Miss Yueru looking for? Xiao Yan also asked curiously. Although Yueru's father, Yueyu, said that she was looking for something in this ruin, she still doesn't know what she was looking for. Just asked. What I'm looking for is crescent moon suegua. Yueru gritted her teeth slightly. Crescent moon green fruit. Xiao Yan said with a frown. My father spent a lot of money to collect information. In this relic, there are not only opportunities left by a senior, but also many treasures, among which the emperor-level magic core you need is also among them. And our Yu family has inherited the inheritance since ancient times, but it lacks this vital medicine. Crescent moon green fruit. Yurube bit her lips and said to Xiao Yan, even though her father repeatedly explained not to talk to Xiao Yan. But Xiao Yan saved her father, and Yueru didn't plan to hide it from him. Crescent moon green fruit? This is a good thing. You kid don't know it. In addition to some wonders of the world, there are also some special medicines. Their effects are to accept inheritance or break the seal. We call it medicine introduction. This crescent green fruit is a good thing. It is the representative of the moon. It seems that there is some background behind this little ant named Yuru. Otherwise, such an ancient inheritance would not be her turn. The voice of the Golden Dragon King came from the ring. After walking slowly into the lane, he followed the map and entered a mountain range. The information on the map showed that crescent moon green fruit was hiding here. The mountain in front of them seemed to have someone in front of them for a long time, and some ferocious beasts were cleaned up in an instant. As expected of the outstanding young people who are within 100 miles of Qingqing, he does have some skills. Falling to the ground, Xiaoyan glanced ahead, laughed in his heart, and immediately turned his eyes to the surroundings. His brows could not help but wrinkle. The energy mist is too thick, and the Tianmu Mountains are so vast, it is not easy to reach the depths of the crescent moon green fruit. Don't worry, follow them and let them take the lead. Xiaoyan also saw Yuru's worries and hurriedly spoke to comfort. Yeah. Yuru also knew that thinking too much was useless, so she immediately restrained her breath and followed Xiaoyan to prepare to wait for an opportunity. Between Xiaoyan's frown, a graceful, colorful shadow also fell into the mountain range, and the beautiful eyes swept away and instantly stopped on a back not far ahead. Feeling the slight movement behind him, Xiaoyan didn't turn his head, but when he moved, he swiftly walked away directly into the mountain range. Stop! Seeing that Xiaoyan was going to leave, the woman in the colorful dress immediately shouted coldly. Xiaoyan didn't seem to hear her shouting, but his footsteps accelerated. Shoo! Just as the pace quickened, a sound of breaking wind suddenly resounded behind him. Xiaoyan's face was slightly cold, and his footsteps made a mistake. A colorful silk satin with strong winds smeared its head and shot out, and finally pierced a towering giant tree in front of it. Although the colored satin seems to be made of cloth, it has a faint metallic luster, which is obviously not an ordinary thing. Seeing Xiaoyan's strange steps to avoid his own attack, a strange luster flashed in the beautiful eyes of the woman in the colorful dress. With a flick of her jade hand, another colorful silk and satin shot out from her sleeve, like a poisonous snake, winding in the air, twisted and wrapped around Xiaoyan cunningly. Faced with this woman's constant entanglement, Xiaoyan's heart was also filled with some anger. He suddenly turned around, his arm flashed out with lightning, grabbed the burst of silk. Milky white flames emerged from his palm, and immediately followed the silk, turning into a line of fire, shoot directly at the former. Seeing the line of fire coming, the cheeks of the woman in the colorful skirt were also slightly cold, and a burst of blue and silver alternated, as if the powerful fighting spirit formed by the fusion of strong wind and thunder also shot out along the silk and satin, and finally collided with the line of fire. Bang! A low-pitched explosion erupted in the quiet mountain range, and the aftermath of the two strong and powerful waves directly shook the surrounding dense fog away a lot, and there was a pit more than half a meter deep in the open space. At this moment, a lot of people have begun to break into the mountain range. When they heard the movement here, they all rushed forward. When they saw that the person who left was actually the famous Miss Feng Yi, they were all shocked. Surprised eyes turned to the strange man on the opposite side. The person who could fight with her would definitely not be an ordinary person. The fighting spirit formed by the fusion of the wind and thunder attributes? The name of Miss Feng Liqing is indeed well-deserved. Although the colorful silk satin has experienced such a violent energy impact, it has never broken like this. Xiaoyan's eyes are fixed on the woman in the colorful skirt. Said slowly. He didn't expect that this woman actually has two types of physique. This type of physique may not be as rare as the evil poison physique, but it is also quite rare. To be honest, Xiaoyan can also be counted as two types of attributes. The physique, fire and wood. Of course, its physique is that fire accounts for the majority, and wood, just a little bit. Of course, every alchemist. This is the case. Yu reading www.yuyukongshu.com because it is necessary condition. The physique of the two attributes is actually not very suitable for cultivation, because it is not pure. Xiaoyan's kind is not bad. There is only a little wood energy in the body, but the woman in front of him not only can cultivate this part, but also actually the perfect fusion of the two attributes of Do Qi. The power suddenly soared. You can break my attack. You are also very powerful. The woman in the colorful dress stared at the thin young man in front of her with beautiful eyes, suddenly smiled, and stretched out her flawless white hand and said softly, Go out and rely on friends. Make a friend. My name is Feng Yi. As soon as these words came out, the people around them were shocked. They knew how arrogant the eldest lady of Fenglei City in front of them was, and now she actually reached out to a strange man to make friends. Hello, Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan also stretched out his hand to the woman in front of him. The two held it tightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The soul of the emperor, as expected, is right. With each other, Miss Feng Yi's soul is not weak. After speaking, they both released their hands in unison. Let's go, Yuru. Xiaoyan also greeted Yuru, who was beside him. It's really hard to meet someone who is interested, but it seems that his soul power is stronger than mine. However, if you want to be my man, you can't just have a strong soul. Follow them. I want to see what they are going to do if they have a good chance. The woman in the colorful skirt said. But miss, the master told me before coming out that we should focus on chance. I'll say one more thing. Follow them. The woman in the colorful dress frowned slightly, even though she followed Xiaoyan and the others. Chapter 35 Real and Fake Crescent Moonfruit. Entering the depths of the mountains, I suddenly found a lake. There was a small island on the lake. On the island, there was a slender crystal-clear plant, exuding a huge and pleasant smell. Where should it be? Xiaoyan and Yuru found that the number of people was getting smaller and smaller on the way to this mountain range. This fog is poisonous. Xiaoyan immediately understood why the number of people became less and less as he went deeper. It turned out to be the cause of the fog. No. Xiaoyan handed a medicinal pill to Yuru, and then the emperor's soul power was fully deployed, and he carefully probed into the lake. Generally speaking, wherever there are wonders of heaven and earth, there will be guardians, so it is better to be careful in everything. Why didn't you find it? Xiaoyan couldn't help muttering to himself, and then he gave Yuru a few heavy instructions and went straight to the small island in the lake. His body burst into the clear lake like a fish. Xiaoyan glanced at the milky white flames outside his body and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Under the temperature, the surrounding lake water has been rolling like boiling water, and while the milky white blisters are constantly bubbling, wisps of dark purple liquid that is difficult to detect with the naked eye slowly emerge. But when these dark purple liquids are about to be, when it came into contact with the milky white flame, it was frozen by Xiao-Yi into extremely small ice strands, and then slowly fell into the bottom of the lake. Xiaoyan's scalp felt numb as he looked at the small purple ice strands that kept appearing all over his body. He didn't expect that this seemingly peaceful lake would secretly hide so much deadly venom. Hurry up, these venoms are extremely poisonous. Although the protection of a different fire can prevent them from entering the body, it is too much for my soul power. Just as Yuru was amazed, Xiaoyan's deep voice suddenly sounded in my heart. Huh? He nodded hurriedly, and then followed Xiaoyan's feet. His head floated to the surface, looked at the small island in the center of the lake, let out a sigh of relief, and then swept his arms rapidly, leaving a watermark on his body. Gradually approaching the lake. Looking at the perfect figure in the water that was highlighted because the clothes were wet, Xiaoyan couldn't help swallowing because of his concentration. The two mountain peaks below the cherry mouth were about to stand, and there was only a trace of silk. Tightly sticking to the white and flawless skin, it sets off a different kind of taste. He paddled smoothly all the way to the position that was close to the island in the center of the lake, and just when Xiaoyan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the calm lake in front of him suddenly burst into the sky. Tight, raised his head and stared at the place where the spray burst, and after a moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. The water splashes gradually fell. In an instant, a giant snake with green scales all over its body and a triangular-shaped head suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the lake, then opened its huge mouth and bit Xiaoyan fiercely. There was a wild ferocity in his pupils. 3,000 thunder phantom bodies. When the ferocious giant snake's mouth was about to attack Xiaoyan, a lightning-fast movement technique flashed past, causing the giant snake to rush into the air. Illusory golden demon python. The golden dragon king's exclamation came from inside the ring. Master, what is that? Xiaoyan also felt a strange power from the python's attack just now. Illusory golden monster python. This is a powerful magical beast known for its soul power. Their most powerful power is neither the body nor the strength, but the power of the soul. The illusory golden monster python has a profound knowledge of soul power. It has been able to use its soul power to create a perfect illusion, which makes it sleepy for a long time and does not want to wake up. That's what makes it terrifying. But fortunately, your soul strength is not weak, but it is protected by a strange fire, so it can't cause too much damage to you. The violent factor of the strange fire is naturally the biggest nemesis of these dark attribute snakes. You can look at other companions, have fallen into this illusion now. The Golden Dragon King looked at the ferocious giant snake in front of him and said, "I'll hold it back. Hurry up and fetch the crescent moon green fruit." Xiaoyan also gritted his teeth and said to Yuru, although the illusory gold demon python in front of him was comparable to a 4-star Do D, but with the blessing of his own strange fire, it was not difficult to fight, so he immediately said to Yuru, "Bang, bang, bang." The figure violently swept towards the island. There were a few violent waves bursting behind him, which was the momentum caused by the failure of the giant snake's attack. Xiaoyan didn't pay too much attention to the strong aura behind him. With the help of this impact, he escaped several attacks from giant snakes, and finally he was only 10 meters away from the island. Glancing back from the corner of his eyes, he found that the giant snake was chasing and killing it all the way with its huge mouth open. With a slight sneer, Xiaoyan flicked his finger to accept the ring, and a wooden board fell into the water surface. A moment before it was about to be corroded by the venom in the lake, Xiaoyan's toes touched it, his body sank slightly, and then violently again shot out, a moment later. Finally entered the scope of the island. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com body volleyed over, his feet squatted slightly. Both palms pressed lightly on the ground and landed steadily. Stepping on the island with his soles, Xiaoyan glanced back and found that from the time it entered a 10-meter range around the island, the ferocious giant snake was a little scared and did not dare to move forward, swaying on its tail outside the island. The wanderer, spitting out a scarlet snake letter, glared at Xiaoyan fiercely and kept wandering around the island. Looking at the slowly calming lake and the giant snake still guarding the island, Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and looked at the small island, which is not very large, which are planted with lush bamboo forests and some flowers and plants, which look vibrant and beautiful. "Have you found it, Yueru?" Xiaoyan finally broke free from the giant snake and hurriedly went to the island to ask. This. Looking at the few round fruits on the crystal clear little tree in front of her, Yueru couldn't help falling into contemplation. According to the information his father gave him, shouldn't crescent moon Suegwa look like this? Could it be that this crescent moon has mutated due to the environment? Thank you too for leading the way. A gloomy laughter emerged from the void, and Yueru took away all the fruits on the small tree at the moment of her fascination. Looking carefully, under the white curtain on his cheeks, a young face that was pale and bloodless emerged. His eyes were gray, and his body seemed to be wrapped in the aura of death, which made people shudder. "Farewell, there will be an appointment later." After speaking, he disappeared on the island like a ghost. When Xiaoyan first saw the mysterious man, he felt a strong strength, but the ancient ruler of the fire behind him was about to shoot, but was gently suppressed by Yueru's small hand. It wasn't the crescent moon jade that person took. Chapter 36, Under the Lake Adventure. Huh. Xiaoyan was also startled, then looked at Yuru in front of him. "I think the real crescent moon green fruit should still be in this lake." Yuru thought thoughtfully. "Master, what should we do now?" Xiaoyan also asked anxiously. "Oh, your blood. Take a drop of your blood and throw it at the illusory golden monster python. Hurry up." The Golden Dragon King's hurried voice came from the ring. Xiaoyan is also not a person with ink marks. As soon as he gritted his teeth with his fingers, a drop of scarlet blood was thrown at the illusory golden monster python. When the mighty illusory golden monster python felt the drop of Xiaoyan's blood just a moment ago, it was as if the blood in the whole body had coagulated. Colorful sky swallowing python. The illusory gold monster python had already surrendered to Xiaoyan because it clearly felt the aura of this human being. The colorful sky swallowing python was the most powerful race of the snake clan, and the illusory gold monster python were dare to be presumptuous. Among the beasts, the bloodline has always been oppressive, so when he knew that Xiao Yin possessed the blood of the seven-colored swallowing blood, the eldest brother of the illusory gold monster python, with his eyes wide open, also respected Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin looked at the illusory golden demon python and said, "Take us to the crescent moon, Suwa." When the giant snake heard Xiao Yan's words, it also responded with a bang bang bang, as if he was saying to follow me. Then he slammed into the lake, as if there was something at the bottom of the lake. Xiao Yin floated in the icy lake, looking at the dark brown water flowing slowly around his body with surprise. A huge bubble slowly emerged beside him. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded, and some water jets splashed onto Xiao Yan's face. But in an instant, it was swallowed up by the layer of milky white flames. Why is there such a hot temperature in the blisters? Is there a world at the bottom of this lake? Xiao Yin looked at the giant snake that crashed into the lake and muttered to himself, "Yueru, wait for me here. I'll follow it down to sea." Xiao Yin didn't hesitate. Under the protection of the milky white flame all over his body, he directly slammed into the lake like a giant snake. "Be careful. Safety is the main priority." Yueru's voice echoed on the lake. "Look at the giant snake that makes ripples in the lake." Xiao Yin let out a sigh of relief before diving into the lake. Hang tightly behind the fire spirit snake. As soon as he entered the lake, an icy feeling swept over him, and then he called out the body of a different fire, and all the water pressure and air pressure in the outside world seemed to be separated. A somewhat cold feeling hovering around the body, but it does not feel cold at all. Through the isolation of the different fire, the palms easily picked up some dark brown water. Then let them slowly flow down from between his fingers. Xiao Yin smacked his lips in amazement. Such close contact with the water flow really made people feel a little creepy and cold in their hearts. If the protective cover of this flame suddenly dissipated now, then go down on your own. Xiao Yin shuddered violently at the thought of being frozen like a statue. His face turned slightly pale. "Big guy, hurry up." Xiao Yin also followed the giant snake and dived to the bottom of the lake. But the pressure of the lake became stronger and the air became thinner as he went down, making Xiao Yin unable to help but frown slightly at the giant snake in front of him. Road. Chi, the illusory golden demon python, seemed to understand Xiao Yan's meaning and hurriedly spat out a snake letter, and then the speed was skyrocketing, straight to the bottom of the lake. Although the strange fire can temporarily protect me, it will consume a lot of soul power. After all, if you lose the soul energy to maintain them, even if you are not swallowed by the water flow, it will instantly oppress the ashes. Therefore, I can't waste precious time. Before my soul energy is exhausted, I must leave this magma lake. Otherwise, the ice sculpture I thought of before will really become a reality. As the giant snake continued to advance, Xiao Yan's mind quickly calculated. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched a few times. Then he turned around in a dignified manner, looked at the huge two-headed fire snake not far away, and said with a big laugh, "Big man, hurry up." 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3 kilometers. Xiao Yin gradually felt that breathing was a little difficult. Indeed, a normal person would experience difficulty breathing when he dived to 2,000 meters. Xiao Yin was able to dive to 3,000 meters because of his physical fitness and strength. Damn, why not yet? Xiao Yin cursed as he looked at the giant snake that was still diving in front of him. 3,000 meters is already approaching Xiao Yan's limit as a human being. If it goes down, it is a forbidden area of life, because it has surpassed human cognition, and there may be many unknown crises. Xiao Yin can't help but frown slightly. 3,100 meters. The diving speed is also oppressed by the pressure of the water current at the bottom of the lake, which is getting slower and slower. Damn, 5 minutes. Go back if you don't have it. Xiao Yin couldn't help roaring in his heart. 3,200 meters. 5 minutes passed quietly. Xiao Yin found that his grudge seemed to be burning violently, as if something was attracting it. This situation, it can only be the same flame power. Old bastard. The last 3 minutes. Xiao Yin also gritted his teeth and said www.planovel.com dived to 3,300 meters, and the illusory golden monster python also stopped and stood blankly, and then shed its skin. The giant snake was black at first, but now it has shed its skin and replaced it with golden skin. It swims towards the world of flames, not afraid of the scorching heat. Xiaoyan had not had time to take a breath just now, when a scorching hot breath rushed towards his face. Looking around, when you dived to 3,300 meters, it was a scorching magma world. It was fiery red, but with the continuous support of Xiao Yi's flame, Xiaoyan could barely see some of the surrounding environment. Drilling serpent. One ice, one fire, two heavens. There must be a rare treasure under the lava here. The Golden Dragon King in the ring has been paying attention to Xiaoyan's state. If something goes wrong, he will immediately take action, but when he finds that there is icy lake water above and hot water below in the world of flames, Jinlong couldn't help but be surprised by Jinlong's extensive knowledge. Xiaoyan obviously also knew that the Golden Dragon King cared about him. If he wanted to become a strong man, he was destined to rely on himself, and he could not become a strong man by relying on others. There was no shortcut for a strong man. Don't talk nonsense. Follow the giant snake first. It has lived for so many years and must be very familiar with it. Don't lose it. The Golden Dragon King's tone was full of fiery. Xiaoyan didn't dare to be careless when he heard that. Even though he was perplexed, he had to hurriedly follow the giant snake. But fortunately, the giant snake is obviously very familiar with the terrain here. Before the undercurrent came, they were able to find the most suitable route to sneak, and Xiaoyan, who followed closely behind it, also took the opportunity to smooth these magma undercurrents. Dodged away. Chapter 37 7 Colors of Yuyan Flower Seeds. In this fiery red world, there seems to be no other creatures other than the illusory golden monster python leading the way. It is no wonder. After all, the living conditions here are too harsh if it is not for the illusory golden monster python, which lives by swallowing magma the alien beasts, other beasts. I am afraid that even the overlord-level beasts with the strength comparable to the strength of the emperor, it is impossible to come and go in this kind of place freely without being affected at all. Just moments before Xiaoyan was about to plunge into the fiery red lava lake, milky white flames suddenly gushed out of his body, and finally completely wrapped his body in it. The illusory golden demon python's body was projected directly into the molten lava, splashing fiery red lava. Hearing this sound, Xiaoyan above hurriedly shifted his gaze to the place where the magma fluctuated, but he never saw a half-person figure. Where's the person? Seeing the scene that was almost evaporated in an instant, Xiaoyan couldn't help turning his head and shouted at the Golden Dragon King beside him. Looking at the lava lake that didn't move at all, the illusory gold monster python that had just drilled down seemed to be instantly turned into ashes when it came into contact with the lava, and it didn't even let out a scream. Follow. The Golden Dragon King seemed to be thinking about something, and then said to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan also heard the words of the Golden Dragon King, and used his soul power to control the strange fire to surround himself, and without hesitation, jumped directly towards the place where the illusory golden demon python had just disappeared. The temperature was really high in the beginning. If Xiaoyan hadn't possessed the physique and body protection that had been tempered by the different fire, he might not have been able to endure it for even a minute. With his body floating in the fiery magma, Xiaoyan looked at the slowly flowing fiery red magma all over his body with surprise, and a huge bubble slowly emerged beside him. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded, and some magma splashed onto Xiaoyan's face, but in an instant, it was swallowed by the layer of milky white flames. Xiaoyan followed the route of the illusory golden demon python for a few minutes, and an independent space appeared. There is still another secret in this underground world. Xiaoyan stared at the front in surprise. What appeared in front of Xiaoyan's eyes was not a high temperature like molten lava, but a small, dead world. The low sound of water droplets and the steps leading to nowhere gave people a feeling of trembling. The Zijin monster python also ran out without looking back, indicating that Xiaoyan seemed to be a fatal threat here. Master this? Xiaoyan also asked worriedly. Let's go, it's here. The Golden Dragon King said to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan carried the Yihua hung ancient ruler on his back. The soul of the Golden Dragon King stood on his shoulders, and the two walked up the steps step by step. According to what Yueru said, this should be the crescent moon green fruit. Xiao Yin looked at a fruit tree in front of him, and regardless of the 3721, he put all of it in his pocket. It's not the most precious thing yet. Let's go, King Jinlong said. Step by step, minute after minute. The pure white light shrouded this gray silence. Xiao Yin looked at it calmly, and even faintly saw, in the pure white light, a pink flower was standing gently. Colorful healing flowers. When Xiao Yin glanced at this cyan flower, the Golden Dragon King's voice with great joy suddenly sounded in his heart. The colorful and flaming flower. It is rumored that this flower is only born in the purest place between heaven and earth, only people with sincere hearts, and must also have the blood of the angel family, otherwise it cannot be subdued. The colorful flowers are divided into 7 colors. Legend has it that it is one of the treasures of the angel family. If you master the 7 colors, you can live and die. I don't know if it's true. The Golden Dragon King looked at the pink flowers in front of him. Road. Master, have we found it? Xiao Yin was also overjoyed when he heard the Golden Dragon King's way. He didn't expect to find such a precious treasure so easily. Hey, right. I didn't expect to meet it here. It's also a kind of fate. Sure enough, Qing Yuan was cheaper in the end. A smirk flashed in the Golden Dragon King's eyes. Go and take a look. Xiao Yin also took a deep breath to suppress his inner excitement, and didn't pay much attention to what the Golden Dragon King patriarch said. Let's go. I will help you keep an eye on the changes around you. The Golden Dragon King also said carefully. As his body got closer and closer to the pure white light, Xiao Yin could clearly feel that the temperature around his body was almost suddenly rising. He pursed his dry lips. Xiao Yin gritted his teeth and stepped on the soles of his feet again. His body finally rushed into the shroud of pure white light. The body entered the pure white light, and the expected blazing heat did not arrive as expected. Instead, the temperature of the whole body dropped a lot, but Xiao Yan's originally depleted fighting qi and even the power of his soul seemed to step into the pure white, instantly moisturized within the radiant range. Xiao Yan was also stunned at this somewhat miraculous scene. After a while, when he came back to his senses, his eyes hurriedly swept around and finally stopped on the pink flower in the center. It is still a pink flower bone. The flower is divided into 7 leaves, and the bottom is also 7 cyan leaves and a rhizome that looks as transparent as jade, as if the most perfect sapphire is naturally perfect. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. The whole flower looks crystal clear at a glance, making people feel like they can't put it down. Xiao Yan also looked closer and closer to this holy flame. The strange fire on his body also illuminated the originally dark space a lot, and a shocking scene appeared. He didn't pay attention at first, but when the light shone, Xiao Yan realized that next to the flower, the 7 green leaves at the bottom were firmly locked by 7 chains. Master, this. Xiao Yan also looked at the 7 dark chains with great anger, because he felt a wave of evil power from the 7 dark chains. Without the Golden Dragon King saying it, he knew that it must be outside the realm again, the means of the evil race. Damn it! The Golden Dragon King also saw the 7 dark chains, and couldn't help but cursed loudly. There is no one who is more ruthless than the Golden Dragon King. This little pink sapling is suspended in the endless darkness, like duckweed in the sea, drifting everywhere. If it wasn't for the illusory golden monster python to lead the way this time, with Xiao Yan's ability, it would even be courting death. It is impossible to find such a relatively small flower in such a huge area. Master, what should I do now? Xiao Yan looked at the strange object in front of him, but he was helpless, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. Because this is Qing Yuan's, and even the necessities for himself to conquer the holy flame in the future. Since we met, it's your fate. This is something you can't find. So let me come. The soul of the Golden Dragon King also said solemnly. An aura of a giant dragon awakened from ancient times emanated from the Golden Dragon King's body. Chapter 38 awakened the last power of the 7-color, Manhwa. I'm optimistic. The Golden Dragon King said slowly, obviously facing Xiao Yan. An ancient aura gradually radiated from Xiao Yan's body. Although there was no huge fighting spirit, the aura was fascinating, as if a strong man who had experienced many years had awakened. His eyes and actions were full of the flavor of the years. Colorful yin flower. I never imagined that I would see you in my lifetime. In that case, I have the confidence to cultivate Qingyuan into a true generation of angel wings. The angel family has been silent for too long, and it's time to show their true strength. You shouldn't have appeared in this world, but since you have appeared, you should really exert your power, and you shouldn't be buried in this abyss of the underground world. Let me take yours out, find an angel who is truly suitable for your approval, and let you shine. The Golden Dragon King's golden pupils stared at the flower in front of him, and at the moment when the Golden Dragon King spoke, the pink flowers seemed to have changed a little bit. Since you know what I mean, you still need your cooperation. Although the evil power of this chain is weak, I am worried about other things, and there are things that I can't solve by myself in the state of my soul. The Golden Dragon King stared at Live that because of his own words, there is a slight change in the flower road. The seven-colored Yanhua is worthy of being the most magical treasure in the world. When the Golden Dragon King spoke, a pure white light radiated from the whole body. Obviously, this is the seven-colored Yanhua's plan to use her last strength and the evil seven chains to make it. The last fight. Bang, bang, bang. The Golden Dragon King was overjoyed when he saw the colorful and glowing flowers. It was quiet for so many years, and it was time for the final struggle. Immediately, the Golden Dragon King chanted a mysterious incantation, and a huge vortex appeared around Xiao Yan's body. Another power of the Golden Dragon King. Devour. The colorful healing flowers and the seven jet-black chains exuding an evil aura were fighting to the death. The jet-black light and the pure white light were at a stalemate. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The battle continues, and the pure white light is gradually suppressed by the jet-black light. Go. Xiao Yan's body was controlled by the Golden Dragon King. After the Golden Dragon King completed the spell, the vortex in front of him became bigger and bigger, exuding a huge suction force. Facing the jet-black light, he attacked. Puff, puff. The huge vortex was drawn away by the powerful suction against the jet-black light. The jet-black light had just swallowed up the pure white light, because as long as the pure white light was swallowed up, their seven chains could be reborn. But who would have expected a whirlpool to appear suddenly? And the power emanating from this whirlpool is the nemesis of evil forces. The jet-black light was like seeing a ghost and hurriedly ran away. The seven chains that had originally firmly locked the seven leaves of the seven-colored Yuyan flower were also slightly loosened at this moment. The huge golden vortex made them all feel terrified, even fear, because they all know that if they are absorbed in, it will be doomed. Golden Dragon King? How can it be? The figure transformed by the seven chains was swallowed one after another into the vortex of the Golden Dragon King before he had time to tell any more. Bang, bang, bang. The seven dark chains resembled the sound of glass breaking, and they were absorbed into the vortex and disappeared without a trace. Hey, it seems that my worries are too much. The Golden Dragon King looked at the seven figures who disappeared and said, the reason why the Golden Dragon King wanted to awaken the last trace of the colorful Yanhua was because he was afraid that there would be other powers besides these seven figures. Just in case, the other was to devour these demons to gradually recover. On strength. The extraterritorial evil clan also has the division of strength, which can be basically summarized into 5 levels: heaven, earth, respect, emperor, and king. In the past, when the Golden Dragon King was at its peak, it was naturally possible to deal with the aliens of the emperor level, but now it is in the state of the soul, and its strength is not as good as before. Only the 2 levels of heaven and earth are slightly better. But fortunately, the 7 figures in front of them were at the previous level, so there was the scene of the crushing just now. Phew. The Golden Dragon King restored control of his body to Xiao Yan's hands. What a huge power! Xiao Yan felt the power in that vortex and couldn't help but say, Master, but these powers are evil powers. Will you directly absorb them like this? Xiao Yan was also worried. Don't worry, I will refine and absorb their power. Although this method is somewhat inferior, otherwise, I don't know that my strength will return to normal that day. The Golden Dragon King also sighed. By the way, when the matter here is finished, I will retreat to absorb these powers. Next, let's take a look at the colorful Yuyan flower. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also nodded and walked towards the colorful Yanhua. 7 dark chains that exuded evil aura shattered. The colorful Yanhua, which was originally weak under the chains, actually grew a lot at the moment when the chains were broken, and the weak figure seemed to regain some brilliance. What's going on? Xiaoyan was also puzzled. www.untilnovel.com never heard of such a situation. Normal. In this case, the 7 chains not only limit the growth of the 7 colors healing flower, but also continuously absorb the power of the 7 colors healing flower. When the power of the 7 colors healing flower is almost absorbed, it will be the thing. When the alien race succeeds. If we don't show up, within 3 years, something will definitely happen, and then there will be 7 more powerful aliens from the extraterritorial level in this world. The Golden Dragon King is also heavy. Said, put it away first, it's too weak now. Keep nourishing it with your pure lotus demon fire. The colorful yin flower is not only a strange thing, but also likes flames, especially the most pure one like Xiaoyi. Different fire, its recovery will be even greater. The Golden Dragon King also smiled at Xiao Yin as he watched Xiao Yin's efforts, and Qi Kai Yu Yanhua failed. That's the only way. Xiao Yin also helplessly did as the Golden Dragon King said. On his finger, the ring bestowed by the ancient emperor Tuasha glowed slowly, and the colorful yin flower in front of him was like a delicious meal. He let Xiao Yin absorb it into the ring and feed it without any extra thought. Inside the ring, Xiao Yin also deliberately opened up an independent space for the colorful Yanhua, and the pure power of the source of the different fire kept nourishing it. The colorful yin flower also slowly grew spiritually. The first flower bud slowly grew into a second one. It's time to leave here. Xiao Yin also muttered to himself. After taking a short rest, regained some strength, and then returned along the same path. Little girls, look at your delicate skin and tender meat. Say, where is Xiao Yin? If you don't say anything, don't worry about our savage hands. A bald head smiled wryly at Yueru. Yueru was actually caught by this bald head. Chapter 39 Trouble That Can't Be Escaped. It turned out that Yueru had been waiting for Xiao Yin on the lake before, and seeing that Xiao Yin had not come up for a long time, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Really? How could I let Xiao Yin go to such a dangerous place? Yueru blamed herself. After speaking, Yueru's eyes also had some thoughts flashing through her eyes. Without any hesitation, he buried his head and headed towards the lake water. Xiao Yin was now asking about the medicine for himself. 1,000 meters. This was already the limit of Yueru, and only when Yueru dropped to 1,000 meters did she realize that there were actually 2 worlds. Above is the lake, and below is the scorching lava world. Yueru also persisted in the lava world for a while, but she couldn't stand it any longer before returning to the lake. Yueru is not as lucky as Xiao Yin. She has the body protection and the huge soul power. But the mutation happened. Just when Yueru returned to the lake, a big bald head appeared. How captured Yueru effortlessly. Originally, with Yueru's strength in the early days of 3-star Do D, if she wanted to, if he escaped, even the mid-stage strength of this bald-headed 3-star Do D might not be able to be caught. But Yueru just descended to the bottom of the lake and consumed a lot of strength, so she was caught. Don't bother, I won't say it. Yueru said firmly. Between the lakes, Xiao Yin held an ancient ruler of eternal fire that was flowing with magma. The tip of the ruler pointed at it, and Do Qi rolled over it, like a bald head that formed a fiery red cloud. Let go of that girl, Xiao Yin said solemnly, with fiery and violent waves emitting from it. He had been promoted to the early stage of the 3-star Do D before, and now he does not know what to do with the mid-3-star Do D. Xiao Yin himself is also waiting to see. Mueller's bald head also saw Xiao Yin and looked at him with a smile. With his bald head's eyesight, he could naturally see Xiao Yan's current strength, but how could there be a trace of fear? The bald head has not yet been shot, and the sense of oppression has already surpassed what the Samsung Do D has. As expected of the young master of Qingqing, he can still have such a strong bodyguard. There is no doubt about Mueller's strength, even if he is regarded as the best among many proud sons. Compared with those ordinary 3-star Do D midterms, it is obviously much stronger. This time, Xiao Yin is afraid that he won't be able to show his power. Indeed, compared to the two, it is clear that Mueller has the advantage. After all, the latter is in the middle stage of the 3-star Do D. He holds a superior weapon and has many means. No matter how you look at it, Muller has a better chance of winning. Xiao Yin on the lake looked at the other party's actions with a flat expression, but he didn't care at all. His eyes were only fixed on Muller. The strength displayed by the latter is indeed far beyond the midterm Samsung Do D. However, in Xiao Yan's eyes, there is a fiery fighting spirit slowly rising up. Before he has broken through the Samsung Do D, facing an opponent of Muller's level, he may not have much chance of winning, but now is not the same. Why do you want to arrest my friend? Xiao Yan also asked. Originally, there is no need for me and you to have no grievances and no enmity with you. But I also like the crescent moon green fruit, and I can sense that the people who took it before are not the real crescent moon green fruit. The real thing should be on you. Crescent moon Suegwa exchanged the life of this little girl. The bald-headed Muller also said solemnly. I don't know why, but on the way Muller could feel the aura of fear from Xiao Yan's body and the ancient ruler of eternal fire. Then see if you have the ability. If that's the case, then we can only it up. Let's see. 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. Xiao Yan looked at it coldly. His fighting chi instantly increased with the blessing of the secret method. It is also the middle stage of the Samsung Do D. The same strength as that bald Muller. I'll let you know, the gap between the real 3-star Do D and the secret method. Muller apparently looked at Xiao Yan and mocked. Although the secret method can improve the strength in a short time, it will cause a lot of damage to oneself, and the soul, and even the strength cannot be improved. In Xiao Yan's hand, the ancient ruler of eternal fire expanded, and the colorful tips of the ruler were closed together, like the tip of a snow-white spear, shimmering with cold light. The dark, golden, vindictive aura of the bald head also wrapped around his body like a storm. Muller clenched his spear in his hand and said coldly, I'll let you know that in the middle stage of the 3-star Do D, you can't support you being so arrogant in front of me. Swish. At the moment when the voice fell, the figure of Muller holding a long spear suddenly shot out. Several flashes appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The shadow of the spear shook and turned into countless rays of red light, covering the sky and covering the earth. Coming down, he pointed directly at the vital points of Xiao Yan's body, focusing on fighting like an attacking soldier. As soon as Muller made his move, he was fierce and ruthless. It seems that the strength of this 3-star fighting emperor in the middle stage is indeed well-deserved. However, in the face of Muller's strong attack, Xiao Yan also laughed. Without the slightest fear in his eyes, the ancient ruler of the ancient fire of eternal fire shook his hand, and he was facing it head-on. On the tip of the ruler, there were 23. The rays of light continue to converge, and the terrifying high temperature contains terrifying power, like 10,000 stars. Bang bang bang. On the lake's surface, the guns and rulers collided with each other. The sound of gold and iron erupted, sparks sputtered, and every collision, there would be ripples and waves of fighting spirit, shaking the air, and the water waves on the lake were also shaking violently. Right. In a short period of only 10 breaths, the two fought for dozens of rounds. Clang. The gun ruler touched again, and both were shaken away. Xiao Yan's arm shook violently, and the tip of Ihua Hung suddenly turned into a white streak and shot out, suddenly stabbing Muller's throat at an extremely tricky angle. However, just as it was about to hit, a spear shadow stabbed, directly deflecting the snow-white hair. Muller's expression was cold, and his mind moved, only to see the snow-white hairs scattered violently, turning into countless snow-white rays of light, like sharp blades. EU reading www. The calm was overwhelming, covering every part of Muller's body. It's really a weird weapon. Xiao Yan couldn't help but say. If it wasn't for that weird weapon just now, Muller would have been injured long ago. Muller's eyes were slightly stern. Xiao Yan's ancient ruler of strange fire was also extremely strange. The terrifying high temperature on the ruler, even in the battle, would have a trace or string into his body, so that he had to separate. It caused him great trouble. However, Ray Muller was not a weak hand either. With the shock of the magic spear in his hand, he saw crimson magma rise up, forming a magma shield directly in front of him, red and hot. Countless colorful flame rulers stabbed on the magma, making a crisp sound, and finally bounced back as many as possible. The figures of Xiao Yin and Mueller also shot back at the same time. Muller's face was sinking like water, and the magic spear in his hand made a long mark on the ground. And Xiao Yin also fled back, and many flames on his body constantly surrounded himself and the ancient ruler of different fire, facing Muller, kept attacking. In the previous fight, both sides were ruthless, but obviously they were all taken over by the other side. Many people were attracted by the battle here, and then began to pay attention to the eyes on the lake, all of which were slightly condensed at this time, and it was obvious that the battle should be coming to an end. I have to admit that you are very strong, but the blessing time of the secret method is coming soon, right? It's time for this cat-eat-fish game to end. Take my last blow. The bald-headed Mueller was also mobilizing his grudge with all his strength at this moment. Xiao Yin also shrank his pupils tightly, and his body was full of terrifying power. Chapter 40 Fighting Against Each Other. The Power of Immortal-Level Fighting Skills. In those shocking gazes, above Mueller's head, the scarlet origin chi whistled, as if a huge scarlet light wheel was formed, and terrifying power was exuded between the vibrations. Looking at the red wheel, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Bear. The huge crimson light wheel was suspended in the sky above Mueller, exuding fiery and violent fluctuations, which directly caused the ground below to be withered and cracked, and even the temperature of the lake water rose a lot. Between the lakes, those eyes stared at this scene with a hint of horror. Then that's actually an immortal fighting skill. It's not surprising that this Mueller is a young city lord and masters immortal rank fighting skills. This Mueller has so many trump cards. Then Xiao Yin is going to be in danger. With Mueller's strength and the power of immortal-level fighting skills, I am afraid that even those top-notch prides have to be a little more cautious. After all, it's an immortal-level fighting skill, and it's enough to change the situation. Many whispers sounded, and those looking at Xiao Yin showed a little more sympathy. When the latter broke through the secret method, he showed a very strong background. But unfortunately, he did not seize the time after all, and now the secret time is over, and all that awaits him is. This Xiao Yin is still young and energetic. If he endured today's tone and turned back to devour the crescent green fruit to practice, I am afraid that Mueller will really help him. Someone sighed inwardly. There was a trace of warmth in Yueru's eyes, and a rune like a crescent-shaped birthmark slowly glowed. Yueru also felt the terrifying power contained in Mueller's fighting skills. If Xiao Yin was touched by that power, even a little bit, his fate would be doomed forever. Don't worry, I believe I can handle it. Xiao Yin was also aware of Yueru's actions. Although he didn't know what that crescent-like rune was, the price of trying to use it was definitely not small. Yueru also looked at Xiao Yin, who was still calm as always, and bit her lips slightly. She didn't know why, but she still believed in Xiao Yin. The slowly glowing crescent moon rune also fell silent. Now, Yueru also smiled at Xiao Yin. Among those many sympathetic eyes, Xiao Yan's expression was also slightly solemn. He looked at the huge crimson light wheel condensed above Mueller's head, and the fluctuations emanating from it were extremely violent. This kind of power is indeed far beyond ordinary heaven-level fighting skills. Moreover, Xiao Yin also discovered that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all over his body also solidified at this moment. I actually master the fighting skills of the immortal rank. Xiao Yin whispered to himself. This Mueller is indeed a formidable enemy. If he has not broken through the 3-star Do Emperor, I am afraid that he will be able to face the opponent's attack like this. Choose to retreat. But unfortunately, the milky white flame instantly covered the whole body, and the fighting chi continued to gather, beginning to pour out of Xiao Yan's body at this time, constantly whistling around him, and finally gradually expanding, like a milky white tornado, entangling him. The astonishing fluctuations were released, and even the lake water under his feet was trembling. Those eyes outside the lake noticed this scene and burst into amazement. I'm asking you something. Hand over the crescent moon fruit. Otherwise, die. Mueller looked up at Xiao Yin and howled, as if a king was judging a sinner. Xiao Yin looked at the majestic Mueller in the sky, his vindictiveness restrained, and the ancient ruler of eternal fire in his hand exuded a strong power. It's up to you. Not worthy, Xiao Yin also said calmly. Although we have no grievances or enmity, since you don't know the good and the bad, then you will be offended. Immortal fighting skill, magic spear, golden wheel. Mueller attacked Xiao Yin from the sky with the magic spear, bringing up the water of Qianzhong Lake. The terrifying golden wheel aura is strong and terrifying even in this space where the strongest are suppressed. As you wish. The first foot of the 7-layered sky-shattering ruler. The first step of the 3-step swimming ruler. Xiaoyan shouted loudly. The terrifying flame power is attached to the ancient ruler of the eternal fire. With Xiao Yan's mobilization, the huge flame power and Xiao Yan's own vindictive energy merged together, and it also brought a water column of thousands of meters from the lake. Bang, bang, bang. The different fire constant ancient ruler and the magic spear collided with each other. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the originally calm lake surface was turbulently rolled by the strength of the two of them. Xiao Yan forcibly stabilized himself in this fierce battle, raised his pale face, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and a bit of madness also appeared in his dark eyes. Come out with full strength. The frantic surging in his eyes, Xiao Yan spat out the blood foam from his mouth. His hands changed handprints again, and a huge phantom shrouded his body again. A phantom appeared, and Xiao Yan felt a sense of dizziness in his mind, but he still gritted his teeth. The terrifying impact of the soul emerged, and finally spread to Mueller, who was originally concentrating on mobilizing the spiritual energy of the surrounding world to supplement his fighting skills. At that moment, Mueller's pupils were all dimmed, first the fairy step fighting skills, followed by a powerful soul attack, 2 consecutive shocks. The damage to him is too great. Poochie. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Muller's mouth. He looked grimly at Xiao Yan, who was calm in front of him, but found that the latter smiled wildly at him, flipped his palm, and a delicate fire lotus of 23 colors quietly emerged, then slammed it on Mueller's body. Blast! Boom! The fire lotus erupted, and the bald-headed Mueller was directly blown away thousands of feet. Along the way, he spat out a mouthful of blood as if he didn't want money. He didn't expect that he was ruthless, and Xiao Yan was even more ruthless than him, and he directly exchanged punches for punches. This Xiao Yan is so terrifying. Actually defeated Muller in the middle stage of the Samsung Do D with the strength of the early Samsung Do D. The people around whispered. Yu reading www.yuyukangsha.com. Anyone can see that the battle has been decided so far. Young City Lord, are you alright? A follower who was also bald hurriedly helped Mueller up. Mueller's speed was too fast, and their entourage hurried on their way. After finally chasing Mueller, they saw that Mueller was beaten so badly by others. The injured Mueller was not in a coma, but he was seriously injured and looked at Xiao Yan fiercely. Let's go. It seems that this great fortune cannot be continued. Too many methods have been exposed. And then the entourage carried the bald Mueller on his back and flew in the opposite direction. All he can do now is to quickly treat the injury of the young city master. Of course, someone else will take care of it. Xiao Yan also knew that there was no need to separate life and death, and he should keep a hand on Mueller. Although he saw that Mueller was seriously injured, he avoided the key point. He was breathing heavily. It's all right. Nuo, the crescent moon green fruit you want. Xiao Yan took out 3 ripe crescent moon green fruit found at the bottom of the lake to Yueru. Although he did get more than 10 at the time, for Yueru, 3 were enough, and of course Xiao Yan took the rest. Yueru was really surprised to see that Xiao Yan was calm in the face of Mueller, and even defeated Mueller in the end. Let's go. It's time to go to the depths of the ruins to take a look. Xiao Yan also took a short rest, and then said to Yueru. The people who were there to watch the excitement also dispersed one after another, because they also witnessed the battle between Xiao Yan and Na Mueller, and they only had one thought in their hearts. This Xiao Yan is not easy to mess with. Chapter 41. Go to the depths of the ruins. Far above the lake, an invisible ray of light was suspended in the sky, and the vast and majestic soul power, like a tide, was centered on it, and quickly swept out in all directions. At this moment, in the entire small mountain range, except for a few extremely powerful except for the rank monsters, the rest of the monsters felt an extremely strong soul pressure. Under this kind of soul pressure, their bodies could not help but tremble slightly. Xiao Yin is so powerful that he can actually use his soul power to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish himself. Yuru couldn't help looking at Xiao Yin in the air. After getting to know Xiao Yin from the Alchemist Association at the beginning, Xiao Yin caused a huge shock to Yuru everywhere, and later he rescued his father, which also caused Yuru to have some different emotions, although Xiao Yin also has some feelings. What she noticed, but Xiao Yin thought that she was grateful to her father for saving her, and didn't think about it at all. Yueru looked at the invisible light in the sky, the vast soul power. Even her father, I am afraid there is a feeling of panic. Her father's strength is reflected in strength, but if it is compared to the soul, the two fathers may not be able to keep up with the current Xiao Yin. The soul power that spreads out like a tide. After nearly a few minutes, it gradually dissipated, and the invisible light slowly appeared under Yuru's gaze. The light dissipated, and a figure with a heavy ruler in black appeared faintly. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiao Yin, but now that Xiao Yin's body was much better than before. Recovered, Yueru also said happily. Xiao Yan's repeated efforts to save himself must be more than just friendship. Yuru's pink face couldn't help but think. However, Yueru also knows that the soul is too illusory for the powerhouses of this era, and the power of the soul is colorless and invisible. If you want to condense the soul of nothingness into the shape of a human and not leave it for a long time, even some powerhouses of the Do-D level are difficult to do. Let's go too. I can feel that there is no dragon demon core here, so I can only go to the main hall to try my luck. Xiao Yin also recovered his strength and said to Yueru. In fact, the previous battle with Mueller did not consume much strength, but Xiao Yin deliberately went late to save some trouble. Thank you for the crescent moon green fruit. Yuru followed Xiao Yin with her lips lightly biting. It's nothing to worry about. Xiao Yin also laughed. As time passed by, more and more people gathered in the depths of the ruins. An ancient stone gate slowly blocked in front of the main hall, because everyone present knew that once they crossed this stone gate, there would be countless wealth and wealth behind, and even more immortal-level fighting skills. Gongfa, even rare treasures of heaven and earth. This is the greatest wealth. However, they are also clear that this relic limits their strength, so the stone gate in front of them will definitely not be able to break through, so they can only wait until the seal is weakened and slowly open. However, at this rate of weakening, it will be opened in no more than 3 days at most. Let's settle down here now. It seems that we can only wait. Even in the ruins, there is a distinction between day and night, and in a blink of an eye, night comes. In an empty forest, a bonfire silhouetted the two figures. It was Xiao Yin and Yueru. Let's taste it. Xiao Yin picked up a chicken leg and said to Yueru. The temperature at night was a bit low, so Xiao Yin made a fire and grabbed a low-level monster as a food to barbecue to satisfy his hunger. Even if the Do-D strong man did not eat for a few days, it would not affect him, because the Do-D strong man could rely on heaven and earth. Reiki replenishes itself, so I don't rely so much on whole grains, but I don't eat it for nothing, right? Breakthrough. I didn't think the barbecue you made was quite delicious. Yuru also gently tore a little into her mouth, and the familiar taste made her appetite greatly increased. I've been away all the year round, and these things will gradually get better. Xiao Yin is not as elegant as Yuru, and he gulps down the barbecue in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 leaves charged towards Xiao Yin and the two with overwhelming energy. Yueru, be careful. Xiao Yin has been walking outside all year round, so naturally he has the awareness that he cannot let his guard down at all times. The strange fire all over the body was instantly activated, and the 3 leaves were instantly turned into nothingness. Yueru obviously didn't expect someone to attack them so late, and she was also taken aback. Fortunately, Xiao Yin reminded her, and she immediately entered the battle preparations. Who are you? Sneaky. Xiao Yan's soul power locked on the trail of the person who attacked them at the moment when the mysterious man made his move. Come out. A milky white flame went towards the position where the mysterious man was standing. The flames brought bursts of high temperature, as if possessing wisdom, which forest trees were bypassed directly, and the mysterious man was hit directly. www.umplenovel.com was it discovered. A big tree upload comes from talking to itself. Bang! The mysterious man jumped off the big tree and fell into Xiaoyan's field of vision. The average man is innocent and guilty. The crescent moon green fruit is a good thing, but if you don't have the strength to protect it, you will only give your life in vain. Suddenly a voice came out from the mountain, and only one figure was seen walking out. In that forest, there was only one. The figure stood still, his body was sturdy, like an iron tower, his eyes glanced away, and his eyes were filled with a strong desire for war. Like a ferocious ape, he grinned at Xiaoyan and laughed loudly. Then without any hesitation, he stomped the soles of his feet, and his body rose to the sky, and he walked towards Xiaoyan after a few jumps. It doesn't make you worry about it, Xiaoyan also said coldly. Yueru, who was beside him, naturally recognized this person, and Mueller is known as the Heaven's Chosen, one of the 8 great cities of Qingqing. Sun Ming, a born fighting maniac. This person turned out to be the late Samsung Do Di. However, Xiaoyan is also not afraid. He possesses the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire, and also has the immortal rank fighting skill of Eternal Fire, Eternal Ancient Ruler, Soul Attack, and Eclectic Fire has obvious suppressing effect on such people. I didn't mean to come here today. I just wanted to confirm whether the recently rumored Xiaoyan is as powerful as the rumors. After speaking, he also looked at Xiaoyan carefully, and then waved away casually. It's not so much that I am interested in what you have on your body. It is better to say that you actually defeated Mueller, who was in the middle stage of the Samsung Do Emperor, by virtue of your strength in the early stage of the Samsung Do Di, which really surprised me. You will be a very good opponent. There will be a meeting in the depths of the ruins. Then let's see if you have the ability. Xiaoyan also responded with a smile. Chapter 42. The main hall opens. Is there anything in me that deserves their attention? Xiaoyan was also puzzled. It should be your strange fire. Although these living dead are cold, it is not ruled out that they will do strange experiments with strange fires like heaven and earth. The Golden Dragon King also said slowly. Forget it, take one step at a time. One night of silence. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The seal of the stone gate in front of everyone also weakened at this moment, and is about to open. Outside Sherman was crowded with people, and the 3-day boring wait was over. Crash. The space in front of me is violently distorted. It made a rushing sound like water, and with the spread of this sound, the fluctuations in that space became more and more violent. Looking at this momentum, Sherman is about to open. There was no lack of humane with vicious eyes. Looking at the energy seal that became more and more illusory under the fluctuations, outside the sea of people, the eyes of countless people quietly glowed red, and even their breathing became much heavier, holding weapons. The palms are also slowly exerting force. I don't know what kind of blood there will be in a competition for treasures, Xiaoyan also said with emotion. Then Xiaoyan looked at the increasingly distorted space with his eyes narrowed. In the strange clattering sound, he felt an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was extremely manic, as if being suppressed in the volcano under the Earth's crust is like a crazy eruption. Crash. There was another strange rushing sound. The distorted space suddenly condensed, and then there was only a crisp bang. The distorted space was like a fragile glass, with a pop, burst into countless tiny space debris. Come on, the ruins are open. At the moment when the seal of space burst, there were countless figures around the sea of people. Their eyes were immediately red, and there was a low, greedy roar from their throats. With the gradual opening of the stone gate, a desolate and ancient aura slowly drifted out, causing many people to look solemn. For many people, things from the ancient times were quite sacred. Seeing the open stone gate, Xiaoyan moved, swept back lightly, and then returned to his previous position. Seeing his actions, many people twitched their mouths and cursed at the treacherous person in their hearts. Boy, Xiaoyan made it clear that he did not want to be the first to enter this mysterious ruin. The door slowly opened, and the creaking sound gradually ceased. Everyone in the square looked at each other, but no one dared to set foot in it first. Xiaoyan ignored the silence outside Sherman. He touched Na Jia with his fingers, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was quite bright. He didn't expect that he had just entered the ruins. The Golden Dragon King sensed the dragon demon core. Outside the Sherman, There will be some strong men from time to time coming from outside. Obviously some strong men who discovered the opening of the stone gate, and seeing more and more strong men coming together. Those who arrived first, the people and the forces couldn't hold it any longer. After a while, someone finally walked into the stone gate slowly and couldn't help it. The screams were endless. Fast back. Compared with these sullen people, Xiao Yan's expression changed at the moment when the space exploded. He grabbed Yueru beside him, a little tree trunk at his toes, and his body suddenly retreated. The 5 major cities beside him. The proud son of heaven also sensed something was wrong, reacted extremely quickly, and immediately retreated without hesitation. When Xiao Yan and the others retreated, there were suddenly a lot of figures on the surrounding giant trees, and they were obviously also finding something. Just as Xiao Yan and the others retreated violently, the shards of the space seal that burst open suddenly stopped, and then only a loud bang was heard. The power of the violent space, like a storm, swept away in all directions, and those who rushed the fastest were the first to bear the brunt. Almost in the blink of an eye, were swallowed by the storm. Immediately, shrill screams resounded one after another on the sea of fire. The scum that was swallowed up is not left. This space seal is so terrifying. The violent spatial ripples, like harvesting wheat, destroyed all the crowds that were rushing in front of them, leaving no room for them. On the other hand, some of the powerhouses in the back finally realized that something was wrong, so the crowd that was rushing forward suddenly turned around and fled in embarrassment. Tens of thousands of figures are constantly moving in series, because if they don't run, they will be waiting for them. Die? Let them be greedy, and they have to have that life to enjoy. That's why this scene is in front of them. Bang! Because there was a certain distance, when the space storm spread, it would not cause any harm to Xiao Yan and others. At this time, the few people breathed a sigh of relief, and when their eyes swept away, they saw countless miserable howls. The screaming figure rolled on the ground, and the bright red blood stained a large area of land outside Sherman. What a terrifying space seal. After countless years, it can still have such a terrifying impact. It is worthy of being a relic of the peak of the Emperor Do. See the destructive power caused by this space fluctuation. Surroundingly, a look of shock appeared on the cheeks of the honored sons of the 8 great cities and others. Let's go. These guys are too impatient and deserve bad luck. Xiao Yan smiled and waved his palm, and his figure turned into a rainbow glow, swept away at the stone gate. At the same time, many other powerhouses who had also successfully avoided the spatial fluctuations also immediately cast the figure turned into blurred silhouettes and swept into the stone gate. The Emperor's cave has finally opened at this moment. With the gradual approach, some of the gray fog floating in the stone gate gradually became thinner, and the behemoth www.novel.com finally appeared in the field of vision of Xiao Yan and others. Stepping into the stone gate and looking around, the deepest part of the stone gate is a great hall, a huge hall nearly 1,000 feet huge, almost like a small mountain peak. The Soul Hall branch hall has become abnormally small. Looking up at this gigantic creature standing between heaven and earth, a sense of insignificance arises spontaneously. Then the so-called great fortune should be where. The people present also understood. The whole body of the giant hall was red, and from a distance, it seemed like a flame was rising. In this gray-white space, it was extremely dazzling. The surrounding powerhouses were also a little lost because of the large scale of the Crimson Giant Hall. After a while, they came back to their senses and looked at each other with shocking expressions in their eyes, worthy of being the Emperor level. Left by the strong, such handwriting is indeed majestic and atmospheric. Chi-chi. One after another, the figures gradually slowed down, and then stopped a few hundred meters away from the stone gate. Standing here, the giant hall was even more huge. At a glance, the top of the giant hall seemed to be inserted into a cloud peak. No wonder it has to be covered up with a space seal, such a huge hall. Wherever it is placed, it is a conspicuous existence. Xiao Yan also said in surprise, "Let's go this way. My soul power has sensed the breath of dragon monsters." Xiao Yan said while pulling Yueru. "Then why don't we go to the main hall? What about the great fortune?" Yueru also said in a heartbeat. Although Yueru didn't have much hope for the great fortune, she wanted to see it. If it was so easy to get, it wouldn't be great fortune. go. Xiaoyan also knew that the top priority was to find the dragon demon core first. Chapter 43 Bloodthirsty Dragon Lizard. It seems that their brains are flooded, and they don't take good fortune. But it doesn't matter. Since that's the case, we also have one less opponent. Let's go. The living dead who stole Xiaoyan's fake crescent moon green fruit said in disapproval. Miss, let's go too. I don't want it. I have to follow them. Feng Yi said stubbornly. As an alchemist, she certainly knew the powerful soul power in Xiaoyan's body. Maybe Xiaoyan could give her inspiration to make a breakthrough. And she can feel that it is more important to break through the pharmacist rank than that great fortune. Xiaoyan and the others landed on a huge gray-black tree. Their eyes looked straight ahead, only to see that there was a vast forest. The forest was full of trees that alternated between gray and white. These trees had no branches and leaves. Only the bare tree trunks, from a distance, looked like a forest of sharp spears, which makes people feel a chill. However, Xiaoyan and the others didn't stop there too much. They directly locked the position in the middle of the forest, only to see a dead air filled there, a gray-white shadow snoring like a dream demon. Because according to what the Golden Dragon King said, the dragon monsters live here. Xiaoyan's terrifying soul force directly attacked the sky and covered the earth, directly piercing the thick, dead aura. And the scene in the depths of the forest quickly became clear in his eyes, and he could only see a big tree in the depths. Down, a black shadow was entrenched, like a lizard. The shadow's body was actually dressed in black armor. The armor's surface was entangled with death energy, and when the death energy fluctuated, even Xiaoyan's complexion was dignified. The death aura possessed by this black monster is far more powerful than the living dead that Xiaoyan and the others have met before. Obviously, just from the perception of the aura, we know that this is a monster that can rival the 4-star Dodi. What? When Xiaoyan visited this powerful beast with the help of the clan mark, he suddenly let out a sigh, because he found that the armor on the beast's body seemed to be quite broken, and even on the surface of its body, there were deep lines. Scarlet scars revealing gray bones. And there are still some fresh wounds, apparently recently injured, and the death energy of this beast is also slightly disordered, as if it had experienced a war before. What? Yuru, who was beside him, also asked in a low voice, looking at Xiaoyan, who frowned slightly. This monster seems to have suffered some trauma. Xiaoyan also said with some doubts. He had used his soul power to visit the periphery before, and there were no other teams nearby. Where did this monster's injury come from? Xiaoyan was also a little surprised when he heard this, and immediately smiled. Said, "It seems that God really helped us. A wounded beast is better than a normal one." Xiaoyan also smiled. He didn't worry too much about it. His eyes turned. Looking at the death forest, his eyes flickered. Yueru looked at Xiaoyan and said, "There are a lot of monsters in this area. But looking at the footprints, I think they were driven out by this demon dragon, so the demon dragon should have been injured because of this. Let's go. I will wrap you with my soul power and go in and have a look," Xiaoyan said. Xiaoyan felt that things were not so simple, and it was better to be careful. After all, this was a monster that was comparable to a human 4-star Do Emperor. A 4-star Do Emperor, if it wasn't for the beast's injury and the presence of the Golden Dragon King. Xiaoyan, with the character of self-confidence, is categorically not coming. Although this lizard with dragon blood is extremely powerful, its perception of soul power is much weaker. As long as Xiaoyan and the others do not deliberately provoke the dragon lizard, it is impossible for the dragon lizard to find them. When Xiaoyan and the others started rushing towards the direction of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard, the place where the dragon lizard was had already been visited by a group of people, and it became extremely hot. There were a large number of figures in white standing outside the entrance of the cave where the dragon lizards inhabited. An astonishing cold air permeated from their bodies. Even the temperature of this world was affected and lowered a lot. In front of the large group of white shadows, there are 2 hunched old figures. Between these 2 people standing at will, there are 2 majestic cold and evil auras that slowly spread out, giving people a kind of very depressed feeling. Among the 2, the most eye-catching is the old man in the middle. The old man had white hair and beard, and was leaning on a dragon-headed crutch that looked like a white jade. The dragon's giant mouth was wide open, and a pair of gloomy dragon eyes showed gloomy meaning. Compared with the famous old man, he looks extraordinarily ordinary, with no energy spilling out from his body, and even that old face is abnormally dry, with slightly squinted eyes, revealing a bit of turbidity. Ordinary old people have no difference at all. What is surprising is that this seemingly unremarkable old man is standing in the middle of the team, and even the majestic white-clothed old man is half a step behind him. Between the eyebrows, there is a little respect. Around Jinko, there are still many people watching the excitement, and when they saw this battle, they were all shocked, especially when they saw the special snow patterns on these people's clothes. It was even more there was a commotion. It turned out to be from Solomon? Yueru exclaimed. Solomon is one of the most powerful forces in this mysterious spirit continent. Although there are few good or bad rumors, there is no doubt about Solomon's strength and reputation. Don't worry, let's take a look at their purpose first. Xiao Yin was also surprised that Solomon would also set his sights on this bloodthirsty dragon. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. These people have an unusual aura. The Golden Dragon King also carefully felt the aura of Solomon in front of him. I always feel that their strength seems to be a little floating. Is it my illusion? The Golden Dragon King murmured to himself. Dragon Lizard, we are here just to borrow your dragon blood. The white-haired old man who took the lead said to the bloodthirsty dragon lizard cradling at the entrance of the cave. Boom, boom, boom. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard swung its huge tail angrily. Damn humans. If I hadn't been ambushed by you before, I would have killed you. The dragon lizard roared. These people in front of them actually poisoned themselves when they were eating, causing them to fall into a sluggishness for a second for a short time. The two old men headed by them did not hesitate to attack with all their strength. Although the demon dragon lizard was enough to rival the 4-star Do Emperor powerhouse, but now that he is seriously injured, and the two are also the peak of the 3-star Do D, they are not their opponents. And it can be seen that the dragon lizard is very afraid of the dragon-headed crutch in the hands of the white-haired old man. Even afraid. However, although the dragon lizard was seriously injured, how could the dragon beast give in so easily? Immediately facing the forest is a dragon roar. Boom, boom, boom. Overwhelming monsters came from all directions, and among them there were 3 monsters that were comparable to the late Samsung Do D. Oops, this beast actually called its subordinates. You're careless. The white-haired old man at the head yelled badly, thinking that he could easily conquer the dragon with this dragon-headed cane. Prepare to fight. You hold the other beasts, second child. Follow me to kill this dragon lizard. The white-haired old man said. Chapter 44 Double Chain Trap Dragon Column. Superior. Since you don't appreciate it at all, don't blame us for being ruthless. The white-haired old man Bingtian said to another person. Bingwu also heard Bingtian's words, and immediately flew towards the place where Bingtian was, and the seal was constantly changing in his hand, as if something was brewing. Bingtian raised the dragon-headed cane high, muttering some strange terms in his mouth. A strange scene appeared. Bingtian's high-raised dragon-headed crutches actually emitted a whitish-white mist. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard saw these humans in front of him, especially the 2 old men leading the team, the peak of the 2 3-star fighting emperors. Although the strength of the magic dragon is comparable to that of a 4-star Do D human being, these despicable humans sneak up on themselves while they are sleeping, resulting in scars on their bodies, and their strength has dropped a lot. At this moment, the bloodthirsty dragon lizard showed its wisdom that is not inferior to human beings. Looking at the techniques of Bingtian and Bingwu, it can clearly feel that this is the last resort. Immediately, his entrenched body trembled, and his eyes stared at the 2 who were forming a formation in front of him. The huge dragon pupils stared at Bingtian and Bingwu, and the 2 of them only felt their whole body tremble, and they didn't care about the 3721, because they both knew that if they didn't get rid of this bloodthirsty dragon lizard today, then they will be wiped out. And when I think of not being able to complete the tasks assigned by the sect, if I go back, that kind of torture will be unbearable for ordinary people. Can't lose. Fight. A belief appeared in the hearts of both of them. Saying that, the 2 of them quickened their movements. The originally dark sky turned into a cloud of mist. Looking at the discolored sky, The bloodthirsty dragon lizard secretly said that it was not good, but how could the unyielding spirit of the dragon race allow such an arrogant creature to escape? Taking a deep breath, the dragon lizard roared out at the cave. This roar seems simple, but the dragon lizard contains an extremely powerful sonic attack. Circle after circle attacked away from the cave. When directly attacking Solomon's disciples, the demon dragon lizard also knows that what he can do now is to greatly reduce their number, so that his subordinates have the opportunity to fight the war of attrition. Boom, boom, boom. The people of Solomon, who were resisting the other beasts, didn't notice the dragon's actions, but were surprised to feel the powerful sound waves. Some weak people couldn't help being festered by the sudden attack of the dragon, and some held their heads tightly. Obviously, their strength was low and they had no means to prevent this kind of sonic attack. So Solomon's people were terrible. More than a third of the dead. How could Bingtian and Bingwu not be angry with him? Beast, I originally wanted to borrow some of your dragon's blood to complete a great experiment for us. But now you have angered us, so you must die today. Ha. The despicable and shameless human beings still want to borrow my blood. Is the blood of our noble dragon demon beast yours? Besides, you plotted against me first, and their deaths are just to atone for your sins. Don't worry, you are very happy. I'll go with them soon. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard was also the overlord of the party, and immediately shouted at Bingtian. All Solomon disciples obey the order and form a formation. Bingtian's eyes were also red. Hearing the cold shout resounding through the cave, most of the remaining Solomon disciples froze for a moment. After a little hesitation, they responded in unison and slowly closed their eyes. After a while, strands of white energy emerged from the top of the Solomon disciples' heads, penetrated from above. A steady stream of white fog energy rose into the sky, and finally almost covered the entire sky. At first glance, it looked like it was in a sea of clouds, and the ice sky and ice fog were in the center of the sea of clouds to control the formation. Everyone help me! Bingtian shouted again, coldly looking at the surrounding cloud energy. The bloodstains on his face due to the sonic attack of the demon dragon had formed blood scars at this moment, which looked particularly terrifying. As Bingtian's shouts fell, the dozen or so white-robed disciples on the stone platform immediately stood up, and with a jump, they quickly separated, and then shot to some big trees around the square, with their hands printed on them. The knots moved at the same time, and with the movements of their handprints, the sea of clouds that filled the sky also suddenly fluctuated. At the center of the sea of clouds, the energy of the cloud chi rapidly condensed and covered the entire cave in an instant. Oops! The bloodthirsty dragon who didn't agree at the beginning couldn't help roaring when he saw the completion of the great formation, because of its strength, he also felt a sense of destruction from the great formation. The power of, it's actually a double-chained dragon pillar. The Golden Dragon King also said to Xiao Yin, "What is the double-chained dragon pillar?" Xiao Yin looked at the center of the battle, and the Bingtian and Bingwu who controlled the formation seemed to be part of the big formation at this time. On the other hand, the situation of the magic dragon was extremely bad. The so-called double-chain dragon pillar is a kind of ceiling formation, but this ceiling formation will have unexpected effects when dealing with dragon monsters. In other words, it is the nemesis of dragon monsters. The Golden Dragon King also explained to Xiao Yin. Road. Xiao Yin frowned upon hearing this. Don't worry, I haven't paid attention to this level of ceiling formation. It's okay to deal with bloodthirsty demon dragons with impure bloodlines. If you want to seal me, I can kill them with one finger. www.novel.com are also dragon monsters. The former is a monster with a trace of dragon blood, while the latter is a genuine Golden Dragon King. But I always think the so-called Solomon people are weird. The Golden Dragon King said in a voice that only he could hear. Xiao Yin did not doubt the authenticity of the words of the Golden Dragon King. Then he turned his attention to the battle. Xiao Yin also deliberately strengthened the soul power covering himself and Yueru, because he was afraid of being discovered by others. Although the soul power of the people here is much weaker than that of Xiao Yin, there is no harm in being careful. Strange, Xiao Yin is clearly here. Why can't I feel his breath? Said a girl in a colorful skirt. Miss, there seems to be traces of fighting in the cave ahead. Shall we go and have a look? followed the girl's entourage to explore the way back. I don't know what's wrong, why the eldest young lady of my own family doesn't want to take good luck and wants to come to Shaoyin, but the mission of these followers is to protect the young lady, and they don't dare to ask any more questions. Go. Shaoyin, you can't escape from my palm. The girl slowly and playfully rushed towards the cave. Looking carefully, this playful girl is actually Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The great formation controlled by Bing Tian and Bing Wu was also completed at this moment. I saw clouds and mist covering the entire sky, and two sky-piercing beams of light appeared in the center of the rolling cloud and mist ground formation, piercing the sky. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard felt an extreme fear from the two beams of light, followed by the hysterical roar of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard. The seal formation? Isn't the double-chained dragon pillar lost? How could it be in your hands? Chapter 45, The Bloodthirsty Dragon Lizard's Last Resort. You don't need to know this. We will naturally be well prepared to deal with you. Bing Tian controlled the sky-piercing beam of light and whizzed away at the dragon lizard. Bing Tian flashed past with two beams of light reaching the sky. In an instant, he came to the front of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard. Bang, bang, bang. A series of two sky-penetrating beams of light, like chains, surrounded the bloodthirsty dragon lizard. When the bloodthirsty dragon lizard saw this, the secret path was not good. It was surrounded by these two pillars of light, and its own power seemed to be rapidly declining. It's really worthy of being a dragon pillar. It has such a powerful and overwhelming suppression on the bloodthirsty dragon lizards that have some trace of dragon blood. Shaoyin looked at the bloodthirsty demons who were being forced to retreat. Dragon lizard road. Boom, boom, boom. The passionate dragon roar rioted wildly with the tail of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard. At this moment, the entire cave was also swept away by the bloodthirsty dragon lizard. It was no longer what it used to be. The dragon's tail brought a streak of terrifying energy that could rival the peak of the 4-star Do Emperor and attacked the ice sky. Suffer to death. Bing Tian shouted loudly, then shot at the dragon lizard. Obviously, Bing Tian also noticed that the strength of the dragon lizard was being madly suppressed by the dragon pillar. How long would it be if he didn't attack it this time? Dong, dong, dong. The beam of light through the sky seemed to possess intelligence, deftly deflected the attack of the demon dragon, and then strung it towards the demon dragon lizard under the blessing of Bing Tian's body covered in white mist. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard also saw this clever sky-penetrating beam of light and just wanted to avoid it. But unexpectedly, the space he was in was already sealed by the double-chained dragon column's sealing array, and the cave of his own the space was sealed extremely seriously. The pupils of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard were suddenly covered with a layer of scarlet color at this time, making people look very strange. It is also clear that this double-chained dragon pillar is worthy of its name as the nemesis of dragon monsters, and once one is locked by this chain, it is very likely that it will be damaged today. When he thought that he, who possessed the blood of the dragon race, could be forced to be so embarrassed by humans, when he thought that if he were to be damaged today, then the consequences could be imagined. Dragon has always been arrogant. Even a bloodthirsty dragon with only a trace of silk dragon blood is no exception. Did the bloodthirsty dragon lizard give up resistance at this time? Yuru also stared blankly at the demon dragon, who did not move at all in the face of Suolongzu. It shouldn't be. Have you noticed the change in the pupils of the dragon? The more powerful the beast, the harder it is to kill, and the more powerful the beast has three forms: a lurking form, a fighting form, and a violent form. The latent form is the weakest of the monsters. This form of monsters will hide and disguise, and will not reveal too much power, while the fighting form uses most of the power of the monsters, which is several times stronger than the hidden shape. If it is a monster forced into a desperate situation, it will be the last desperate means. The violent form. This form of beast is the most terrifying, and it is more than several times stronger than the previous two forms. Look at the demon dragon carefully, the bloodthirsty dragon lizard. The bloodthirsty dragon lizard, his violent form may be related to bloodthirsty. Xiaoyan also spoke slowly. Yueru also looked at Xiaoyan with a bit of surprise. The latter not only has outstanding strength, but also has superb refining skills. The most important thing is that he is a bold and careful person, staring blankly at Xiao Yin, not knowing what he is thinking. What Xiao Yin knew was naturally what the Golden Dragon King told him. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yin know so many secrets? He immediately raised his head and looked at the bloodthirsty dragon in battle. Awesome. I didn't pay attention to Dao Yueru at all. The battle is in full swing. Bingwu looked at the dragon lizard as if it had given up resistance, and two sky-penetrating beams of light gradually wrapped around its tail and dragon claws. Ha! Bingwu couldn't help laughing, thinking that he could complete the mission by sealing the dragon. Bingwu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Not good. Although Bingtian didn't know the different forms of beasts, when he saw the pupils of the demon dragon trapped by the dragon lock pillar, his eyes changed greatly. How can it be? Humans, I said that you will pay the price. The demon dragon lizard said fiercely as it stared at the people in the cave. The natural talent of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard. Bloodthirsty. A circle of red protective film is formed around the dragon lizard. Bloodthirsty not only gives the bloodthirsty dragon an amazing protective film, but also greatly increases the attack power of the bloodthirsty dragon in a short period of time. It can be said rudely, even if the current bloodthirsty dragon lizard is trapped by the dragon pillar, and its strength is suppressed to the level of a human 3-star fighting emperor, but the protective film of the dragon is not Bingwu Bingtian. These people can work together. It was opened, and the attack of the bloodthirsty dragon lizard was stronger than the previous one. 5 minutes. Bloodlust can last 5 minutes. Don't say 5 minutes. Even 1 second can decide whether the battle will be won or lost. As we all know, every beast will be born with natural talents, but very few of them can successfully cultivate. Bingtian and the others obviously know it, but they did not expect that this bloodthirsty dragon lizard actually succeeded in cultivation. Even if the bloodthirsty dragon lizard was trapped by the dragon pillar, it held up its arrogant head under the bloodthirsty violent form, and a stream of hot energy was brewing in the dragon's mouth. It is the most powerful attack method of dragons. Dragon breath. At this time, the bloodthirsty dragon lizard's dragon breath in its bloodthirsty form, even Bingtian and Bingwu, are not at all sure that they can take it. Damn, it's still a wrong move. Bingtian said viciously. What do I do now? Bingwu also frowned. Although the bloodthirsty dragon in front of him was trapped by the dragon chain, its protective film with astonishing defense power required all efforts to crack it, even if it was a 5-star duty powerhouse. www.mtlnovel.com can't run. Bingtian also calmly analyzed it this time. Immediately, looking at the clouds and mist in the sky and the remaining Solomon disciples, a trace of chill flashed in his eyes. This is the only way now. Solomon disciple obey. Blood sacrifice. Bingtian shouted loudly. The Bingtian blood sacrifice had just been drunk out, and the dozens of Solomon's remaining disciples were running around as if they had met a ghost, because they also knew that the so-called blood sacrifice was to use blood as a sacrifice, condensed on one person's body, a powerful burst of power in a short period of time. In other words, it doesn't make any difference to let them, the disciples of Solomon, die. Death to me. Bingtian turned into a huge and hideous face, with a distorted smile, and when he opened his mouth to the Solomon disciples who were about to run away, he devoured them. If you take something that doesn't belong to you, it's time to return it. Bingtian apparently said to the seriously injured Bingwu. Whoosh! Bingwu also hurried back, and he also knew that the Bingtian at this time was no longer the original Bingtian. Uft! Bingwu didn't escape in an instant, and was directly swallowed by Bingtian. Without exception, Solomon's disciples were all swallowed up by Bingtian. That Bingtian's strength is also skyrocketing at this moment. The initial stage of the 4-star Do D. The middle stage of the 4-star Do D. 4-star Do D late stage. This emperor is really powerful. The strength of the 4-star fighting emperor in the late stage is so suppressed. I'm afraid I can persist in it for a minute. However, 1 minute is enough to solve you, little beast. Bingtian looked at the bloodthirsty dragon, smiling a bit evil and looking very strange. Chapter 46. The mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. This ice day is really worse than a beast. Even his own brothers and sect disciples were all devoured. It is as abominable as the Soul Clan on the Do-Chi continent. As expected, moths can be found everywhere. Xiaoyan looked at the black Do-Chi surrounding him. "Ice sky," the atmosphere said. "If a person has no emotions, it is no different from wild monsters with low intelligence. The difference between humans and low-intelligence monsters is that they have emotions." Xiaoyan couldn't help clenching his fists. This kind of person really deserves to be executed by everyone. The Golden Dragon King silently watched Xiaoyan's every move and nodded with satisfaction. Tuashi really did not see the wrong person. Then he muttered to himself, "A blood sacrifice? This sin really penetrated deep enough. It seems that there should be some problems with this so-called Solomon. The battle has reached the white-hot stage. Being able to force me to do this is not worth the name of your bloodthirsty dragon lizard." Bing Tian was covered in black aura, which made him look very strange, and then he roared. Bing Tian roared with awe-inspiring murderous intent. The sound of thunder rolled endlessly over the cave, causing the entire cave to be silent for a moment, and one after another, with some horrified beast eyes, shot in the direction from which the sound came. This roar naturally also spread to the bloodthirsty dragon lizard above the cave. At the moment, all the beasts made a sound of shock and stopped. They all knew that this was between the two powerhouses. During the battle, his eyes looked in the direction of the voice, and finally stopped in the direction of Bing Tian. "It seems that you, Solomon, have coveted my blood for a long time." The dragon lizard also thought coldly. The dragon breath of the dragon lizard and the attack of the ice sky are brewing sooner rather than later. They all know that there is no need to hide and tuck the battle until now. The last blow can decide the winner or loser. I saw that the scarlet protective film covered by the bloodthirsty dragon lizard was particularly eye-catching. It perfectly covered the entire body of the dragon like heaven, and the temperature of the dragon's mouth was also swallowed by the ice sky. When it was completed, it became more and more hot, and the space was slightly broken. In this bloodthirsty form, the dragon's breath is so terrifying. Puff puff. The terrifying dragon breath spit out from the bloodthirsty dragon's mouth, attacking towards the ice sky. The terrifying dragon breath contains the power of destruction. Ordinary 4-star Do-D powerhouses will be severely injured by the scorching heat even if they touch a little bit. Bing Tian's black, vindictive energy instantly formed a jet-black beam of strange light in front of him. The sound of mourning could not be heard in the beam of light. Many arms stretched out around the beam of light, breathing out at the dragon's dragon. Resist. After this, Bing Tian devoured everyone in the group. His power skyrocketed so terrifyingly, and now the extremely confident Bing Tian also intends to resist the dragon's breath. This Bing Tian is really arrogant, but he has arrogant capital, Xiaoyan also secretly exclaimed. However, according to the current battle, the bloodthirsty dragon is also in a violent form, and the last bloodthirsty talent is also used. On the other hand, where Bing Tian is, all the people of Solomon on this trip were devoured by him alone, although the strength has soared, breaking through the limitations of this different space. However, the limitation of this space only restricts the powerhouses above the 4-star Do Emperor from being able to enter and exit easily. But if they break through to the 4-star Do Emperor in this space, it will be different. But the most important thing is that they are all working hard, and then they die from exhaustion. Yueru, listen to my instructions and wait for an opportunity later. Xiaoyan also tilted his head and said quietly, Little Yanzi, don't worry. I feel a few breaths coming here, like someone who has fought with you before. The Golden Dragon King not only watched the fight in the cave, but also kept his attention scattered all the time. Space, and then said to Xiaoyan, who was staring at the cave. Xiaoyan was also depressed. Now there is no time to take care of other things. First get the magic core, then he is more and more careful to hide. The bloodthirsty dragon's breath is indeed powerful enough to rival a 5-star duty powerhouse. Even if Bing Tian devoured the skyrocketing power of many colleagues, it was quite difficult to deal with. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon's breath and the icy black beam of light were viciously mixed together. Two dazzling beams of light confront each other. It's not that it's difficult to use your own power after all, right? The bloodthirsty dragon also shouted loudly, and the crooked way was still inferior. Suddenly, Before the dragon's words were finished, the terrifying dragon breath instantly drowned the black beam of light emanating from Bingtian. The place where Bingtian was originally was attacked by the breath of the dragon, and with Bingtian as the center, a circle of hot and terrifying ripples rippled out. This ice sky actually went wrong on the way. Directly killed by the dragon breath, the strongest attack of the demon dragon, the twists and turns of the plot obviously made the bloodthirsty dragon relax. Humph, isn't our dragon race comparable to you humans with low bloodline? It's really not a pity to die. Although the dragon said so, he spit out a few mouthfuls of dragon breath in a row to prevent any changes. Boom, boom, boom. The magic dragon also fell away at that instant, smashing to the ground ruthlessly. Obviously, the dragon's breath and bloodthirsty talents consume a lot of the power and even the vitality of the dragon, but it is not worth the loss if the life is saved. The dragon's eyes closed slightly at this time. It was weak, and now it can be easily killed by even a human being of a 2-star fighting emperor. A dragon-headed crutch was silently inserted into the dying, bloodthirsty dragon's head. It's over now. Jiang is still old and hot. The Bingtian who had disappeared suddenly appeared, with a tattered figure and some black blood, and the whole person looked even more ferocious. When the bloodthirsty dragon fell, the protective film covering the body surface was automatically released. It was not the time. The main reason was that the bloodthirsty dragon was too weak, and maintaining this bloodthirsty form was extremely consuming. Vitality. But the magic dragon obviously underestimated the cunning of human beings. Until the dragon head crutches struck fatally, the magic dragon's pupils were still wide open, as if he didn't believe that Bingtian could survive under his own dragon's breath. I can't bear the child and can't catch the wolf. Bingtian also responded to the last question of the dragon, and then began to collect the blood and core of the dragon. Just when Bingtian was just about to deal with the dragon, a wave of blue and silver alternated, as if the fierce fighting spirit formed by the fusion of strong wind and thunder also shot out along a section of silk and satin, and finally collided with Bingtian fiercely. Bingtian, I didn't expect me to find you here. Go to hell. The girl in the colorful dress said to the hideous Bingtian in front of her. The city lord of their Fenglei city, Feng Yi's father, lost an arm and a leg because of the unprovoked pursuit of Solomon's elders. This has always been a shame to their Fenglei city. Moreover, her father loves Feng Yi the most, and Feng Yi swears that she will never share the sky with Solomon in this life. Bingtian just ended a war, and now is the time of weakness. Seeing the girl in the colorful dress in front of her and the people around her, she couldn't help but say in despair. 5 3-star fighting emperors. Chapter 47. The weak 4-star duty strong man blew himself up. Ha. It's actually the remnant of the Fenglei family. If it wasn't for your father who desperately protected you, you might look different now. Bingtian also looked greedily at the girl in the colorful dress named Feng Yi. Today is your day of death. Feng Yi said plainly, but anyone could see the frenzy in his eyes. I'm finally going to kill the enemy. Father, I will report your shame. Feng Yi roared in his heart. The entourage who was in charge of protecting the young lady saw that the young lady was emotionally disturbed and hurriedly tried to stop the young lady, but found a dark figure attacking Feng Yi. I can't live, but none of you want to live. Ha! Bingtian quickly approached Feng Yi. Looking at the icy sky that was rushing towards him, his body was rapidly expanding, and his body was exuding thick black air. Obviously, he wanted to die with Feng Yi. Although the girl in the colorful dress was a little excited, she still did not lose her sense of reason. Seeing Bingtian whistling towards her, her body was covered in black energy, and she couldn't help frowning slightly, biting her lips lightly. Even in Bingtian, who was seriously injured now, the girl in the colorful skirt felt a terrifying aura from the black energy. Feng Yi's feet suddenly moved, and her figure quickly swept into the sky. At the same time, her palms were spread out, and in her palms, a trace of silver space power flashed out. Space blockade. The girl in the colorful dress just let out a soft shout, and the space around Bingtian suddenly fluctuated violently. Immediately, the invisible space seemed to have become substance, turning into a space prison, wrapping Bingtian in. Condensing such a real space prison is difficult for even the ordinary 4-star Do D, but Feng Yi, a girl in a colorful skirt, is able to use the tyrannical power of the wind and thunder attributes to display it. Out. Of course, the most important thing in this is that the wind and thunder attributes originally have a bit of space power, and using this as a medium, she was able to mobilize the space power that is free between heaven and earth. Moreover, the battle between Bingtian and the bloodthirsty dragon seems to be an understatement, but it is also seriously injured. Although he devoured all the Solomon people in the same way to supplement himself, he still underestimated the bloodthirsty dragon. Although he defeated the dragon in the end, in fact the last blow of the magic dragon was abruptly and severely injured Bingtian. Bingtian, who was seriously injured, saw Feng Yi, a girl in a colorful skirt, and several of his followers, for 3-star fighting emperors. He knew that this time it was going to be damaged here, but he was not reconciled, and he had to drag them to bury them when he died. So there was this scene. The space prison has just taken shape. That Bingtian's body suddenly swelled to a terrifying level, and immediately, a shocking explosion appeared. Bang! The terrifying black energy air waves, like waves in the sea, swept away in all directions crazily. On the other side, Xiaoyan just saw that Bingtian's self-destruction, and his soul force spewed out. He walked towards the body of the demon dragon, covering the entire body in a blink of an eye, as if it disappeared and didn't exist in the first place. Notice all this. Fortunately, I caught up, otherwise this terrifying self-destruction will shed its skin even if it doesn't die. The girl in the colorful skirt also said to a few followers. After resisting for a while, the space prison burst open directly. As a result, the mountain range in the cave that was originally occupied by the bloodthirsty dragon trembled violently, as if it had been shaken. Huge cracks spread out like spider webs, and the beasts enslaved by the bloodthirsty dragons in the entire mountain range fell into a panic at this moment. The self-destruction, that power, is extremely terrifying. Facing such a terrifying energy storm, Feng Yi, the girl in colorful skirts, could only avoid the edge for a while, and their bodies flickered, appearing directly above the distant sky, staring solemnly at the raging energy below. Lang, being so engaged by Bingtian, almost this mountain range will be turned into ruins. In the distance beyond the mountain range, the red Do Chi roared out like a cloud of fire, and on the cloud of fire, a slender figure stood with his hands behind his back, looking contemptuous. He ignored the many people who went to the main hall, just turned his eyes, and cast towards the place where the bloodthirsty dragon was. Apparently, this arrogant son of Wuqing also sensed this terrifying energy storm. His face changed at the moment. The two old guys Bingtian and Bingwu actually blew themselves up. To be able to force him to this stage, that character is really terrible. Wu Huan suddenly felt a bit bitter in his mouth. The two old men of Bingtian and Bingwu, he himself knows his strength, and he can be regarded as a true pride of heaven if he can force them all. Wu Huan is also very clear, and he is not an indecisive person, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes at the moment. Remembering that the so-called Xiao Yan also went in that direction, he couldn't help saying to himself, this Xiao Yan is indeed very strange. Even if you are an imperial alchemist, but if you kill Bingwu and Bingtian, it doesn't mean that you will feel better. Solomon will never sit by and watch an elder get killed. Then he, with a gloomy smile, Wu Huan turned his head decisively, waved his hand, and went to the main hall, speeding up again. Somewhere in the mountains. Among the 3 attendants of the girl in the colorful skirt, an old man in white was also startled by Bingtian's crazy actions, and immediately hurriedly carried Feng Yi, shuttled through the forest like lightning, and finally his body flashed, landing on the top of a mountain peak. Looking down at the energy storm raging in the mountains, www.novel.com could not help but take a breath. This old guy is really crazy. Feng Yi was also frightened by the destructive energy below, making her pretty face a little pale. Not everyone can see the self-destruction of a Do D powerhouse. To be able to force a Do D powerhouse to the point of self-destruction, this bloodthirsty dragon is well-deserved, and it is really scary. The white-clothed old man slowly raised his head and looked at the road above the distant sky. The blurred figure that has fallen said with some sighs. But it's strange. The body of the demon dragon was clearly still here just now. Why didn't I find it? It should have disappeared because of his self-destruction. It's a pity, but forget about it. Let's focus on creation first. Let's go. Miss, his self-destruction won't even have his soul left. We should go to the main hall. The old man in white said after feeling it. Go. The girl in the colorful skirt also left quickly. Is she all right? Xiaoyan also swept across the sky, but his eyesight was far less than that of his master. So naturally, he could not see Feng Yi. What can she do? That hand space blockade directly killed Bingtian's thought of pulling her to death. The Golden Dragon King smiled and shook his head, then said, But she killed Bingtian. I am afraid that it is a real bad relationship with Solomon, and with Solomon's behavior, he will definitely send strong people to surround and kill him. The raging energy storm in the mountains lasted for about 10 minutes before gradually weakening. During this time, Xiaoyan and Yueru also retreated. This level of self-destruction, the scope of the impact is too large, and the size of the body is too large. It still stayed on the sky, and its eyes were gradually closed. But fortunately, the soul power is strong enough, and the two of them have not been discovered by the girl in the colorful skirt before. Chapter 48 Harvest the Bloodthirsty Dragon Magic Core. The wolf wind blew through the mountains, bringing up yellow dust. The lush green forest and the cave of the bloodthirsty dragon had turned into a piece of mud at this moment. When the last trace of the energy storm slowly dissipated, Xiaoyan and Yuru in the sky just opened their eyes, and their eyes slowly swept across the extremely messy mountain range below, and finally fell gently and walked slowly. Going to the place where Bingtian blew up, there was a huge crater several tens of meters in size, and at a glance, it was impossible to see the bottom. His eyes swept across the pothole. Xiaoyan's footsteps suddenly came to the giant pit, where there was a slight, inconspicuous light. Cough, cough, cough. Fortunately, I brought a turtle breath pill with me when I came out. This kind of self-destruction can deceive the remnants of the Fenglei family. This time I will go back and clean up this Fenglei family. Even a small Fenglei family wants to compete with our Solomon. It's just over their own capabilities. There were bursts of voices in the weak rays of light. I'm sorry you may not have this chance. Xiaoyan also appeared at the location of the light, like a ghost. The palm of his hand touched the light slowly. A sneer suddenly appeared on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. Terrifying flames blasted out fiercely. The ground burst open. The wood chips flew, and an illusory soul escaped in panic, and finally flew towards the sky. Go, and then start to move. The surrounding space is suddenly solidified. Elder Bingtian has a good plan. His body exploded. Relying on the special effect of the medicinal pill, a trace of soul escaped, but it's a pity. Xiaoyan looked at this illusory soul with a smile and said softly, Xiaoyan, don't kill me. We can have a good talk. You don't want to offend us Solomon just like that, right? The soul was trapped and immediately turned into Bingtian's illusory face. At this moment, there was a real sense in his eyes. Fear. If this trace of soul is destroyed by Xiaoyan again, he will really be finished. I don't want to go to this stage either, but someone who doesn't even let off his own brothers. It's really not as good as a beast. Xiaoyan sighed softly, stretched out his palm, and immediately held Bingtian's soul. Xiaozong, Solomon won't let you go, just wait to die. Feeling Xiaoyan's killing intent, Bingtian cursed bitterly. Bang! Xiaoyan's face was expressionless, and when he squeezed his palm, Bingtian's soul burst open and immediately turned into a spot of light, which disappeared. Looking at the dissipated soul spots, Xiaoyan knew that Bingtian, the elder of Solomon, had said goodbye to this world completely. Careful mind. No retreat to the enemy. Very good. The Golden Dragon King couldn't help but say. In a faraway place, in a quiet wooden house, among the hundreds of plaques, a plaque exploded. The old man on the side closed his eyes and slowly opened his eyes. There was a thick black in his eyes, giving people a strange feeling. How dare you kill me, Elder Solomon? Go on and investigate this person thoroughly. Yes, Sectmaster. There was a strong anger in the old man's words, and before the words fell outside the door, someone took action. Yueru blinked suspiciously on the side, She did not see the scene where Xiao Yin destroyed Bingtian's soul, but she felt that her father, who had a high vision in the past, had an extremely high evaluation of Xiao Yin. A faint laughter suddenly sounded on the mountain peak, and Xiao Yan's figure slowly appeared in front of Yuru. Xiao Yin. Seeing Xiao Yin appear, Yueru immediately shouted with joy. The body of the bloodthirsty dragon is still there. You know where the preciousness of this beast mummified corpse is, right? Her eyes were fiery and introverted. Yuru suddenly stared at the body of the demon dragon beside her, and said a little eagerly, apparently not realizing the little trick Xiao Yin had done just now to take advantage of the big explosion. Xiao Yin was obviously frightened by Yueru's question. Looking at the huge, but extremely stiff body of the bloodthirsty dragon in front of him, Xiao Yin also held it and felt it gently. Immediately, he waved lightly with the ancient eternal fire ruler behind him, and the somewhat rigid head of the dragon was like tofu, cracked out of thin air, and the fracture was as smooth as a mirror. A dazzling light flashed out. It's the magic core. That's great. Yuru also smiled at Xiao Yin with great joy, and finally, she didn't find out what she was worried about. I will be unhappy. However, Yueru is also concerned and confused. If it exceeds the 8th rank, that is, the magical beasts that are enough to rival the strong Do Sheng, will definitely produce magic cores. Let's go. Since the magic core is in hand, let's go to the main hall to have a look. Yuru is also not greedy. Since she is both the crescent moon Suegwa and the magic core Xiao Yin needs, then there is nothing. Worried. Wait, this bloodthirsty dragon has treasures all over its body. Xiao Yin also saw it, and took a closer look at this huge body. What sharp claws! The sharpness of this thing made Xiao Yin take a breath. Why are you looking at all this garbage? You don't think you have enough time to grab the great fortune? Just the blood of the dragon is useful. You refine these blood. I can feel that these blood contains the talent of bloodthirsty form. Bloodthirsty. I want to rely on the refined blood to be able to display it. The Golden Dragon King also felt the atmosphere. Xiao Yan's head is covered with black lines. This bloodthirsty dragon is still the overlord of one side anyway. So many valuable things in blood and body. How can they become garbage when they reach the mouth of their master? But it's no wonder, considering the status of one's master. This kind of thing is really. Xiao Yin also saw the extraordinary blood from the bloodthirsty form of the bloodthirsty dragon just now, and immediately extracted the blood of the dragon. Breaking open the body of the demon dragon, a aura rushed towards her face. Yueru's face was a little ugly. The scarlet color inside the demon dragon, as the calcination of the flame intensified, it became more and more intense, and at the end, it turned out to be completely condensed together novel. Calm immediately in Xiao Yan's surprised eyes. It turned into a drop of scarlet blood, penetrated along the surface of the flesh and blood, and finally passed through the flame and dripped down. Seeing the blood dripping down on the ground, Xiao Yan's eyes were quickly took out a jade bottle of quite good quality from the ring, and then put the drop of blue-red blood into it. After catching the scarlet blood, Xiao Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head and glanced at the burning milky white flame, and found that with the dripping of the blue-red blood, the piece of meat turned out to be directly calcined by the flame. In the middle, it turned into nothingness, and not even the ashes were left behind. Looking at the 7 drops of scarlet blood in the jade bottle that did not mix with each other, Xiao Yin had no choice but to shake his head. With a wave of his hand, he put away the flames in front of him, and then grinned and smiled at the jade bottle. In the collection ring, I didn't expect that the body of a demon dragon, which few people in Feng Yi had not noticed, could be created by him. In Xiao Yan's opinion, the value of these 7 drops of scarlet blood would never be worth it. Weaker than the dragon, and even, in a way, stronger. This blood contains the extremely violent power of the magic dragon. This thing cannot be used indiscriminately, otherwise, it will definitely make him fall into the tragedy of body explosion. But this is nothing to Xiao Yin. The problem is that he is an alchemist himself, and he is quite reconciled with the violent factor in these energies. As long as he is given enough time, at that time, he will be able to absorb all the blood safely. Therefore, this time, Xiao Yin not only collected the demon core of the demon dragon, But also these 7 drops are enough to cast the bloodthirsty form protective film of the bloodthirsty demon dragon, which is comparable to the blood essence of the 5-star fighting emperor's all-out blow, and the harvest is quite satisfactory. Go to the main hall. Xiao Yin and Yuru turned into a shooting star, heading towards the great hall deep in the mountains. Chapter 49: The Guardian Formation in the Hall. The complexity of this ruin was far beyond Xiao Yan's expectations. It was following behind Yuru, who had a map. The forest that was circling around accidentally provoked powerful monsters to attack, but fortunately, this feeling it lasted for about 10 minutes. The vision in front of him suddenly widened, and the figure rushed forward for a distance again, and a huge ancient hall finally appeared in the sight of everyone. The whole body of this hall is in the color of copper gray. The countless years have made this copper gray appear even more profound. The ancient atmosphere permeates from under every stone slab on the hall, making people feel that the vicissitudes of silence for countless years. Looking at the gray giant hall, Xiaoyan couldn't help but shook his head and led Yuru to slowly drop to the 100 meters away. Since the emperor and strong man would build such a large ruin, he must have hidden it in it. It is also quite rich, and this trip is really worthwhile. Outside the gray giant hall at the moment, many strong people are coming continuously, but no one is the first to set foot in the 100-meter range. Those who can reach here at this time are either great forces or people with great abilities. Outside the hall, there are many mysterious runes flashing, looming as if forming a formation. These people outside the giant hall obviously also discovered the formation, and they are not in a hurry. Xiaoyan was naturally in no hurry. If there were no defensive measures for such a rich treasure, only a fool would believe it. While Xiaoyan folded his arms and waited in peace, he suddenly noticed that a cold gaze was projected. Immediately, he raised his brows and turned his gaze, and immediately condensed on the place where the cold gaze was projected. The owner of the cold eyes is a man dressed in gorgeous clothes, with a noble temperament between his eyebrows, which makes ordinary people dare not look directly at him, and his long flowing hair adds a bit of arrogance. Looking at this rather unfamiliar face, Yueru couldn't help but rub her fingers with Xiao Yan, but she didn't expect to see her here. This is the martial arts of Wuqing, Yueru whispered. Oh, is it the person who has the most potential to win the great fortune? Xiao Yan also frowned slightly. The late Samsung Do Di. He was actually 2 levels higher than himself. Don't look at this small second level. There is still an irreparable gap between the first level. The gap is very huge. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength, it is a little difficult to deal with. Xiao Yan is from this so-called martial arts. There was a sense of danger in his body. But Xiao Yan was not afraid either, and immediately turned his head to look at the people beside Wu Huan. At Wu Huan's side, there were many people, including Feng Liqing and his group. At this moment, this group of people obviously found Xiao Yan and the others, and their eyes flashed with a cold color. If the eldest lady had not been following Xiao Yan all the time, she would never have met that Solomon person, causing the eldest lady to be emotionally unstable now. Obviously, the self-destruction of the strong Solomon should not be underestimated, so they resented Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes swept across the pedestrian, and then suddenly stopped beside Feng Yi. There was a white-haired man with a long body and brocade clothes. This white-haired man looked extremely handsome, with a smiling face, which made him look extravagant, and at a glance, he knew that he was not an ordinary person. Is that the person you mentioned who was suspected of possessing the soul of the emperor? The white-haired man at this moment also glanced at Xiao Yan and smiled lightly. Well, and I can feel that the power of the soul is stronger than mine. Feng Yi gritted her silver teeth, rather unwilling. Their Feng Liqing has always been cultivating the fighting spirit of the wind and thunder attributes. In Feng Yi's generation, because Feng Yi is the only daughter of Feng Liqing, she is loved by the city owner. Feng Yi's soul strength has been surprisingly strong since childhood. A powerful 9th-rank pharmacist, so Feng Yi master cultivates soul power, and his fighting spirit is weaker. After finally coming out of Fenglei City to the ruins, I saw Xiao Yan from the very beginning, so I had a strong interest in Xiao Yan. Even with Feng Yi's soul power, I could feel that Xiao Yan was also an alchemist, and the refining level is definitely not low. There are only a few pharmacists in Do-D continent. In addition, Feng Yi often practiced in Wind and Thunder City and rarely went out. Seeing Xiao Yan, his affection increased greatly, and he wanted to find a suitable opportunity to compete with Xiao Yan. This is what happened before. Is it possible that it is an alchemist of the imperial rank? After this time, if you are lucky, it is not impossible to break through to the alchemist of the imperial rank. The man in white smiled slightly and said softly. Feng Yi also nodded slightly. Although Xiao Yan vaguely made Feng Yi quite interested, but he was obviously more interested in the creation in the main hall beside him. What is that? Xiao Yan also disapproved, and then turned his eyes away. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and then stared at the hundreds of people in the gray giant hall. Several people who were originally staying outside the main hall could not help but be surprised when they saw this scene. Someone actually entered the formation in advance. Hundreds of people in the gray giant hall were bombarded by the sky-filled fire dragon and the black wind with unparalleled power. It was not discovered by Xiao Yan and the others who were outside the formation, because they were desperately resisting the erosion of the formation. After they couldn't resist this formation, they appeared in everyone's sight. It was swallowed in an instant, and not even the soul was left. The one who rashly entered the formation was led by a strong player in the middle of the Samsung Do-D, and actually, this formation is so terrifying. Those powerhouses in the middle stage of the 3-star Do-D were instantly swallowed up, and not even the scum was left. This should be a formation, the last protection to guard the hall. Huh? Damn it. The moment Xiao Yan spoke, the power in the formation condensed and attacked him unexpectedly. A milky white petal fell down, just in front of Xiao Yan, and then let the fire dragon that filled the sky, the black wind bombarded with unparalleled power. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the violent spiritual power fluctuated wildly. However, when the fire dragon and the black wind dissipated, everyone's pupils shrank, because the milky white petals protecting Xiao Yan were not damaged. Slightest. Since everyone is almost gathered, then let's work together to break this formation. Fortune depends on strength. Wu Huan also looked at the number of strong people outside the main hall and said. Xiao Yan's palm trembled slightly. Even such a subtle attack made him feel an unbearable pain. With so many people present outside the formation, why was this formation only attacking himself? However, now is not the time for doubt. Xiao Yan's black eyes were burning. Yu reading www.yuyukongshu.com quietly looked at the powerful formation with fierce flames in the sky not far away. Immediately, his slender fingers shone with milky white rays of light, and he tapped in the air, and the murmured voice spread. Yueru, come with me. As soon as his voice fell, the huge and strange milky white petals on his body also brought about the purest wave at this moment, which instantly wrapped Yueru, and then the two roared out of the formation. The huge milky white light, with a shocking white light, cut through the sky at an extremely astonishing speed and led Yueru to disappear in front of Wu Huan and the living dead outside the main hall. The petals of the milky white lotus are slowly rotating, and the petals of the petaled lotus are blooming slowly. The whole world seems to be gradually dimmed at this moment. That kind of fluctuation is astonishing. In Wu Huan's blood-red pupils, a tinge of unease flashed at this moment, and he felt a death-like fluctuation from the enchanting milky white lotus. And he could feel that Xiao Yan seemed to have found a solution to this powerful formation. Follow them. Wu Huan took the lead in turning into a meteor and heading towards the formation. Afterwards, Feng Yiqian and the others also looked at each other. Go. The living dead also followed slowly. A charming girl also followed. It's fun now. Afterwards, everyone outside the main hall flew towards the formation because everyone knew that it was only one step away from the Emperor's great fortune. The flames and the black wind in the formation frantically gathered in its big mouth, and the surrounding air became distorted as a result. Chapter 50 Crack the Demon Lotus Fire Dragon Formation. Damn it, where did the Xiao Yan go? When Xiao Yan and Yueru were just discovered that something was wrong, Wu Huan followed, and he could be regarded as the third person to enter the formation, but it was strange that Wu Huan lost Xiao Yan's breath as soon as he entered the formation, as if Xiao Yan and the others did not enter the formation at all. Put puff puff. A series of voices fell, and the huge team outside the main hall entered the formation one after another. Damn it! We can't get out. There's no way out. Those who had just entered the formation couldn't help but find the strangeness of the formation. Damn! Following Wu Huan, this kid has only one dead end. It's better that we didn't come in at that time. It's just... Voices of dissatisfaction continued to appear. Obviously, these powerhouses began to back down at this time. Everyone is in a mess, since everyone is here to find this so-called great fortune and treasure. We have now entered this strange formation, and we are already grasshoppers on the same boat. Too much quarrel is meaningless. Why don't we temporarily form an alliance and break the formation? Wu Huan also looked at these people smartly. Since the alliance is formed, someone must take the lead. Who will take the lead? The living dead also stood up at this moment and snorted coldly. Obviously, the living dead and Wu Huan are also the strength of the late Samsung Do Di. This living dead is obviously want to fight. Why don't you just let me do it? Wu Huan also smiled slowly. Then a terrifying aura came out. The late Samsung Do Di. Many people present looked at this appearance and could not help but frown slightly, really strong. Just when the living dead just met and said something, suddenly from the sea of people, a trace of the same breath as the living dead disappeared in an instant, and then the living dead also closed their mouths unwillingly. Even he's here. The living dead trembled slightly. For him, the living dead were extremely frightened. Since all of you are meaningless, then let me be the temporary leader of the alliance. Wu Huan also watched the momentum and took back his own breath. Let's go. Then he said to the crowd. Many of the people who entered the formation were also powerhouses in the late stage of the 3-star Do Di with the same strength, but they did not fight against this martial arts, because they all knew that this temporary fight was meaningless. Everyone in the formation looked at this scene extremely nervously, and they could all see that the huge fire dragon in the sky seemed to contain a strong murderous intent. Fire killing palm. At this moment, the vindictive energy in Wu Huan's body was fully revolving, and the firelight and the black wind expanded by hundreds of meters in the ferocious mouth. In the next instant, his roar full of murderous intent suddenly resounded. Now that he has become the leader of the alliance, he must take the lead, and then he can only bear the brunt of Wu Huan to deal with this huge fire dragon. Boom. The sky inside the formation seemed to tremble for a moment at this moment. And then everyone behind Wu Huan saw 2 fire dragons and black wind dragons roaring out of Wu Huan's palm. The 2 giant dragons soared into the sky, intertwined with each other. The 2 dragons converged, the fire borrowed the wind, and the violent fighting spirit also expanded at an astonishing speed, extremely terrifying. People with discerning eyes know that this martial arts uses the palm as an attack and turns it into a dragon-shaped fighting spirit. On the other hand, it is staring at these people who have just formed an alliance, because the martial arts is also clear, and it is really difficult to let these things in front of you without any means. People are convinced. Such an offensive is basically not considered the strongest means of martial arts. Everyone stared at the pair of dragons with shocking eyes. They were carrying extremely powerful vindictiveness, and they charged straight at the monster black lotus in the sky, leaving a long tail of light behind them. The bewitching black lotus, the last lotus petal, also slowly bloomed at this time. The dark light, like the darkness that erodes the earth, quickly gathered in the center of the black lotus, and inside the lotus, it seemed that a black liquid was dripping down. The deep dark light suddenly became powerful at this time. Everyone could see that the monster black lotus trembled violently at this moment, and a black light beam with a size of 100 meters burst out silently from the black lotus. This black light beam doesn't seem to be too violent. It is like a black thunder that falls from the sky, swept across the sky, and then, under the gazes of many nervous eyes, with the fierce roaring wind and fire double dragon, right bumped together. Boom. A gigantic Do-Chi light wave of nearly 1,000 feet spread out from the place where they met, and the space within the entire formation seemed to tremble at this moment. Roar! The 2 dragons roared and charged with all their might, and waves of violent and incomparable fighting spirit pervaded crazily, trying to disperse the falling black thunder. But what was shocking was that no matter how the 2 dragons galloped, The beams are all motionless, like a pillar of optimism running through the heavens and the earth, and cannot be shaken. Wu Huan watched this scene, and the unease in his eyes became much stronger. Although the black beam didn't have any amazing momentum, it made him feel chills in his heart. In the distance, Feng Yi looked at the confrontation in the sky calmly, and then moved her fingers lightly, only to see the black lotus in the air smashed apart at this moment, and then turned into a black liquid, blending into the black beam. Wind and thunder fingers. Huh. With Feng Yi's shot, the black lotus dissipated, and the surface of the black light beam seemed to have a huge black lotus light pattern emerging, and then the long-hidden figure was finally exposed at this time. A deep, dark light erupted from the beam, and the demon lotus. UU reading www.insha.com also made a mournful whine at this time, and then countless people were a little horrified to see it, the two dragons of wind and fire. As the demon lotus with flaws roared away mercilessly, the demon lotus actually had cracks appearing under the attack of the two dragons. Wu Huan's pupils also suddenly tightened at this moment. Boom! An earth-shattering voice resounded, and the black beam of the demon lotus was penetrated by the wind and fire double dragon, and was actually pierced by the wind and fire double dragon. Wu Huan roared in horror. He also did not expect this seemingly inconspicuous Feng Yi to be so powerful, and then he stimulated the fighting qi in his body, forming a huge spirit outside his body. Power mask. Boom. The demon lotus exploded. The black beam of light, however, ignored it, rushed straight out, and finally shot on the Do Qi mask. The black light beam, in that scream, was ejected by Wu Huan's Do Qi mask and then hit a mountain in the distance. When the earth shook, the mountain instantly vanished into ashes. The entire formation was completely silent at this time, because they saw that when the demon lotus shattered and emitted a black beam of light, it disappeared completely, and not even the slightest bones were left behind. In that scene, it was as if he had been evaporated from this world. The violent, vindictive fluctuations in the sky also quickly subsided at this time, and the previous kind of shocking battle seemed to disappear completely. Let's go. Wu Huan also strode forward. The formation also shattered at this moment, revealing the true face of the hall. A heavy ruler and a slender woman appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 51 7 Light Groups and 7 Stone Carvings. Xiao Yan. Wu Huan said viciously towards Xiao Yan, who didn't know what strange method to use to break the formation. Xiao Yan also wondered why the formation did not attack others, but attacked himself. But when he first came into contact with the fire dragon, he felt that the fire dragon seemed to be very afraid of Xiao Yi. Then, following Xiao Yi's footsteps, he led Yueru through the formation. With Xiao Yi leading the way, the flame power and the demon lotus in the formation obediently gave way, and this was the scene. The hall is very wide, and people stand in it, like ants. In the center of the hall, there are 7 huge light groups. The light groups are suspended in the air. A scroll-like thing exists. Immortal fighting skills and exercises. Just relying on the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the light group is known. His eyes swept through these light groups that exuded a strange coercion. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly stopped at the center of the 7 light groups. There was a stone seat and a stone coffin. The stone coffin was calm and peaceful. It's inconspicuous, but on the stone seat on the side, there is a gray-white skeleton, hand pinched, sitting cross-legged. The bones of the emperor. Looking at the skeleton, Xiao Yan's mouth suddenly felt a little dry. This was the first time he had seen the skeleton of a strong Do emperor since Do D continent. The coercion at the place was like a jack, causing Xiao Yan and the others to feel a sense of depression. This is the main hall of the ruins. Yueru whispered. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His eyes shifted away from the light group and the skeleton, and looked behind him, at the exit of the formation, where there were already quite a few figures standing, and all of them had a strong aura, and among them, Xiao Yan also saw Feng Yi, Wu Huan, and others again. Hey, it came quite quickly. Seeing these figures, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sneered across his face. Because he also learned from the well-informed master, the Golden Dragon King, that the formation before the main hall could not stop them for a long time. For some reason, the formation seemed to lack the core things. Inside the vast hall, the figures are scattered, except for a few loners. Most of the rest are those big forces with strong reputations in the 5 major cities, except for the powerful Wu Huan in Wuqing and Feng Yiji in Fenglei City. In addition, the Living Dead City, Magnolia City, Beast City, and other forces all came here. It seems that their goals are quite clear. Once they broke the formation, they rushed here directly, for fear that they would be a step late. People take away. And when Wu Huan and the others entered the hall, Xiao Yan, who was carrying a heavy ruler, naturally attracted the attention of many of them. The next step was to be alert, or hostile, or friendly to Xiao Yan. Projected over. To these glances, Xiao Yan smiled and glanced at the direction where Wu Huan and the others were, only to see the latter and the others staring at him gloomily, presumably still remembering what they had eaten in that formation. A big loss. Xiao Yan also had a sneer on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth when he saw this scene, under the gazes of those many eyes. He walked slowly into the hall with Yueru, and then stopped in the hall. Walking into the main hall, Xiao Yan just discovered that there were 7 figures sitting around the towering stone seat. How many years have been preserved? But even so, these 7 stone sculpture-like figures exude a terrifying aura, making everyone dare not set foot in the 10-foot range around the stone steps. Protector. Seeing these stone-like figures without the slightest anger, Yueru also whispered in surprise. Well, and I'm afraid they are quite powerful guardians. You can feel it just from the stone carvings. If I expected it to be good, these 7 stone carvings should all have the strength of Do Di. Since this is the place where the emperor lost, these people should be the guardians of the emperor. Xiao Yan's eyes also flashed a dignified color. Although these stone carvings are motionless at the moment, they have just not been triggered. It is conceivable that once these stone carvings are activated or awakened, it will inevitably be a fierce and unusually brutal fight. Moreover, these stone carvings can guard the main hall. These people must have been strong men before their lives. Maybe they are the emperor's subordinates. We should be careful. Xiao Yan also noticed a slight difference with his bright eyes. Hearing that, Yueru has changed slightly. Although the 7 Do Di-level powerhouses do not know the clear strength of stone carvings, since they can follow the emperor, how can they be mediocre? This lineup, even if the powerhouses present work together to clean it up, the loss will certainly not be small. As expected of the relics of the emperor and the strong. If this is a fight, Yueru was also amazed, and even she felt a little shudder with such a lineup. Be careful later, don't separate, Xiao Yan reminded solemnly. Then turned his head. A smile quickly appeared on his face, and cupped his hands in a certain direction. Xiao Yan looked along. It turned out to be Qing, a member of the Alchemist Association of Qingna. Hee, little friend Xiao Yan. It's better to come early than coincidence. This is the main hall. You can see that the gray-white dividing line is getting weaker and weaker. I'm afraid it will completely dissipate in the near future. See, when he arrived at Xiao Yan, Baishan also smiled, leading the strong pharmacist to come www.mtlnovel.com and smiled at Xiao Yan. Elder Baishan, could this be the goal of this trip? How come there are as many as 7? Xiao Yan smiled and asked. This Baishan is also an elder of the Alchemist Association. Those present, I am afraid he has a better relationship with the Alchemist Association. In any case, he is also a nominal elder of the Alchemist Association. The others are either unfamiliar or opponents. Well, it should be true, but I think the 7 light groups should be related to the 7 stone sculptures in front of me. Although I don't know what it has to do with it, who can get it depends on luck and strength. Baishan smiled and nodded, and said that he was quite satisfied with Xiao Yan. To be able to break into the hall deep in the ruins with 2 people, Baishan himself, who is not at all extraordinary, would definitely not believe it. No wonder the president told Xiao Yan to take care of him before he left. Well, I think so too. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also stared at the 7 stone sculptures carefully, and then swept over the 7 light groups with a strange gaze. There are indeed many flower heads in the ruins of the emperor. In the end, it was not easy to get even one of these 7 light groups. Well, Baishan smiled. His eyes swept around the hall, and he said softly, little friend Xiao Yan, it seems that there are quite a few people targeting you this time. It's just a little trouble. Xiao Yan smiled. Those present, who were hostile to him, were just Wu Huan. Although he didn't know why Wu Huan was hostile to him. Even if this Wu Huan was a 3-star in the later stage of Emperor Do, Xiaoyan was also not afraid, and Feng Leiqing should not be regarded as hostile. At most there was a hint of discussion, and then there was the living dead who stole Yuru Crescent Sugua, although it was fake Crescent Moon Sugua, but he couldn't let him go. Chapter 52 7 Stone Carvings. The Guardian wakes up. Xiaoyan whispered to Yuru, after the gray and white dividing line is untied, don't rush to take action. Although these things are priceless treasures, they are all hot potatoes. If you get it first, it will be a disaster. Yueru nodded slightly. She also understood that as soon as those treasures got into their hands, they would immediately become the target of public criticism. There were many powerful people in the hall, and one person came over with one palm. Hematemesis collapsed. This Xiaoyan is not only not weak in cultivation talent, but also has amazing accomplishments in medicine refining. The most important thing is that although he is young, he does not have the arrogance of young people. His future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. He is attached to our Alchemist Association, and I have to say that this is really a correct decision by the president. Help if you can, if this big chance falls on this kid Xiaoyan. It's not bad. No wonder the president will remind him to take care of this kid. Even I can feel some unusual aura from this kid. It's really not that simple. Seeing that Xiaoyan was not impulsive under the temptation of the baby, Baishan also nodded. The weight of Xiaoyan in his heart increased a lot. Naturally, Xiaoyan didn't know that his performance made Baishan give him a lot of points. At this moment, he was staring at the light clusters floating in the air of the main hall. The eyes of the people around them all reflected the light of the light group. Wu Huan also stared at the 7 beams of light in front of him, and his eyes were rolling quickly, not knowing what to think. The group of people, mainly Feng Yi, frowned and looked at the 7 light groups. The 7 light groups. There are nearly 500 people in this hall alone. It can be said that the wolf has more meat and less meat. The seal is about to disappear. Xiaoyan's face was solemn, and suddenly he heard his master, the Golden Dragon King, whisper, "Master, you said this is." "Don't ask me. I don't know too much about the ruins of these powerhouses. Let's take a step by step." The Golden Dragon King also saw Xiaoyan's worry. The gray-white dividing line has disappeared. I don't know who said it. And then many people in the hall in front of them all came out with a strong greed in their eyes. The gray-white dividing line in front of him slowly disappeared, and then a wall of fighting chi that was as transparent as glass also shattered with a bang. Just before the voice fell, someone in a hurry rushed away at one of the 7 light groups that were close at hand. Looking at it, it was obvious that they wanted to get it first. And as the figure approached, the 7 light groups suddenly trembled violently, and then burst out with a strong light that was even more dazzling than before, and in this strong light, the looming scrolls inside were also at this moment turned into an ancient scroll visible to the naked eye. Above the scroll, a quaint aura slowly emanated from the mid-air of the hall. Chi-chi. The light group emitted a stronger light, and 7 streamers of different colors swept out from it, and then slowly stopped in front of the 7 figures. Through the luster, everyone's eyes could faintly see the scrolls. An ancient aura emanated from these scrolls, causing the eyes of many strong people to turn blood red at this moment, and their breathing was also suddenly aggravated. The immortal rank fighting skill was born. The luster surged, and after the silence in the hall lasted for a short blink of an eye, a scream suddenly resounded, and then only the sound of bang bang resounded, and a strong and dense battle erupted from the hall. Standing up, one after another silhouette was like a locust, desperately swept away at the scrolls that turned into streamers. The entire hall was instantly boiling. The attraction of immortal rank fighting skills is obviously a fatal attraction. The dark figure quickly attacked the light group that exuded strong fluctuations, and a flash appeared in one of the 7 light groups. "Ha! The immortal level fighting skills are mine." The dark man also looked up to the sky and said with a long smile, as if he had seen the immortal level fighting skills within his reach beckoning to him. Sex is a treasure, and if you can get a roll of immortal level fighting skills, you may be able to soar. Getting ahead is just around the corner. The dark figure could no longer restrain the smile on his face, and then he reached out to the group of light, less than a foot in front of him. Although everyone outside the main hall was instantly boiling, but no one moved. Instead, they looked carefully at the dark man who stretched out his hand to grab the light ball. They are also clear that no matter whether this person is successful or not, he will come to this hall. Someone must always be the pioneer. If he succeeds, he will get a roll of immortal-level fighting skills, although there may be others robbed later. Possibly, if it fails. Bang, bang, bang. The dark man just came into contact with the light group and was instantly swallowed up. Rather than being swallowed by the light group, when the dark man came into contact with the light group that contained immortal-level fighting skills, it instantly turned into a ray of light like broken glass. You must know that this swarthy figure is also a powerhouse in the early days of the 3-star Do D. When facing this mysterious scroll of light, he would actually so vulnerable. Because it is not only the body that is broken, even the soul is broken instantly, and there is no time to escape. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. This dark figure is the best end. Then, from the light group, sharp sound waves spread out in the huge main hall. It caused many strong people to change their expressions slightly, and they could feel the unusually powerful strength of this voice. Just when everyone was in shock, the sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded in the hall, and immediately white mist poured from the hall, and finally gathered in the middle of the hall, and the white dissipated, and there seemed to be 7 figures in the light, shown next to the group. At this moment, everyone raised their heads, not wanting to look at the clean black shadow that disappeared www.novel.com, because the 7 stone sculptures that were originally in the hall have disappeared. Damn! The Guardian actually woke up? Seeing the 7 stone carvings that disappeared in the picture, many people jumped in their hearts and frowned. The strength of the 7 stone carvings is well known to everyone present. If they wake up, they will give the 7 light groups that were originally rare. The of fighting skills adds more intensity. Xiaoyan stared at the midair, and his face was also looking calmly. The 7 figures were at the front. One was dressed in gray and white clothes, and the other 6 figures were standing on either side of the white figure. The 7 stone sculptures under the skeleton seat originally had something like a rock covering their body, but at this time, if you look closely, there is no such thing as a stone sculpture. Their 7 stone sculptures are now the same as normal people. Moreover, Xiaoyan felt the terrifying strength that was not inferior to martial arts from the 6 powerhouses lined up in the white figures. The aura on the white figure in the center was restrained, as if a person who had never possessed a grudge, but Xiaoyan knew that the most powerful person was definitely this white figure. Above the main hall, the white mist slowly disappeared, and the 7 stone carvings revealed their true colors. The originally quiet and tense hall. At this moment, it was like being thrown into a very heavy bomb. Almost in an instant, it caused the main hall to boil like a frying pan. At the same time, the 7 rays of light on the scroll slowly turned into a ball of light and injected into the 7 guardians. It was also at this moment that the 7 figures suddenly opened their eyes that had been closed for countless years. Killing, at this moment, spreads out. The Temple Breaker. Kill without mercy. Chapter 53 The Pride of the 7 Big Cities. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone just saw the terrifying sound waves converging into a terrifying fighting spirit that emerged from the 6 people next to the white figure, attacking the many strong men in the hall. The fighting spirits from all directions slashed viciously towards the people who broke into the hall, bringing up 100 meters of light, and the gravel in the air could not help being shaken by this powerful force. The terrifying power contained in it. Even the powerhouses at the peak of the Samsung Do Emperor would not dare to resist alone. Seeing this terrifying scene, many experts in the hall hurriedly took action. They are also clear that since they have entered the final hall, only if the 7 guardians in front of them are solved first, then the immortal-level fighting skills and the more precious creation will have a chance to compete. Otherwise, all the competition before that, it's all just nonsense. The crowd exudes domineering fighting chi that is colorful, and the fighting chi soaring to the sky gathers into a huge wall of light standing in front of everyone, trying to resist the terrifying fighting chi attacking from the hall. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying sonic do chi viciously hit the wall of light that gathered everyone's huge do chi, and the 2 forces were stalemate, as if there were bursts of harsh sounds. Fire killing palm. Break it for me. Wu Huan also looked at the two beams of light that were stalemate, and couldn't help frowning and shouting. Immediately, he stimulated his whole body with fighting qi, and the amazing aura also burst out at this moment. This martial arts is also clear. As long as someone intervenes in this stalemate beam of light, it will definitely shatter. The wall of light formed by the terrifying sonic attack and the huge fighting spirit shattered instantly. Everyone also knows that now, just like in the formation, everyone is a grasshopper on a rope. Only by defending against these 7 guardians can they have a chance to think about other things. Seeing the crisis contact of this sonic attack, everyone in the hall slowly raised their heads and looked towards the 7 figures above the hall. Above the main hall, 7 figures stood in a row. At the top of the main hall is a bone-like skeleton and a seemingly ordinary coffin. Looking down the hall, on the stone steps under the throne of skeletons, there is a figure in white clothes. If you look closely, the man in white clothes looks like a middle-aged person. He can't feel a trace of fighting spirit all over his body. The presence. Wearing white clothes, his back turned to Xiao Yin in the hall, and then he slowly raised his head and looked at the place on the throne that had long since become a skeleton, his eyes full of deep admiration. Dressed on the stone steps under the white clothes, 6 burly figures stand under the white clothes, showing a figure-8 shape. The strange thing is that these 6 people are facing Xiao Yin, and they are standing fixedly, as if waiting for the general. Just like the soldiers who ordered it, there was a killing intent in his eyes. The eyes of the people in the hall also widened at this moment. Because the people in front of you are completely different from the stone sculpture just now, and now they are no different from ordinary people. Damn! Seeing this, Wu Huan couldn't help but scolded secretly. He finally practiced for many years, and now his strength is small and achieved. Wu Huan, who originally planned to show his strength in this ruins, also has a feeling that a clever woman can't cook without rice. Even with the powerful strength of the Wu Huan Sanqing Do Di in the late stage, Dang Dang felt powerless in the face of any of those 6 people, not to mention the mysterious powerhouse in white. But Wu Huan didn't have the slightest sign of flinching, staring viciously on the stone steps. Damn! Feng Yi also squeezed her crystal-like jade hands, and the colorful dress behind her also added a few different colors at this moment. Damn it! The information is wrong. The living undead who exuded a strong sense of death all over also looked at the huge lineup on the stone steps in front of him and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Even if all the people in the main hall do their best, I'm afraid it will be quite difficult to deal with these 6 people, not to mention that mysterious white-clothed one. This is just right to temper my sword. A young man in a gray robe had a black cloth wrapped around his eyes, which invisibly exuded an astonishing and frightening aura, but this couldn't hide the thick fiery in the eyes of the gray-robed man. Before the gray-robed man could finish speaking, one hand slowly touched the black sword behind him, and the other hand slowly touched the black cloth on his forehead and eyes. This appearance is obviously a place where you can really hone your sword, so how could the man in gray robe back down? Hee Shaoan, are you scared? On the tender shoulders of a delicate girl, an ice-blue bird was looking at the terrifying people on the stone steps, but the bird just heard the words of the delicate girl, and an astonishing chill emanated from the bird, as if to signal to the girl that she is not afraid at all. This is the real ruins. Ha! A figure stood still, his body was burly, like an iron tower. His eyes were also swept away with a fierce look at the 6 paths above the stone steps. The blood in his body was boiling a lot, and his eyes were also full of thick of war. It's much more interesting now. A long black dress highlighted the woman's slender and graceful figure. Yu reading www.yinglongshu.com was slender and plump, and the curve alone was enough to attract the attention of the hall. Wuqing Wuhuan, the late Samsung Do Di. Feng Liqing Fengyi, the middle stage of Samsung Do Di. The ginseng market of the living dead in Yanwang City, the late Samsung Do Di. Sword King City King Bell, the middle stage of the 3-star Do Di. The demon of the snowy family, the late Samsung Do Di. Lu Yin, City of 10,000 Beasts, the middle stage of the 3-star Do Di. Berserker Sun Ming, late Samsung Do Di. Gathering all the heavens favored people near Qingqing, they express their attitude at this moment. Yueru, you will follow me when the war begins. There are many dangers in this ruin, but it will not be as simple as this simple guardian. Xiao Yin looked at the strength of the 7 people in front of him, and also felt that these 7 people he was indeed worthy of being the proud son of heaven. But Xiao Yin didn't mean to be afraid at all. Yeah. Yueru also gently agreed, and then her slender jade hand stroked her forehead, as if something was ready to go. The other people in the hall also looked at each other in dismay. One looked at the other and stood out in front of the 7 people. They were obviously thinking about something. In that case, let's fight. The remaining Alchemist Association and some sects in the hall shouted after thinking. Obviously, after a short period of thinking and weighing, the rest of the people who did not express their opinions are also clear that since they have all come to the treasure, how can they return empty-handed? They all know that as long as they can defeat these guardians, they will naturally get the immortal rank fighting skill. The 7 favored sons of heaven near Qingcheng were already familiar with each other. After a brief glance at each other, Wu Huan took the lead and shouted, "In that case, let's fight." Chapter 54, 7 Heaven's Favorites versus 6 Guardians. The crowd in the hall suddenly burst into a monstrous atmosphere, approaching the 6 figures above the stone steps. The opportunity has been given to you, but you don't cherish it yourself. In that case, then die. Even in the face of the monstrous weather that erupted from the many powerhouses under the main hall, the white-robed eyes remained unmoved. He still stared at the skeleton on the throne as always, and said calmly, as if he was telling a story, an ordinary thing. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. The 6 figures in front of them didn't move just to give them a chance to exit the hall, but they gave up. But everyone was not discouraged at all. Opportunities and dangers coexist. Everyone present knows this. Next, there is the real battle. But the 6 guardians in front of them, the strength of the peak of the 3-star Do Di cannot be easily defeated. Since everyone has entered this hall, the immortal level fighting skills and treasures are in front of you. If you have any braids in your heart, you should put them away. Everything is about defeating these guardians. And I believe that you have also felt their strength. The strength of the peak of the Samsung Duty is unmatched by anyone present. Wu Huan also saw many strong men in the hall, saying that if the current situation is hidden, it is very likely that he will die at the hands of the guardians. These 6 guardians are the peak strength of the 3-star Do Emperor, and they still haven't regained their strength. Once they regain their strength, if the 4-star Do Emperor or stronger, not one of the people present will be able to escape. As soon as the voice of the man dressed in white fell, the 6 burly figures under him also roared away at the crowd in the hall. A moment has appeared in front of everyone. Kill. These guardians have just woken up and haven't regained their peak strength. This is our great opportunity. Feng Yi has also been using his soul power to perceive since just now, and only then did he know this. The real strength of the 6 guardians in front of them should be more than the peak of the Samsung Do Di. No wonder it makes people feel a little weak. So it is. Many powerhouses in the hall were relieved when they heard what Feng Yi said. Just as the people in front of them were talking, the figures of the 6 guardians spread out, clenched their fists, and attacked the 7 heroes of heaven in the hall. There was a terrifying strong wind on the dry fist, and the 7 heroes in front of the field saw this, and hurriedly defended with luck all over their body. Spread apart. The 2 of us deal with a guardian. First defeat the one who is going to support the others, and leave the rest to the other strong men in the hall. Wu Huan also said slowly. After the short-term relief just now, he also knew that even if they were fighting alone, even the heavens chosen of their 7 major cities would not be able to deal with a guardian. The strength of the peak of the 3-star Do Di was still so tyrannical. So there is a roar of martial arts. No, I can deal with one alone, and I also really want to test the strength of this guardian. A gray-robed humane said, with a strong desire in his voice, like a thirsty person in the desert who suddenly saw water generally. That's what it means. A burly figure also laughed, seeing the powerful aura slowly emitting from his body, which is strange to say. That aura is not emanating from fighting chi, but from which burly muscle spread out. There was no lack of discerning people present to see that one of these 2 people was Wang Zhong, the proud son of the Sword King city, and the other was Sun Ming, a berserker who was blessed by nature. Both of them had such capital. Wang Zhong fights against a guardian. Sun Ming fights against a guardian.